turn one he doesn't mega, but look at the fucking gravity, it's so good!
So just for the record, I am streaming right now, so your voices are probably on it. I'm doing that primarily in order to do a sound test.
Oh, you're good.
Just wished to keep you informed.
Yeah, that's a good call.
No, we're probably gonna get...
I'm gonna go. I just wanted to tell you that they wanted you in the room.
Okay.
So, I'm gonna go.
See ya, bye.
Message me if you want to talk.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, so I just want to test the audio quality. Okay, so I just want to test the audio quality. Alright, that sounds pretty good. Okay, so this is going to be a little bit by the seat of our pants. Oh, nice, I'm a mod. Alrighty, for anybody who's not informed, I decided that I would be streaming this as of like an hour ago, so this is going to be a little bit of a rushed production. With that said, I don't see any reason why we shouldn't make it a high-quality, enjoyable stream for everybody. And it would appear our timing is right on point, as this might be round 1, or it does indeed appear to be round 1. So let's see who we're going to be streaming. First thing to note is that it is going to be 7 rounds with an X2 cut, so there should be quite a lot of X2s making it into cut. Looking down at the pairings, O versus Raider, Mancuso versus Feis, Maxkeys, Atmosphere versus Saxlad, a decent number of pretty good pairings. Marcus is playing. Well, that's interesting. I'll be very interested to see what Marcus is using. We'll have to put him on stream at some point, I imagine. Pado versus Springs isn't bad. The King is also in attendance today. So, ooh, I think we found our winner. Bopper versus Desu. That is very hard to argue with. But we should probably just check the remainder ones. Yeah. I think we're gonna have to go with where did I lose him? Bopper versus Desu. Bopper versus Desu is way too good to pass up. So let's see if I can find either of them here. Here is Bopper. And I should probably let Zelda know. William Tansley is playing. I'll be checking chat intermittently. Let me see if I can actually set up things so that I can have chat, for me at least, running on the side. Ideally, I wouldn't have to just be tabbing away to take a look at chat, and I could just have chat running constantly. Now that we have that somewhat solved, let's see if I can get back over to watch the chat. Nope, it's not what I'm looking for. Also, ironically enough, if chat has any suggestions, Bopper doesn't want to be. It'd be wonderful if Chrome would cooperate and let me just isolate the chat. Bopper doesn't want to be on round 1. Interesting. I know what I can do. I know exactly what I can do. Let's see if that... yeah, that does mess up the stream a little bit. So we can make it bigger. Or we can keep it the same size. So I guess we'll go back to full screen here. Let's see if Chef versus StarKO has already started. I guess we'll jump into Chef versus StarKO and go from there. And I should just inform both of the players. I don't know. I feel it's a little bit sketchy giving Bopper a bye off of the stream for round 1, but I'll do it. With the understanding, I'm just stating this now for the record. From now on, when I pick somebody to be streamed, they are going to be streamed. Anyway, let's jump right into things, and I guess I'll just check back at the chat intermittently. We have a very interesting matchup here between Chef and StarKO. I think the first thing to talk about are going to be the restricted combinations. There's a Necrozma Dust main, which is presumably an Ultra Necrozma, and a Rayquaza for Chef, and we have a fairly standard Zerndon team for StarKO. StarKO deviates a little bit from the norm by having both Koko and Finny. That's not a gigantic issue, as both of them do stop sleep, although there's a tiny bit of anti-synergy there when you switch in Finny and take away your own electric terrain on Koko. Although I suppose that's not a huge deal, as Koko and Finny probably aren't coming to the same matches. For Chef, we have Double Intimidate Empoleon, which is very interesting, and a Koko as well. Looking at the game right now, what I'm actually going to do is I am going to... Yeah, I think Zelda's about to say the same thing that I just said in stream. Anyway, going back, we see an Incineroar Necrozma lead against Xerneas. That's definitely scary for Xerneas. Does StarKO just go for a Geomancy? He does. That's very aggressive. I'd be afraid of a Sunsteel or a Trick Room, and we do see a Trick Room. He, once again, does not protect his Xerneas in front of the obvious throw of Necrozma, although that's a ballsy play. I respect it quite a lot. And it would have been really cool if that Gigavolt went into Empoleon, but he still gets a lot of damage off this turn. I would, and I'm assuming Chef was expecting the same thing, a Protect and a Cycle out into Incineroar. Either a hard switch, or I'm assuming that was probably a Volt switch. Groudon comes in here, so we do see a fake out into it, and Xerneas does not drop to the Sunsteel Strike, so it is presumably a very bulky set, or it's possible we're looking at a maybe specially invested Necrozma, because it is in fact an Ultra Necrozma, which would explain why Xerneas was able to live the Sunsteel Strike. The big thing to note is even though StarKO has successfully stalled out Trick Room here, and that's really good, and he still has a Zern, Zern is well within extreme speed KO range. The flip side of that is that depending on what StarKO has in the back, especially if he has his Salamence, which is probably the Pokemon he does have in the back, he's looking to be in a decent spot as Groudon is well equipped to handle the Incineroar and the heavily chipped Empoleon, and Salamence does have a positive matchup against Ray. The Swords Dance is a very significant play because it means that Ray is now actually better equipped to handle the Salamence. I'm not certain about my calcs, but I do think a +1 Dragon Ascent KOs Megaments, and if not, it certainly puts it into extreme speed range. Incineroar is likely going to cycle out here on Chef's side, just because it's not doing anything on the field, and the Empoleon in the back is not much help at all. And I would expect to see... I kind of wonder if Ray's going to protect here. Because if I'm Chef and I'm sitting down and I'm thinking, okay, how do I win this game? The answer is you win the game by preserving Ray. How do you lose the game? You lose the game if you take too much damage on Ray too fast. So if you leave Ray unprotected this turn, it is significantly threatened by, say, a double edge from Salamence and a Fire Punch from Groudon. I'd expect Ray to live that double up, but then you're still in a bit of an awkward situation. It just seems as though cycling Incineroar out and then being able to threaten switching right back in and intimidating both of these primarily physical attackers is a very strong option. Even though Salamence does have the option to switch over to Hyper Voice, if that were to happen, a Hyper Voice plus a Fire Punch would not be dealing nearly as much damage as an unintimidated Double Edge and a only -1 Fire Punch. The other slight thing to note is that Sun is not in fact up, despite what it says on the field, and now it's actually taken away because Delta Stream is up. See an extreme speed. That's a very interesting play. And a Blades. Well, if 2 extreme speeds KO the Salamence, then that's just a better play because you're not taking the defense drops. However, Salamence is currently at 50%. The last extreme speed, I was eyeballing and it looked like it wasn't quite close enough. So, I don't know, that might have been a bit of a throw from Chef. Because if he Dragon Ascents, gets the KO on Mence, then what he has is he has the ability to extreme speed the Zern and threaten the Groudon with a Scald. I would expect the Groudon does outspeed Empoleon, which means Empoleon is the one threatened rather than the one threatening in this current situation. But there is the potential that it has something like Aqua Jet and a Life Orb, no less. Oh, lots of interesting things this turn. Especially if we see a Dragon Ascent into Mence. Okay, so that's not the greatest thing in the world. And Extreme Speed would have been better because it wouldn't have incurred the defense drops. But now it really does appear that we have a 50-50 for the game. If Zern doesn't protect and we just see an Extreme Speed into it, then Chef obviously wins because Ray will take any attack Groudon wants to throw at it and then be perfectly equipped to Dragon Ascent KO at the next turn. If alternatively, StarKO protects Zern and Chef calls that and goes for the Dragon Ascent into Groudon, then once again it's obviously game over. And he'll be perfectly well equipped to E-speed the Zern next turn. I think Chef made a very, very reasonable play there, going for a Protect, attempting to bait the Protect out on Xerneas. Unfortunately, it didn't pan out, so he's not in a worse position now, but he really does have to commit to the 50-50. I personally would be more inclined to extreme speed the Xerneas, just because there is a chance you take 2 Fire Punches from the Groudon. It would appear that is what Chef is thinking. We see a Fire Punch come out, and it does not burn. Chef definitely takes another Fire Punch, but the flip side of that is StarKO is almost certainly going to go for the Double Protect. He does go for the Double Protect. We do see an E-Speed not fearing the Double Protect. A Fire Punch comes out, and if it doesn't burn, this game is over. It does not burn. So Chef is going to take the game with a final Dragon Ascent. I think the really important thing to note about that endgame is just how incredibly significant the Swords Dance was. It was the difference between Ray being at +1 right here and at -1 right here. Probably more than just -1. -1 attack and -1 in both of its defenses, because the most likely alternative play was to just fire off a Dragon Ascent. the momentum that the Swords Dance gave him really did help him to come back. So that was a very interesting game 1 with a tight finish. And now we'll be moving on to game 2. Yeah, okay, so Zelda has made his proclamation. Before game 2 starts, I'm going to quickly reference chat and see if we have anything else going on. All right, nothing big in chat. Let's focus on game 2 and talk a little bit about the direction it might go in. I feel as though StarKO really felt like he was in the driver's seat for a lot of that game, although only because he played really aggressively in the early turns with his Xerneas, leaving it unprotected, going for a Geomancy in front of a Necrozma Dustmane, staying in, not protecting, Moonblasting in front of a Necrozma Dustmane, and then when it was ultimately revealed that he does have a bulky Xerneas, or the Necrozma isn't particularly attack invested, he lived the Sunsteel Strike, and that was pretty significant for him. So I don't feel as though that strategy is really something you can depend upon going into game 2. I feel like Chef will probably be more aggressive in targeting down Zern, and that early momentum that StarKO had won't really carry over into a game 2 situation, which is especially concerning given that StarKO didn't actually wind up winning game 1. So I feel like this battle really is going to come down to who can manage their setup better. On Chef's side, you have the Incineroar and the Ray for Fake Out and Swords Dance, and of course Incineroar and Necrozma Dustmane for a Trick Room setup. Whereas StarKO is going to have Zern, primarily complemented by Salamence. Although these are some very interesting leads we see right now. Necrozma Incineroar from Chef isn't that surprising. It's a Fake Out Trick Room setup, fairly standard. What is much more interesting is StarKO's Incineroar and Tapu Koko. Incineroar and Koko is a fine lead. It gives you a lot of options with Intimidate, Electric Terrain, and the ability to switch out with both, with Volt Switch and U-Turn, as we are going to see a Volt Switch right now. But the question then becomes, you just led 2 non-restricteds. That means you left out at least one of your restricteds or your Mega. And we do see Groudon coming in here, which means StarKO can only have one of Salamence or Zern, which is very, very interesting. I'm not certain which he has, if I'm going to be honest with you. Zern and Mence are both good against Ray, which the 3 StarKO has already revealed are not amazing against. Tapu Koko presumably has Dazzling Gleam to give it something of a Ray matchup, but we've already seen that Chef is running a non-typical Ray. Instead of being the normal Focus Sash, it is 50% Berry, which implies it probably has some bulk on it. So I would not be confident at all with Tapu Koko acting as a singular answer to Ray. We do see Ray come in right here. A weakness policy is revealed on the Necrozma, which means my earlier predictions of, oh, maybe we're looking at some hyper offense on Necrozma, Ultra Necrozma, Rayquaza stuff from Chef was fairly off base. Incineroar is U-turning out. I would think Salamence is coming in if StarKO has it, which means if we see a Tapu Koko come back in, that likely indicates that StarKO's last is in fact Xerneas. Or we just see Xerneas come in, which is interesting because Trick Room does go up here. And Necrozma is going to be slower than both Groudon and Zern. But there's an interesting dynamic here where the obvious play from StarKO is just to protect Xerneas, Precipice Blades, KO the Necrozma. And that's very easy. Chef has a number of ways he can play around that. Most obviously just protecting his Necrozma and then throwing a Sunsteel Strike into Zern next turn. Of course, Sunsteel Striking Zern in general is actually kind of a risky proposition because it seems as though Zern should either be protecting or switching back into Incineroar, which really wouldn't mind a Sunsteel Strike. The only reason I hesitate is because I'm imagining Chef felt pretty safe in game 1, like, oh, Zern won't protect, or Zern won't stay in here, or it'll protect. And that didn't pan out for him in the early game. So It seems as though the risky behavior and the risky plays StarKO was making in Game 1 might pay off here, as we might just see a Sunsteel Strike. No, we see a Photon Geyser going into Groudon, doing incredibly respectable damage. The mechanic to note here is that that was actually a special Photon Geyser, because the Weakness Policy procced, and Necrozma was at +2 special attack, but +0 physical attack. Its special attack was higher, and so Photon Geyser became a special move, dealing damage on the special side. So special moves at +2 do a lot to Groudon. The only reason it survived as well as it did is because Necrozma is probably not at all specially invested. Once again, I'm not super familiar with the calcs. I kind of wonder if that Groudon has a fair bit of bulk on it, but as yet, we don't have any complete indication. The other nice thing to note is that Chef did get up a Swords Dance, which was incredibly significant in Game 1. It'll be very interesting to see if it is as significant in this game. Intimidate is already on the field, and we know there is not Intimidate in the back. So, unless StarKO cycles out his Incineroar, that Rayquaza is staying at +1. The interesting dynamic we are facing at this particular moment is that there was double Fake Out live on the board, but StarKO is actually going to switch out his Fake Out, which I honestly agree with, and we do not see another Swords Dance from Ray. I felt like another Swords Dance from Ray had the potential to be an incredibly cool play there, just because +3 Extreme Speed is either KOing Koko or doing a lot to it. +2 Dragon Ascent, even if Intimidate cycles back in, is easily KOing a full HP Zern and a chipped Groudon. But even though he did go for the Dragon Ascent, I still feel like he's in a pretty decent situation. Groudon is very threatened by an Aqua Jet, and a switch back into Incineroar doesn't really help that much at all. We've already seen that the Empoleon is Life Orb. It is almost certainly Defiant. Incineroar would take a +1 Life Orb Aqua Jet, but it wouldn't appreciate it very much. And the Intimidate would not come even close to saving Zern. Or saving Tapu Koko, as it was. We do see an Extreme Speed going into the Koko, and we see a Liquidation going to Zern, doing very considerable damage. The important part of that turn is that Chef has now officially lost the Weather War. And given that we have seen 2 moves from this Empoleon, those being Aqua Jet and Liquidation, both of which are Water-type moves, the fact that StarKO can set up Sun at any point in time is very, very important. Of course, StarKO does have to be careful. If he switches in Groudon and it dies to a Dragon Ascent, then all of Empoleon's water moves are back on the table. Aqua Jet, specifically, is actually pretty significant, as it'll take out Koko. I feel like Zern is Zern is almost certainly out of Aqua Jet range unless we see some weird rolls, but Zern would die to a double up of an Aqua Jet Extreme Speed if that were to happen. This turn, the big dynamic is that StarKO has Fake Out. Going for a Fake Out Moonblast onto Ray is incredibly threatening if we don't see a Protect from it. We see a knockoff go into Zern because we've got the last turn of Trick Room going on. And Ray just drops to a Moonblast. Yeah. So Chef did correctly predict that the Groudon was going to come in. And I'm not certain if he thought that knockoff was going to KO, or if he was just desperately hoping that StarKO was going to lock into Geomancy. I don't think Geomancy makes a huge amount of sense there, although it would give you a speed advantage. The fact that both of the Pokemon on the field in front of you have priority makes the speed advantage much less significant than it would normally be. I kind of feel like that might have been a little bit of a Hail Mary play, because even if Chef were to double into Zern with, say, a knockoff and an Extreme Speed, he would still be in a pretty poor situation as, okay, yes, you KO'd Zern, but now Incineroar cycles right back in, gets an Intimidate off on both. Empoleon goes up to +2, which is cool, but StarKO then has a pretty free fake out into the Rayquaza and Precipice Blades to KO the Empoleon. And Empoleon... Here's a question. Does Empoleon have Protect? I'm not certain if it does, but it presumably does not have a Steel-type move. If it had a Steel-type move, the play was always to go for the Steel-type move right there on the Zern to pick up the KO. So we have to assume we're looking at a set of Liquidation, Aqua Jet, Knockoff, and Protect. And I guess it does make sense on this team, right? Because you're like, oh, what do I need a Steel move for? I've got a Necrozma Dustmane. I should be perfectly well equipped to handle Zern. It just left him a little bit high and dry there in game 2. So going into game 3, game 2 was a lot slower for StarKO. I feel like the fact that he brought Incineroar was incredibly important. It gave him a lot more flexibility in playing with his Zern. And even though Chef did bring Empoleon with Defiant, it wasn't a huge problem for StarKO. Between the ability to set up Desolate Land and the Incineroar apparently, or the Empoleon apparently primarily relying on water moves, StarKO really did have a lot of options to deal with it. Once again, though, we see incredibly interesting leads. Tapu Fini and Incineroar from StarKO, once again indicating that he has left something out. In the vein of last game, it is probably the Salamence that hasn't come, especially given that we did see Empoleon, although it does seem as though Chef's Empoleon wouldn't deal with Salamence particularly well. I don't think StarKO wants to give it that many Defiant boosts if Chef does choose to bring it. On Chef's side, we've already seen Ultra Necrozma, Incineroar, or regular Necrozma, Dustmane, Incineroar, and Rayquaza. A lot happened this turn, a fake out win Necrozma for basically no damage. Chef's Incineroar loses half his HP, which means it will be well with and his last is Landorus. This is actually incredibly good for Chef. Assuming that the Landorus is a Tectonic Rage set, Chef is perfectly fine just firing off a Tectonic Rage into the Incineroar to KO the Incineroar. It would KO an incoming Groudon. It would deal a massive amount of damage to Zern. And if he wanted to, he could set up a Trick Room with Necrozma, although I kind of feel like going offensive and just firing off a Sunsteel Strike would probably be better. Of course, if StarKO brought Salamence, he'd be able to punish it with a Salamence switch-in, not only getting the Intimidate, but also having the immunity if he managed to get it on the right slot. But we do not see a Salamence switch-in. Incineroar drops to a Tectonic Rage. Gravity goes up, and we do just see a Sunsteel Strike for damage. This is huge. Groudon comes in, once again indicating that Salamence is likely not in the back. Landorus is incredibly threatening right now. Intimidate is off the field. Necrozma cannot be KO'd by Precipice Blades, although what we are probably going to see here from StarKO is a Side Swagger with Fini and a Precipice Blades, which does threaten a double KO onto Chef. So if Chef doesn't deal with that properly, he's actually in a little bit of trouble. It seems as though Chef's best counterplay to that would be to protect Necrozma, throw off an Earthquake with Landorus if he's physical, or an Earth Power into Groudon if he is special, and then fish for a free switch into probably Ray. And we do see an Earthquake indicating that he is physical. 50% Berry Procs on Fini, leaving it basically exactly where it was. Do we see a Swords Dance on Groudon? We do see a Swords Dance on Groudon. Fini is revealed, Nature's Madness, Gravity, Icy Wind. And Groudon has Swords Dance. So Fini's last could be Swagger, but especially given that there's a Xerneas on this team as well, it's actually probably going to be Heal Pulse. So that last turn did not go well for Chef at all. Assuming that Groudon now outspeeds the Landorus and is free to fire off a Precipice Blades, while Fini presumably goes for a heal pulse. It seems as though Chef's probably going to want to cycle Landorus out into Incineroar, hope his Necrozma lives a +1 Blades, and then fire a Photon Geyser into Groudon, I would imagine. And the reason you cycle out Landorus is because then you get to cycle it back in, drop Groudon back to +0. In a perfect world, you can set up an endgame where your Landorus can Earthquake next to your Ray. You just have to be very careful about that because for the next 3 turns, at least, Gravity will remain in effect, which means that Ray will be hit by Earthquake just like any other Pokemon. So unfortunately, the Necrozma Dustmane does not live the +1 Precipice Blades. I had kind of wondered if it might. I guess I was used to regular non-Primal Groudon calcs against really bulky Necrozma Dustmane. Primal Groudon gains 30 base attack, which does significantly alter calcs. Weirdly enough, I still feel as though Chef's correct play is probably going to be to Earthquake his own Ray, just because I don't think he really has very good options if he doesn't choose to do that. The question then becomes, alright, what are you doing with Ray? And the answer is, it really depends. If you predict that Finny is going to go for an Icy Wind this turn and Groudon was going to Protect to, say, try to gain a speed advantage, then the correct play for Chef would be to go for a Double Protect. If you do not anticipate that that is what is going to happen, if you think Chef is going to leave his Groudon unprotected, it seems like your best play is to double the Groudon for a KO. But even then, right, let's say StarKO just clicks Precipice Blades and clicks Icy Wind. Gravity's up so he can't miss either. If there's a double protect from Chef, he just shrugs and does the same thing next turn because he's got another turn left to Gravity. And regardless of what Chef does, whenever Chef takes a KO, there is a Zern that is coming in and basically just winning this game. Because Landorus will go down to a Blades. Earthquake is not KOing Finny. Okay, so we see a Protect, we see a Double Protect. Interesting thing to note here. The Landorus is faster than the non-Mega Ray, which means we could be dealing with max speed Ray and a max speed Jolly Landorus, or we could be dealing with a slower Rayquaza, which would make some sense just because it's already been revealed to be 50% buried. So this turn, if you think that your Landorus lives a Precipice Blades, you're still in trouble, because even if you Extreme Speed and Earthquake to KO the Finny, A, your Landorus definitely doesn't live Precipice Blades, and B, you would still be hitting your own Ray with Earthquake, and Earthquake plus Blades definitely KOs Ray. So yeah, that was very well played by StarKO. I think even in Game 1, he played really well. He just wasn't particularly equipped to deal with the late game Rayquaza. Games 2 and 3, I feel like he managed his board position a lot better. I really would like to commend his use of his supportive Pokemon. Between Finny and Incineroar, he was able to leverage his Groudon and Xerneas to very, very significant effect. Oh yeah, it still says Ultra Psychic Spam and more. Thank you very much for pointing that out, Eshi. I will fix that right now. But yeah, no, that was a really engaging Game 1 to start off on. I think it was a good thing to stream. Where the heck do I go if I want to edit my channel? I think this is what we're looking for. Here we are. Alright, that should have the update. Let's go back to our channel and see if that has taken. Yes, it has. Yeah, probably technically still accurate. We shall see exactly how much psychic spam we have. Okay. So, I'm going to see if any other matches are still going on. And in the meantime, in between rounds, I think, especially because this is the Berlin Challenge, it is the first big tournament of Ultra Series that we're actually having. I think there's a lot of potential to talk about the metagame and what's actually going to be good come Daytona and especially Berlin. Bopper versus Desu hasn't been reported. Oh, the irony. Let's see if that match is still going on. If it is hidden. Ashen versus someone is still going on. No. According to Skype, Ashton lost. Yeah. You guys use Skype. Okay. Alrighty then. Ingrid didn't even know I was streaming. Okay, Alternate Necrozma is the best Pokemon. See now? Shouldn't you call it Pokemon? Yeah, that's a valid point. You guys and your reasonable criticism for me to improve the stream. Don't know what I'd do without you. So I guess the title we are going to go with, and this is still up for consideration, but Pokemon VGC Ultra Series. I cannot spell the word series. I'll take Zelda out of the title. Sorry, Zelda. Pokemon VGC Ultra Series Berlin Challenge. Update information. Let's go. Back to the channel, and it is updated. Alrighty. So I'm going to keep looking for matches, but in the meantime, I think it is worth talking about Ultra Necrozma, especially given that we saw what I thought was an Ultra Necrozma in the last match, but it turned out to just not be. Much like in Sun and Moon series, Necrozma Dawn Wings is a terrible, terrible Pokemon that can't really do anything well. Even if you want to be running a Trick Room set, the loss of Shadow Shield is just not worth the differently distributed stats. And so, the only time you're ever going to see a Dawn Wings is if it is, in fact, Ultra Necrozma. Duskmane is a little more viable. Duskmane is a little more viable in its base form just because it's a Steel type. and Full Metal Body, or yeah, Full Metal Body Solgaleo's ability, Prism Armor, is a lot more valuable on a steel type that's not 4 times weak to anything and is generally able to take super effective hits better. Anyway, we'll find out what game this is as soon as possible, but in the meantime, we have a very interesting end game where Hoshi, I'm going to call Hoshi versus Moon, where Hoshi appears to have all the setup in the world except for Sword Stance on Ray, and Moon has the Pokemon advantage, although this isn't in the tour. Let go! Okay, so very important mechanic to note. Just shout-outs to everybody for the rest of the tour. Extreme Speed is +2 priority. Follow Me and Rage Powder are both +2 priority. That means that if the Extreme Speed Pokemon is faster than the Pokemon using Rage Powder or Follow Me, Extreme Speed goes first. You cannot redirect Mega Raise Extreme Speed with Follow Me or Rage Powder. Unless, does anyone know the one exception? There is a way to redirect Mega Raise Extreme Speed with Follow Me. Actually, there are 2 ways. The boring way is to be faster than Mega Ray, which would mean you have to be like something along the lines of a Choice Scarf Lucario, which is the only Follow Me Pokemon that would be outspeeding Mega Ray. Or you can go and play with Riolu, which gets Prankster. And then your Follow Me is +3, and you can redirect Extreme Speeds. And that's really cool. But then you realize you've got a Riolu on your Ultra Series team, and that's not so cool. Anyway, let's see if I can find an actual tour match. Maybe, maybe not. Going back to the Ultra Necrozma discussion, though. Ultra Necrozma is really offensive, and it definitely has the potential to take advantage of underprepared teams. I feel like it's struggling. Yeah, I was wondering how many times we're going to just go back to the battle I was streaming. I wonder how many times Ultra Necrozma is actually going to be able to surprise the opponent, though. Because once you know the set it's running, it seems like it loses a lot of its power. The independently strongest Ultra Necrozma set, in my opinion, is probably the Photon Geyser, Earth Power, Calm Mind, Protect set that can be based off of either Dawn Wings or Duskmane, although it should probably be based off of Duskmane just because steel types are better for switch-ins. And while that set is definitely threatening, is going to game 3? Who's going to game 3? And while Calm Mind, Earth Power, Photon Geyser is definitely threatening, Desu versus Bopper. Okay. No, I'm hopping into Desu versus Bopper, and it's the most amusing thing. Yeah, no, I think Zelda's actually right. So let's just finish off our conversation. So, going into the team builder to illustrate. Oh no, you saw all my teams. Don't worry, they're all garbage. Ultra Necrozma. You're required to have the Z move, Photon Geyser, Earth Power, Protect, and Calm. Anyhow, so you probably want to invest some on bulk to have a more favorable roll from Mega Gengar Shadow Ball. You can take a little bit out of speed. 129 isn't outspeeding anything significant. Once you're outspeeding you're outspeeding basically everything you care about, unless for some reason there's a random uptick in Weavile usage, or Naganadel is the other Pokemon that exists in that range and kind of matters. I actually think Naganadel is not half bad, but that's a story for another day. And then, while I think this is the best set, this set really doesn't have much flexibility. It does one thing. So you can try to run a Duskmane set that hypothetically functions with Sunsteel Strike. And then you got Photon Geyser, and then you do typically still want Earth Power and Protect. So right away, when you're trying to balance out Necrozma Duskmane into both a Necrozma Duskmane and an Ultra Necrozma, tell Ingrid to stop ruining the stream. Hey Ingrid, stop ruining the stream. Right away, you already have to commit to being mixed, which is sketchy to say the least, especially given the prevalence of Intimidate in this format between Salamence, Incineroar, and the fairly frequent Landorus usage, which is actually something of a surprise. I kind of think that'll die off, but even if Landorus dies off, Intimidate's still going to be big. So I feel like the Sunsteel Strike is of limited use. And then you wonder, wait a second, why am I running a mixed set at all? Why am I not just committing to this set over here? And the answer is not great, I think. I don't feel as though this is a great standalone set. I could see somebody like Jamie Boyd having success with a very weird mixed Necrozma Duskmane, possibly with odd tech moves on it. Just for the record, if any of you have not seen Jamie Boyd versus Inosh, this week's NPA match, it is the most beautiful thing I have seen in forever. Like, if there's time, like, if there's downtime before round 3 starts, between round 2 and round 3, I'm pulling that match up because it's just amazing. And he's gone. Anyhow. So let's see if chat has anything to say about Ultra Necrozma. Lots of stuff in chat that I missed. Prankster, yeah, some of you got Riolu correct. Nicely done. Jump Left and Sun for Rage Powder, yeah. That's correct. You can redirect Fake Out with Riolu, but only if Riolu is faster than the Pokemon using Fake Out, which means you could redirect a Fake Out from Incineroar, but you're not going to be redirecting a Fake Out from most Kangaskhan or anything else. Custap Berry Rage Powder. That does work because what Custap Berry does is it means you move first in your priority bracket. Your priority bracket is +2, E-Speed is +2, so you move +2. You move first in the +2 priority bracket, putting you ahead of Extreme Speed. Moody Speed Boost was Miracle. That's probably the most realistic. What about Sub? Sub on Ultra Necrozma. Also, yes, Ingrid, I do in fact have the horses in the back. Justin is a conglomerate hive mind. Yeah, he's slowly consuming all the skill in VGC. When he reaches Masters, anyhow, So Substitute. I think Substitute's actually pretty respectable for several reasons. The big idea with Ultra Necrozma is that you're hitting fast and you're hitting hard. And that's good. And my fear isn't that it's bad, it's just, is it good enough? Because the thing you have to think about with a restricted is you only have 2 restricted slots. And the way I actually formulate that question is, okay, why do I not have a Xerneas in this slot? Why am I running an Ultra Necrozma and not a Xerneas? Or if you're more partial to Groudon or even Rayquaza or what's the other big one I'm forgetting? Kyogre. I think Kyogre's terrible, but that's a story for another day. The question is, why do I have an Ultra Necrozma and not that? And I feel like it can be very, very hard to justify Ultra Necrozma over just your standard Zerndon team. The one thing that you can do is you can argue that Calm Mind allows it to set up quickly, and then it's more flexible than Zern in that even before the setup, you're still outspeeding big meta threats like Salamence. And so you have more potential to just blow the opponent out of the water from turn 1, whereas Zern is a Pokemon that typically blows the opponent out of the water starting at earliest on turn 2. How significant is that advantage? I don't think it's incredibly significant. It's not nothing, but it's not huge. The other thing is, with Ultra Necrozma, I feel as though you kind of do want to commit to running Tapu Lele, which isn't terrible. Tapu Lele is not a bad mon, but I feel like Tapu Lele's only reasonable set is Choice Scarf. It can run Focus Sash, but it's just in a very, very sad speed tier. If we see, as Ultra Series progresses, that Zern starts going back to 2016 Zern, where they're running very slow, then Focus Sash, Fast, Taunt, Lele suddenly becomes a respectable option again. But if we have Sun Moon Zern that are running max speed, timid, then Lele just gets outsped by Zern, gets outsped by Mence, still can't really tickle Incineroar, and is just all around not producing, much momentum on the board, which is where Choice Scarf comes in, because if you have Choice Scarf, and if you have terrain dominance, then between Ultra Necrozma's offense and Lele's offense, you do have a lot of momentum on the board. The problem is, if you're Choice Scarf, then your terrain is going to be going up second, and so you're going to have to not lead Lele, and then you switch in Lele, and you've already jumped through 5 hoops. And once again, I must pose the question, okay, so you've got a restricted and a restricted support Pokemon, and they're not Smeargle Zern. I don't know. I'm just a bit of a pessimist when it comes to Ultra Necrozma's chances. Let's take a look at round 2 and see what we've got. Chef Tony versus Yoshi. It's a pretty good match. Maybe we just streamed Chef. Desu versus Fizz. Pado versus Beam. Mogar versus Legacy. It's respectable. Michael D'Angelo versus Feis. JustinSnores versus Ashton versus James. Hold up, is this an 0-1 match? Because I really want to stream Ashton versus James. Streaming an 0-1 in round 2. StarKO versus Sporific is also definitely a good match. Oe versus Smith isn't half bad. Mora versus Kinugawa is alright. Jono's match. I feel like any match with Jono and his Zelda Tour is probably streamable, just because it's Jono. But for the moment, I think we'll leave Jono until the later rounds. We'll definitely have something from him then. Yeah, no, I'm definitely feeling Ashton versus James. Yeah, they're 0-1. Let's see. What's the big competition for Ashen versus James? Anything in chat? Yeah, no, chat doesn't have suggestions. The other match that I'd want to stream... I mean, there's Legacy versus Mogar. Tansley versus Justin. If it was Tansley versus Sporific. Okay. Tansley versus Justin it is. It'll actually be very interesting to stream Justin. Let's see. JustinSnores. And from what I know of Justin, he'll be very, very excited to be on stream. Wait! Tansley's StarKO. I got my Justins confused. So who's... Because it's Sporific versus Tansley, but then Justin Miranda is playing... I remember he's playing somebody significant. Where the heck is he? I've lost him. Time to invoke the power of Control F. JustinSnores versus Raider. Let's check to see if JustinSnores is 1-0. Nah, he's 0-1. If Justin is at X1 a couple rounds from now, I'll probably put him on. In the meantime, though... Well, let's quickly hop into his game and see what it's looking like. Okay, so that's game 1, game 2. Game 1 is hidden, I guess. Oh, Justin's got a fire team. Yeah, I'll stream him anyway. I don't feel like we're missing out. JMR versus Raider? Yeah, JMR versus Raider. We'll definitely be seeing Jono later on. He's always going to be a good match. If history is literally any indication, he will be in cut. So I think we'll get our Jono fix without too much difficulty. We're just waiting to get invited. And then we'll just stream the Century. Or game 1's concluded. We need a faster turnaround for round 2. Anyway, so we were seeing a Lunala mirror. And Raider won. Okay. And Lunala mirror, but one has a Kyogre, the other has a Zern. I already kind of like Zern's position just because it has the option to set up in a way that Kyogre or Lunala doesn't really. We see a Fake Out going into Ogre turn 1, and the Z move does go into Incineroar, so that was a nice switch from Justin. Having played the Z Lunala mirror quite a bit myself, I can say that's actually incredibly significant because it now means that Justin will have the ability to OHKO Raider's Lunala, whereas Raider will not be able to OHKO Justin's Lunala for the rest of the game. With that said, Raider emerged way ahead of that turn, successfully catching both an Origin Pulse and a Snarl into the wide guard as he gets a Zern in for free. He is now going to be setting up Geomancy, and it looks like he's catching another Origin Pulse and He does not catch a Snarl, but you know, he's a ways ahead right now. I'm not certain how Justin's really going to come back from this, unless he has Shedinja in the back. If he has Shedinja in the back, and he successfully KOs the Lunala by winning a speed tie right here, which he does not win. Okay. Even then, it would have been a little sus, just because Raider presumably does have Incineroar as his last. Yeah, no, I would bring Incineroar if I'm Raider. Fake Out's just extremely valuable. It's more hit Shedinja, and it honestly does well against everything that's not the Kyogre, and even the Kyogre can Fake Out. This turn we see the legendary Protect Wide Guard to cover the Fake Out potential, but also the Snarl potential. I think Protect Wide Guard was justified there. Yeah. So we're going to need to find another match to look into, because this is just about over. Unless, actually, Shadow Sneak doesn't KO, but if for some reason Raider does not have Incineroar in the back, then Justin does win this game. Which is the funniest thing. Now, Raider definitely should have Incineroar. Raider has Incineroar. Yeah. So we need to find another match. I think hopping into Mora versus, who's Mora playing? Baked and Animus, Mora, and let's scroll up and see where Mora is. Hopping is spelled with 2 P's. So, thank you very much, Mora, for the prompt response. We are in a... Please be a game 1 or game 2. We are in a game 2. And that is a Fire Punch Burn onto Ray. Oh boy. Ray might still win this. Oh, it's White Herb. That is an interesting tech item. Yeah, no. If it's going to come down to a Dragon Ascent roll. It looks like Dragon Ascent should still KO, but it's possible it won't. There's a tiny like part of me that says just extreme speed, but then you extreme speed, you eat a Fire Punch, you take a turn of burn, Mora protects, you take another turn of burn, everything sucks. We see another Swords Dance, you eat the Fire Punch. Oh, I don't think that was your play, my friends. Yeah, I think you had to go in, because now we just do see a Protect. And Salamence goes down, or Ray goes down. Hopefully, that means we get to have a game 3. The answer is almost certainly yes, because we haven't seen a forfeit yet, but it could be no. Just worth checking. Amur versus Kinugawa, yeah. So we are going to a game 3. That's good. So then let's take a look at what we got going on here. We don't have much time to review game 2, but we can see which Pokemon they brought and what was revealed. We saw Bullet Punch on Metagross, extremely standard. Ray besides the White Herb. Kyogre is nothing surprising. Coco is also not particularly surprising. Yeah. So everything we've seen is pretty standard. Looking at the teams, Ment's actually isn't all that impressive. It seems like it's very threatened by Coco, it's threatened by Kyogre, it's threatened by Metagross. It's not really threatened by Incineroar, but it's kind of slowed down by Incineroar, and it just gets nuzzled by Togedemaru. So I'm kind of surprised by Mora's decision to lead it. Kinugawa is probably somewhat happy to have led Coco. Coco's in a strong position here, but it doesn't have its terrain. And as a result of not having its terrain, it completely whiffs the KO on Finny. Of course, given that Kinugawa is Electrium Z on that Coco, he probably didn't want the KO because that would have given Mora a free switch. The Tailwind is very, very significant for Mora right now, just because she has a speed advantage she normally wouldn't have. Although I kind of feel like protecting the Kyogre was good for Kinugawa there, just because if, say, for example, Kinugawa had gone for an Ice Beam onto Mets, it would have been a free switch into Groudon with 3 turns of Tailwind, and we already see that this Finny has Gravity. I was wrong about this before, but I feel like this could be a Gravity Swagger Finny, so that what you do is you get up Tailwind, you send in your Groudon, and then you Gravity into Swagger Blades and smack everything. And Mora has to be careful, because while that definitely does seem like a strong strategy, and it seems like a strategy that will be potentially effective in this match, she only has 2 turns of Tailwind left, and I'm not certain she'll be able to get up a second. We do not see a side Swagger this turn. We see a U-turn going into Groudon, which is incredibly interesting. Kyogre comes back in, winning the Weather War, and an Iron Head takes out Finny. So we will never get to see if the Finny does in fact have Swagger. There's 1 turn of Tailwind remaining. Metagross is at -1. So the obvious threat here for Mora is to just go on the offensive, go for like a Precipice Blades and a Moonblast into Kyogre. I'm not certain how well Metagross takes Precipice Blades, but I'm not sure. It looks like, no, Metagross does Protect, and this Protect just goes second because it's a -1 speed. And we see that Mora gets up a free Geomancy. Here's the thing though, right? If Kinugawa has a Kyogre that's faster than Mora's Groudon, then Kinugawa seems like he can pretty freely go for a Scald into Groudon and an Iron Head into Zern and pick up a double KO. And even if we see a Protect switch, as we are seeing, it doesn't seem like Kinugawa really lost that much. Kinugawa can just Iron Head the Zern again, and he's in a perfectly fine spot. Iron Head Zern, Ice Beam Ments, or switch out Ogre? Which of those two would you choose? Given that play, Kyogre is probably faster than Groudon, so I would probably switch Kyogre out, most likely into like Coco or Protect. Yeah, it makes perfect sense as well. We see a Moonblast going into the Protect, a Double Edge going into the Protect as well. This is not going well for Mora. James Beck, this just in, James Beck is on crack, according to Ashton. I assume their match is interesting, and I'm kind of sad that we're not streaming it. We might be able to hop into that match after this one. Nope, it looks like the set's over. That's unfortunate. So we see a Bullet Punch. That's an Icy Wind Kyogre. Well, now that's interesting too. It's also kind of interesting that it's a presumably faster Kyogre that has Icy Wind. Although maybe it's not a faster Kyogre. Maybe we're just dealing with a very, very slow Groudon, which makes some sense because Mora does have a Stakataka on her team. Although you don't really want to be min speed on Tail Room. On Tail Room, you want to be hitting over 100, just because setting up Tailwind and then still underspeeding Coco is very, very sad. So Mora has Tailwind, Mora has Swords Dance, and Mora can KO 3 of Kinugawa's Pokemon with Precipice Blades pretty freely. But I do not know how she deals with that Rayquaza. It seems like Kinugawa can just go for a pretty straightforward Dragon Ascent Stomping Tantrum, if that is in fact what he has. No, he has Zen Headbutt. I guess the logic there was that, you know, he's just stalling time out until he can get his Kyogre back in when Tailwind has gone down. And it looks as though that will be gained. Yeah. So I feel like the dynamic there was that Mora never really was able to execute her setup like she wanted. She wanted to have Groudon on the field and Tailwind up and Gravity up at the same time, but that never actually happened. The closest she got was right here in turn 4, where she gets up her Geomancy, but then she loses her Tailwind, and she's already lost the Weather War. And I just feel like she had a really hard time positioning against Kinugawa. And, you know, that's not just something that I think was on Mora's end. I feel as though Kinugawa actively played to deny Mora the positioning she wanted. From turn 1, as a matter of fact, not taking the KO on Finny with Gigavolt Havoc. I think that was a very good play. The free switch would have been pretty darn bad. Like, let's say Gigavolt Groudon comes in, Mora now has a pretty free double edge into Kyogre and Precipice Blades, or a Hyper Voice and Precipice Blades if she's predicting something along the lines of a Protect on the Kyogre and a Ray switch in. So I think that was well played from Kinugawa's end. I think Mora had a game plan, but struggled to really execute on it. I think this was a 1-0 match, although I'm not completely certain. Let's see if I can find out. Because if Mora is X1, you know, it's a 7-round tournament, but all X2s do cut. So Mora would just need to go 4-1. If I'm doing, yeah, 4-1, which is a good record to be sure, but it's also very achievable. Nope, that was an 0-1 match as well. Mora is 0-2. She is still in it, but 5-0 the dream is the current spot. Let's take a look at our 2-0s so we can have a better idea of who we're going to stream next round. So, not familiar with Linny. I'm going to call him 1996. Yeah, there's Ethan French, there's Artifish, there's Pado, there's Colometro, Lello, StarKO. I am, therefore I am. StarKO is a 2-0, meaning he beat Justin Burns. Red Silver, Fizz, and Calvin IX, or Calvin 9, I don't know. The interesting thing about Calvin being 2-0 is that means Jono lost. Might be a very interesting X1 match. I feel very bad for whoever draws Jono at X1 in a Zelda tour. That is a rough fate. I guess we can hop back over to stream chat. 76 viewers, that's pretty good. Who's Kinugawa? Kinugawa is a Japanese player. He is pretty darn good. He beat Ashton round 1. No, Calvin beat Ashton round 1. Yeah, I didn't think Kinugawa played him. Kinugawa is in NPA. I'm trying to think of what team he was on. All I know is that I lost to him. He was running the weirdest Moon Series team I have ever seen. It was like Lugia stuff. But yeah, no, I had a pretty good matchup. I lost anyway. He played well. You know, guess that's how it goes sometimes. But yeah, no, Kinugawa is definitely a good player. I think the only reason he's not super well known in the community is because he is Japanese, which necessarily means he's not showing up at any of the US or European majors or the internationals. I'm not certain whether or not he has been to Worlds and what his Worlds performances are, but he is definitely a strong player. Wait a second. If you win a Zelda tour with the Lake Trio, is it all three? Or they get $100? Oh, that is incredibly amusing. Oh, wait a minute. Can I not spell Mesprit? Mesprit. Isn't Yuxi like... Nah. Mesprit learns Stealth Rocks. Fun fact of the day. Mesprit learns Stealth Rocks, and I need to learn how to type. These are the lessons. Isn't Azelf Yuxi? If Azelf... Azelf actually has incredibly respectable stats. The main thing holding it back is its move pool. 115 base speed is very good. It's not as valuable in this particular format, just because speed tying with Ray really sucks. In underspeeding Mega Salamence is not great, but in past formats, especially like the I guess the 18s, the maybe even 15s of the world, where you have Landorus being a very significant meta threat, the ability to outspeed it and hit it with Nice Move would be huge, but it does not learn Ice Beam, it just learns Ice Punch. And it really does want to be a special attacker. It does have base 125 physical attack, but then you realize you're running Ice Punch, and you're trying to hit Landorus, which has Intimidate, and then it's like, wait a second, you're like running Send Headbutt as a physical stab, and the Azelf train crashes into a wall and doesn't go anywhere. Not that I think anybody's going to be surprised by that fact, but Azelf is not a top tier Pokemon. With that said, there was a time when Ashton was theorying Azelf, and his set was... I swear it was Fire Z Fire Blast, and I cannot recall what it was for. I also am pretty sure he ran Explosion on it. Yeah, just general word of advice, if you're playing Ashton and he has a Pokemon that can learn Explosion, but definitely shouldn't learn Explosion, there's still a very disturbingly high chance that it has Explosion. We took a team a while back and we're modifying it, and the one change that Ashton absolutely insisted on was that we made Scarf Landorus, Scarf Explosion Landorus. I didn't feel like fighting it too much. Explosion isn't actually a terrible move, especially when you realize how much damage it really does. 145 base attack stat, when you're not intimidated, using a 250 base power move, stab or not stab as the case may be, damage is still very, very impressive. And it would appear Mancuso is 0-1 as well. And he lost, meaning he is 0-2. Oh! It was a Metagross check! It was a Fire EMZ Azelf! You outspeeded KO Metagross with Fire EMZ. Yeah, because we were talking about Azelf in 2018, and Ash was like, it beats Metagross! Yeah, I remember this. Oh, these were the times. So, to all of you 76, now enlightened individuals, allow me to tell you the truth. RMZ Azelf is not a Metagross check. It's just not. Oh. Anyhow. Good times. Good times. Seems like there's still a couple of matches waiting before we can move on to the next round. Yeah, it was for Metagross. Yeah. Let's take a look at restricteds. Kind of bouncing off the Necrozma discussion. I feel like Mega Mewtwo is really, really cool. I also think it's not great. For many of the same reasons, I think Ultra Necrozma is not great. I think with both of them, you really are forced to be playing offensively. You're forced to be playing with the Tapu Lele. You're forced to be playing in order to get your terrain up, which means you have to have Lele in the back, assuming they have a Tapu, which, given teams that we've seen thus far, teams are going to be having a Tapu at Berlin and at Daytona. You can't expect your opponent to not have one. So then you lead Mewtwo plus something, and then you switch into Lele, and it's just really weird and awkward and unhelpful for hyper offense. The big thing Mewtwo has going over Necrozma is that you are faster than Gengar, and you also don't speed type with Koko. The fact that you are able to hit on the physical side with Psy Strike is also really nice. It allows you to threaten Kyogre a lot more than Ultra Necrozma does. Of course, the other thing Ultra Necrozma does have going for it that Mewtwo doesn't is that after the turn where you Ultra Burst, you do have the Z move. And the Z move deals disgusting damage just in general, but in terrain, it deals unholy amounts of damage. Whereas Mewtwo doesn't really have that nuke. It trades that nuke for some extra speed and some potentially better bulk. It loses bulk on the physical side, but that's the more easily rectified, just because Intimidate is an ability that exists, and Intimidate is pretty good. All in all, I think they both have a lot of the same problems. I think they could see success early on when teams are not super well built, but even then I'm kind of doubtful because people seem to already have pretty solid Zerndon teams going on, and the I'll hyper offense my way through it seems very optimistic. You've got Pado versus Fizz, that's looking pretty good. Junio versus Hamstermania, if that's a 2-0 match, that's also looking very good. Mora versus Justin at 0-2. Bopper versus Joe. Animus versus Mogar. Mancuso versus Saxlad, is that an 0-2 match? That is rough. Desu versus Swaying Grass. Nappy versus James B. That's going to be at 1-1. Legacy versus Sylvie. I want to see what record Hamstermania versus Junio's at. It's probably a 1-1. Yeah, it is. So I'm actually going to stream Pado this round just to have the 2-0 option. And then in the coming rounds, we're going to be shifting down to the X1s. And in the last round, I think we're going to stream an X2 match because that'll be a win and in, given how the tour is set up. Now, where in the alphabet is the letter P? There's Pado. Pado versus... Who's Pado facing? Feis, isn't it? It's around here somewhere. Yes. No. Wanted to copy that. Alrighty. So we'll just wait for them to get started up and then see what teams have made it to 2-0. I think that'll also be interesting to comment on. As the first major Ultra tournament, I feel like this will go a decent way into determining what we see at Daytona. And I feel like Daytona will have a reasonable impact on what we see at Berlin. And of course, Berlin is going to set the tone for the rest of the season. I don't think Berlin will be definitive by any stretch of the imagination, but it will definitely have impacts all the way out to Worlds. I think we will see a pretty standard meta team established at Berlin that through revision will continue to... How can I open the room? Okay. But yeah, no. I think it won't be that people are dead wrong at Berlin. I think a lot of the ideas that do well at Berlin are going to be basically the same things we're going to be seeing at the end of the format. They're just probably going to be a lot more refined at the end of the format. Anyway, it's very interesting that this is the match that we are going to be streaming at 2-0. Both of these players have 2 wins and 0 losses with X-Ray and Incineroar. And they have Amogus as well. And Ditto as well. So this is actually a 5-mon mirror, with the only difference being Togedemaru. Normally I would say Togedemaru is exceptionally strong against X-Ray, except Pado has a Tapu Fini, which means that Nuzzle will not be affecting any of the grounded Pokemon if Tapu Fini comes to the battle. And while Nuzzle still definitely does have potential against Ray, I don't know. I wouldn't be counting on Nuzzle to be active or putting in a lot of work. We see both sides, both Feis and Pado, leading Xerneas. I think that makes a lot of sense. Xerneas is the key to this matchup because it kind of feels like rock, paper, scissors almost, right? You've got Xerneas, which beats everything except Amogus, because Amogus beats Xerneas. And then Amogus beats most things except for the Ray. And Ray beats most things except for the Xerneas. So whoever manages the Xern, Amogus, Ray dynamic, I feel like will probably come out ahead in this battle. We're probably going to see a Geomancy. We do not see a Geomancy here. It's a little bit questionable. Because now Feis appears to have a pretty free fake-out Geomancy. Worst case scenario, obviously, is that he gets roared out by Incineroar. I don't think that's going to happen. What's a little bit more likely is that we see a Snarl from Incineroar, which isn't great, but also isn't terrible. So, although Pado has taken an early lead on damage, it feels as though Feis has the momentum at this point in time. The other thing is we know both players have Incineroar, both players have Xerneas. Feis is confirmed to have Ray. I would be very surprised if Pado doesn't have Ray. And then the question is, do both of these players have Amoonguss as their last? Does at least one of them have Amoonguss as their last? Or was I just dead wrong about the dynamic going on in the background of this match? So we do see a Fake Out preventing the opposing Xerneas from Moonblasting or setting up a Geomancy or any such things. We do see a Snarl, which all but confirms that that Incineroar does not have Roar. This moveset is almost certainly Fake Out Snarl, U-turn and Flare-Blitz. Okay. I'm still a little, there we are. So, a +1 Moonblast. Oh, is that going to be a red card Ditto? It might well be a red card Ditto. Moonblast into it. Special attack drop, which is funny, but it is a red card Ditto. Okay. So maybe we've got a different dynamic going on here, because instead of using Amoonguss to answer Xerneas, Pado at least seems to have chosen to use Ditto to answer Xerneas. And even though he doesn't have +2 special attack on his Ditto, I feel like Pado's in a really good spot, just because he does have a Ditto at +2 speed. Fizz has taken chip on his Zern does not have his power herb anymore, and Pado's Zern does still have a power herb. So I feel like Pado really is in the commanding position right now. We've seen a U-turn. This is probably figuring out how to salvage this game, and he's probably come to the conclusion that he's in a lot of trouble. If he had Togedemaru, which wouldn't make much sense, but on the off chance he had it, he probably, and by probably I mean almost certainly would have sent it in there. Because then what we would have been able to do is go for a Fake Out on Zern and a Swords Dance. If he had sent in Togedemaru, I do imagine Pado would have gone double Zern. But, you know, it seems like Togedemaru offers him more outs in this situation than Zern does, at any rate. Given that he did not send it in, I imagine he does not have Togedemaru, which, given the 3 he brought, isn't terribly surprising. So his last is probably Amoonguss or Ditto. Not switching in Ditto would make perfect sense, but not switching in Amoonguss would also make plenty of sense. His Ray just drops, and so does his Zern. Yep. Pado really managed those early turns well, got his momentum, and it seems like I was wrong about the dynamic. Both players do feel as though Ditto is what they will be, is what they want in this match. I don't know. Although neither player chose to bring Amoonguss, and maybe this is just me speaking as somebody who doesn't play X-Ray that much, but it seems as though Amoonguss definitely has a lot of potential. If there was like an Amoonguss Incineroar lead from one of these two players, Fake Out and Spore would have been devastating. The ability to U-turn, Spore again, getting your own Zern, get up a Geomancy, and then you could like clear Smog incoming Zern from the opposing side. You get rid of its, or an incoming Ditto. You get rid of its boosts. You proc its red card. Seems like there's a lot of opportunity for Amoonguss to be good. Of course, the flip side of that is, you know, you send out Amoonguss, they play correctly with their Ray, or they bring Finny, and suddenly Amoonguss is kind of dead weight. So it'll be interesting to see if there are adjustments going into Game 2. I'd be very, very interested in how both players approach a Game 3, and so I am rooting for Fizz in this game just because of that. Of course, Raider was dominant in Game 1, and so it'll be interesting to see how Fizz tries to... And would you look at that? Both players adjusting very significantly. They're both leading Zern again, but this time they have both adjusted, they have both brought Amoonguss, and not only that, they have both led it. So the perfect mirror is perfect mirror-ear. Both players are threatening clear Smogs, both players are threatening Spores, and both players do not have switch-ins to clear Smogs or Spores, unless Pado brought his Finny. However, Pado almost certainly didn't bring his Finny because bringing Finny and Amoonguss together would really undercut him, and it would mean he would have to leave out one of Ray or Incineroar. So both players are going for a Dazzling Gleam, and I assume we're going to see matching Spores. We do see matching Spores. Well, isn't this fun? It looks like Dazzling Gleam damage was roughly the same for both players. I wonder if we're just going to be seeing a battle that comes down to who wakes up first. If I'm Fizz, my knee-jerk reaction is to actually spore the Amoonguss, although Grass Knotting or Clear Smogging does, yeah, Grass Knotting or Clear Smogging the Zern probably was the better, safer play. Because now, you just 8 damage on Zern, you stay asleep, the opposing Zern wakes up. Oh, buddy. And he spores the Amoonguss again. This is looking really rough. So, sporing the Amoonguss last turn was a very respectable play because it covered the last turn, as in turn 2, was a very respectable play because it covered the switch out. But sporing Amoonguss turn 3, I don't feel was nearly as strong of a play, just because the opposing Zern did have the opportunity to wake up, and by going for spore onto the opposing Zern, you guaranteed it stayed asleep. Now probably a protect on Amoonguss. Okay. Yeah. So I feel like Fizz has to go for the same play and just desperately pray that Zern doesn't wake up. Unless he predicts that Amoonguss is going out into Incineroar, which is a very realistic play. I could easily see Pado making that play. In fact, I'm pretty confident Pado will make that play. The problem is you're like, oh, it's going to go out, and then as we see it doesn't go out. That would be pretty terrible. Xerneas does not turn 1 wake. We do see a Clear Smog into it. And given that Ray is Life Orb, even at -1, a Dragon Ascent should probably be KOing the Zern. Once again, I'm not completely familiar with calcs, but I would expect Zern to drop to a -1 Life Orb Dragon Ascent from the 45, less than 45% it's at right now. We see Ray come in, which is a little bit interesting. I would have expected an Incineroar switch in. So perhaps Pado has Ditto in the back again. That certainly appears to be a possibility. We do not know what Fizz's last is. So lots of weird dynamics going on here. I think the biggest question is, does Zern wake up? If Zern doesn't wake up, you can Dragon Ascent, Pado's Rayquaza, and Rage Powder. We do see a Rage Powder. We see a Dragon Ascent to Zern, not wanting to risk the wake up. That makes sense. Pado's Ray moves second, which could indicate that it's slower, but most likely indicates that we're dealing with a speed tie. And we see a Ditto come in and a Ditto come in. Oh boy, oh golly. 4 Mega Rayquaza on the field. This is Ultra Series. If there has ever been an Ultra Series battle. So, I honestly don't know what you do here. I think you probably want to be extreme speeding, but you want to be KOing Array, so you want to be double extreme speeding Array. So you want to pick one of your opponent's Rays, double E-speed that Ray, and hope you win speed ties, I think. Okay, or you could protect Ray and hope that you guess correctly. Ooh, it looks like Fizz might have guessed correctly. No, Fizz did not guess correctly. It's sad. So it looks like this will be ending in 2 games. Very well played from Pado. I feel like he managed his boosts and his position on the board very well every single game. It always felt like he had the end game in mind and he knew where he was going. Whereas Fizz, you know, he just didn't have that same level of management and planning for how he was going to approach the end game and actually take the victory. So, oh, screen capped? Oh yeah. No, I'm about to tweet it out as promotion. So let's see. Alrighty, tweet is out. Now let's head on back and see if we can, yeah, no, 4 mega Rayquaza. I can and will continue to switch the ones I'm saying for the rest of the battle. Is my stream a black screen? Let's see if I can fix that. There we are, fixed. Okay, so that's a useful lesson. If I minimize the tab, it goes away. Are we allowed to drop if we go X3? Yeah, good question. You can learn how to spell. Yeah. So in the meantime, I guess I'm going to just, let's see what we have here. It was an X-Ray versus Ray Ogre. If this was part of the tour, which I'm not certain that it was. I don't know. One of my early impressions, oh, excuse me, is that Ray is a lot more popular in Ultra Series than it was back in 2016. I mean, even after Worlds in 2016, when Ray Ogre was all the rage, Ray did not have this same prevalence because there's just a huge number of archetypes that are actually drawing on Ray. There's Ray Ogre, which I expected to be a lot more common than it actually is. X-Ray has been the one that's really surprising me, but I've even seen a lot of Radon running around. As a matter of fact, I actually saw a guy who was running Ray Lunala, so it certainly seems as though Ray is being used on a huge variety of archetypes, and I don't know, it seems to be getting some pretty decent success. I'll be interested to see how much that carries on, especially given that Intimidate is so prevalent in this format. Is this a game 3? Yeah. So let's check out a game 3. And it's a Ray mirror again, so it's a perfect transition. We're actually on turn 3. I'm going to skip back to the first turn and we can watch our way through. Very quick thoughts. Smeargle looks cool but scary. Double Fake Out looks cool, but also there's a Serena and there's a Kyogre. Please tell me that Kyogre's going to Primal Revert. It does not. So we're dealing with a Scarfray Kyogre. Faint Ice Beam? No, we have a Faint Water Spout. Smeargle's going to live on its Focus Sash. Makes me wonder why the Faint didn't go into that slot. Serena drops to a Dragon Ascent, and presumably Kyogre's taking a nap. Do we see a Lovely Kiss? We do see a Lovely Kiss. It does hit. Lots of thoughts, little time. Moody Speed Boost on Smeargle. Incineroar comes in, starts threatening Fake Out. Switches Zern to preserve Smeargle. Do we see a Fake Out into Ray? No, we see a double switch going into Incineroar, setting up a Fake Out Geomancy on the following turn. Fake Out goes into Zern, that's fine, trying to KO the Smeargle. Now we're probably going to see a Fake Out into Ray and a Geomancy. We see a Protect on Ray, we see a Fake Out into the Kyogre, interestingly enough, and we do see a Geomancy. I don't know how Food King comes back from this, because Dazzling Gleam goes off, Ray lives on Sash. Presumably we see a Dragon Ascent into the Xerneas, but that's not going to be good enough. It's a -1, and Ray's going to go down to either a Snarl, or it's going to be left up because there's a U-turn out onto the Kyogre. But now Fake Out's back on the bird, Queenly Majesty disappeared on turn 1, and... It seems like there are a lot of plays that can happen here, but Food King never really comes out on top no matter what he does. Because, okay, yes, he just got a free KO on Smeargle, but now Incineroar comes in, fakes out the Ray, and you see a Moonblast into Incineroar. Food King's win condition is to get a double protect on Rayquaza. Flare Blitz the Zern into E-Speed range. And then, okay, so he gets the double. His opponent, Sensation, actually, KiRaKiRaSensation. KiRaKiRaSensation actually either predicts the double protect or isn't particularly afraid of being wrong about the double protect, and just goes for Dazzling Gleam. That's a very respectable play. Even if Ray attacks, it's not at all threatening. And Extreme Speed, as we saw, didn't even come close to KOing. The only fear would be a critical hit Extreme Speed, which is a 4% chance, and that's also assuming that Food King doesn't go for the double protect, which I do feel was his pretty obvious best play there. So I think the fake out into Incineroar is pretty respectable. So it looks like KiRaKiRaSensation won, and we'll be moving on. Unless, of course, I was dumb again, and that wasn't a match. Let me see if I can find their records over here. Yeah, no, Food King was playing. Food King's 2-1, and looks like their match just got reported. All right, so, or no, not 2-1. He won 2 games. Food King lost, which means Food King is going to be 1-2. He is still alive. Since we are starting to get the first 03s, let us take a moment to mourn the fallen. Peter Pan, Shrew, Shadow, JustinSnores, and VGC, and Shibari. You are on our thoughts. Do we have anything else big going on? Let's take a look. Yoshi, Marcus is at 2-0. We'll see if he goes up to 3-0, but I really want to stream Marcus at some point. I mean, he's Marcus. How can you not stream him? Star Raikou is 3-0. Pado is 3-0. Arctic Fish is 3-0. OE is 3-0. Mogar is 3-0. Kind of want to stream Mogar as well. Mogar is known for using unusual teams, very offensive teams. I feel like it could make for some interesting viewing. Give the players watching this, trying to figure out what they want to run, an idea of what they need to be prepared for in terms of the hyper offense. Or maybe he's running a standard team. I'd be interested to see how he approaches standard as well. Feis is 3-0, and then we hit our 2-1s. We've got a very respectable list of 2-1s, a lot of good players. I think Sylvie's 2-1. So it looks like we've got a while before she would potentially be commentating with me. If you weren't here in stream when that happened, she offered to commentate with me when she gets 3 losses, but I personally suspect she'll find herself in cut, and I will find myself being your sole entertainer for the evening. Desu is 2-1, Chef's 2-1, Jono is 2-1, Kinugawa was 1-1 last we left him, Legacy is 1-2, as a matter of fact. Raider is still 1-1, and we've got a mix of players down here. Alrighty. I guess we'll take this as an opportunity to go back, re-reference chat, see what's up. X-Ray having a standard build feels wrong. You know, that's a very interesting comment, Justin. I'm not certain how I feel about it. So, I was talking with Ashton a while ago, and you know, our secret team building session, I'm giving you a glimpse behind the curtain. We were talking about X-Ray because X-Ray was something that had our interest. And my hesitation when it came to using X-Ray was that it really does feel as though X-Ray is a meta-dependent team, because you've got Zern and you've got Ray, and you're going to have Geomancy and you're going to have Swords Dance. And so something like an Incineroar is a very natural fit on the team. You have Intimidate to allow your fairly naturally bulky Pokemon to survive longer. You have Fake Out to allow them to get their setup moves off. Incineroar makes perfect sense. Amogus, too, also makes plenty of sense. I mean, it's an Amogus. You can Spore to generate momentum, you can Rage Powder to let your setup go off. Yeah, sure. The last two mons, though, are where it gets weird. I feel like you really do want to be abusing the fact that you have Ray and you have Delta, Stream, and Airlock, which means, you know, you want a water type, so you can hit Groudon. And Pado did have that with his Tapu Fini, although Fizz did not. Fizz instead opting for another Fake Out and a Nuzzle in the Togedemaru. So I guess where I'm going with this is, it seems as though having a standard like core of 3 or 4 Pokemon for X-Ray is perfectly fine, understandable, and I would actually expect that to be the case going forward. I'd be very surprised if you showed me an X-Ray team that did well that didn't have an Incineroar on it, just because Incineroar seems to be such a natural fit. But it then seems like the last Pokemon on an X-Ray team are going to be anti-meta picks. They're going to be geared specifically for the tournament you're taking the team to, and especially in the early format, when, you know, there are so many questions about what actually will be popular at Berlin. It seems like X-Ray really has an uphill battle just because you don't know what to put into those tech slots, and if you put the wrong things into those tech slots, you find that you don't really have what you're looking for in your matchups at Berlin, and that's kind of rough. I think the bar the teams really are going to have to pass prior to Berlin is the Zerndon bar. Just quickly building the team out. Xerneas, Groudon, Salamence, Incineroar, Tapu Fini. These 5, in my opinion, are probably the closest to the meta team we have at the moment. Last slot can be a number of things. Can be Amogus, can be Cresselia. If you really wanted, it could be something along the lines of Smeargle. You can run a dual mega game where it's Kangaskhan. You can pretend Big B never died. It can be Bronzong. There's one other big one that fits here. So to a lesser extent, I think this is far less common, but I think Stakataka is a respectable choice on this team. And so tying this back into X-Ray, right? I feel like you could say, okay, so I'm going to run X-Ray, and I think Zerndon is going to be really, really common. And so what I want to do is I want to tech for Zerndon. And you tech for Zerndon, you've got X-Ray, you're good with your setup, you have a consistent way to beat this team, which should be pretty common at Berlin. And then you walk into Berlin, and this is like 3 of your rounds, which is pretty prevalent. 3 of your rounds facing basically the same team means that team's popular, means that team's probably good. But, you know, Germany's gonna be 9 rounds in day 1, I think, probably with a day 2. So having a team that wins 3 of those rounds, and then probably does win another 2, just because, you know, hopefully you're a good player, hopefully you're playing well, and you do have the ability to run over unprepared teams between your Swords Dance and your Geomancy setup. But then you realize, okay, that's 5 rounds in day 1, there are 4 rounds left, and if you've got the raw tech mons, you've just got a blatantly suboptimal team for 4 rounds, and you're presumably playing pretty darn good players. So, I don't know. X-Ray, I think it'll definitely have its time in Ultra Series, but I'm not certain exactly when that'll be. My gut reaction would be mid-season. I feel like the regionals in between Germany and the NAIC are going to be when X-Ray hits its peak. I feel like that'll be a fairly stable meta, and at the regional level, I think X-Ray has a lot more potential than the national level. And maybe it's a 2016 bias coming back in, but I don't really feel like X-Ray is the strongest duo as a standalone restricted pair. And I also don't feel like the team has the ability to be built out as flexibly and as what's the word I'm looking for? As resiliently as something like Zerndon. Because I feel like the standard 6, or the standard 5 at least, that we're looking at here for Zerndon are already really, really, really good. They're stable, they're strong, they're all good mons, they fit together pretty well. Is this the best Zerndon? Almost certainly not. Even pretending the Stakataka isn't here, let's go back and slap on an Among Us. Why not? Is this the best Zerndon team? No, it's not. But is it a very solid Zerndon team that's probably going to have very good performances in the early season? Yeah, it is. If we don't see at least one Zerndon, Mence, Ensign, probably Finny in top 8 of Berlin, I'll be pretty shocked. I think most people would be pretty surprised. Zerndon is still the best. Well, so comparing Zerndon and X-Ray, right? I feel like X-Ray can definitely win events. Back in 2016, if my memory serves, X-Ray won Italian Nationals. And I feel like X-Ray will probably win a regional, maybe even multiple regionals, although I'm a little bit skeptical of that. It's just when you get to the international level, it seems like X-Ray is really going to have a hard time, just because international championships are harder than national championships, especially when you consider the 2 international championships left are Europe and North America, which are the 2 hardest international championships. So it seems as though if X-Ray is going to win one of those, or Worlds, which is the other super major, then it's really going to need to be fleshed out in a way that it's currently not. Because no matter what happens, I just do not see X-Ray winning Berlin. I just don't. Could it win the NAIC or Worlds? Yeah, I guess it's a possibility if the player who's running it is very familiar with the team and has built it out in such a way that they know what the meta is, they are prepared to deal with the meta, and they can actively beat the meta with their team. I guess my fear, though, right, is you'll think you know the meta, and then you'll walk into a tournament, and you'll just be dead wrong. The example I love to cite for this was when I was playing in, was it Memphis Regionals, I feel like? I don't know. There was a regional championship back last year that I was playing in, so this is the 2018 format, which is important to note. But I was playing 2018, and it was the height of, like Edu team, which, just for anybody who's forgotten, is, you got your Metagross, your Zapdos, your Amogus, standard version ran Tyranitar, well, Tyranitar. What else did the team have? The team did have a Tapu Fini, and then the last one on the team was... No, Incineroar and Tyranitar switched off. What was the other one? I don't know. But the moral of the story here is, right, I go into an 8-round tournament, I play 0 Metagross, 0 Zapdos, 0 Amogus, 0 Charizard, 0 Salamence, and it was just crazy. I was not at all ready for it, and because I wasn't ready for the meta, and because my team was built with the meta very much in mind, I got rolled over. So I think that's an ever-present danger with X-Ray, right? You're building a team archetype that I do feel is dependent on getting the meta matchups you want. And if you walk in and either the meta isn't what you expected it was, or even if the meta was what you expected it was, but you just get paired up against different stuff, it seems like you have a really hard time. And so the path to actually winning a tournament seems just difficult. Anyway, we need to pick a stream match for this round. Hamstermania versus Temple. Fizz versus Yoshi. Ooh, James Speed versus Desu as an X1 match. That's looking strong. That's looking extremely strong. Jonah versus Tansley is a really good match, but we've already streamed Tansley. Mogar versus Feis is interesting, but I feel like Desu versus James Speed is just way too good to pass up. And let me just check to make sure that that is the 2-1 match. I'm almost certain it is. Yeah, Desu's 2-1. Where is James? And we have another X-ray. Huh. Looks like people really are like an X-ray. Desu said something and I closed the tab. What did Desu say? Okay. So I guess chat will have an opportunity to tell me I'm wrong and I suck and I don't know what I'm talking about, as Desu maybe wins. The other thing is we have a Necrozma. Is it an Ultra Necrozma? Maybe, maybe not. It certainly doesn't appear to be a particularly offensive Necrozma team between the Finny and the Among Us, which does seem to indicate that we could be looking at just a Trick Room regular Necrozma Dustbane. But then I'm kind of curious what his win condition is. Because it seems like you want to be setting up Zern, but if you want to be setting up Zern and you want to be setting up Trick Room, that kind of seems a bit contradictory. So we'll have to see. He also seems to have James seems to have a very strong support apparatus, but with Finny and Incineroar on the field, especially facing down Ray and Zern, I'm not certain what he's really supporting. It seems as though Desu has a pretty easy turn to either set up or go on the offensive, presumably going on the offensive just because he is afraid of a haze from the Finny, which we do not see. What we see instead is an Icy Wind, as the Incineroar, managing to live the Waterfall Dazzling Gleam double up because of Light Screen and the fact that it's probably very specially defensive, is going to be able to execute a U-turn. If Necrozma Dustbane or Zern comes in, they're both in a very, very strong position. We've seen Zern now from James. His last is almost certain. No, his last is guaranteed to be Kang or Necrozma Dustbane. Bringing Among Us would not only mean leaving out one of your restricteds and your Mega, but you'd be bringing Among Us to a match where your opponent has a Ray and Misty trains up because you set it up. James's speed seems to be a little out of whack as Nature's Madness goes after the Moonblast from the Zern, allowing Desu's Zern to live and to set up a Geomancy. I don't know, Desu's not going to get to keep that Geomancy because we know that Finny is faster than Ray and Finny will definitely be able to haze it away. But he will... Oh, or we're going to see an Icy Wind. Yeah, this is really interesting. So, what's going on? Zern still has all of the boosts, and Finny doesn't actually want to haze that much, just because if it does haze, it will be resetting everything on Ray. It'll be doubling both of its defenses and stuff, but it looks like Desu wants to take that into his own hands. He's going to switch out into Incineroar and get the fake out pressure on the board. And actually keep the momentum up, cycling out into his last, which I'm going to put my money on Necrozma Dustbane. Okay, looks like I was dead wrong. His last was Among Us. Which means that James's game plan was probably to... Okay. His game plan was probably to set up, support Zern, and to roll through Desu with Zern. That plan went south when he failed to KO Zern, and on that turn, what he was probably thinking was, oh, Ray's afraid, Ray's going to protect, so Ray will protect, I'll KO the Zern, and then I'll be in a great spot, my Zern will still be at full HP, and everything will be great. That did not happen, quite evidently. So, it looks like this game is close to a lost cause for James, just because, and he's saying GG in the chat, he really doesn't have a way to keep up the offense against Zern this turn or the Ray in the back. So it'll be interesting to see how he adjusts for game 2. I think the turn where he Moonblast Nature's Madnesses the Zern was a very, very serious misplay. I don't think he'll do anything like that again in game 2, so it'll probably be a fair bit closer. One other thing to note is that Desu did bring Amoonguss, which is a little bit interesting. Amoonguss and Ditto both have the potential to act as anti-Zern. I guess it makes some sense that he brought Amoonguss in this match, but at the same time, with James bringing Finny and with James at least having the potential to bring an alternate charisma, I really do wonder if Desu is going to have Amoonguss in this game as well, or if he's going to adjust to the Ditto. So right off the gate, we see a Finny and Zern from Desu. My prediction now would be that he has Ensign and Ray in the back, but we'll see about that, time will tell. Turn 1, we see a trade of a lot of damage that Desu gets for Light Screen on James's end. I'm not certain if that trade is really worthwhile. He does stick with Amoonguss, he brings Amoonguss back in, and presumably he's playing this game exactly the same way with Xerneas as his last Pokemon, but it seems like he's got an uphill battle, because he needs to get Xerneas onto the board safely, and then he needs to get up a Geomancy safely, and then he needs to hold on to that Geomancy, all while beating his way through Desu's team. And it seems like Desu is at least threatening a Geomancy with his Zern right now, even though he almost certainly won't do it because of the Amoonguss on the field. That's always something that has to be kept in mind. Finny is perfectly content to fire off Nature's Madnesses left and right, which, you know, they're dealing 50, 40% depending on what they're hitting, if it's hitting into the Amoonguss. It just seems like James needs to switch out, but he can't afford to switch out. And that Nature's Madness miss certainly is not helping him. Yeah, no, not helping him at all. Because Nature's Madness into Clear Smog would have put Zern into range for another Clear Smog, which would have been pretty significant. As it stands, I almost feel like James needs to hard switch his Finny out into Zern and Rage Powder, just to desperately try to get momentum on the board. But even then, you know, you get your Zern on the field, and what do? You want a Geomancy, but presumably the opposing Finny is just going to haze that away. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm not thinking that this is a battle that James is going to win. Also, nice little bit of anti-synergy there with the Clear Smog dealing okay damage to the Finny, but removing its speed drop from the Icy Wind that James went for earlier in the turn. Desu, for his part, I think is having a jolly good time just sitting around, stalling out Light Screen and getting up chip damage. I guess the one thing that's a little bit scary... Okay, no, I see what's going on here. So James was fishing for a free switch. He was going to try to get into Zern, and he was going to Geomancy and Fake Out, and try to snowball from there. Desu, unfortunately, just does not give him the free switch, sets up a Light Screen of his own that's now going to be on the field forever. And by forever, I mean, I feel as though James has been taking too much damage too quickly, and it's going to be a real struggle for him to continue to stall this game for another 4 turns in a meaningful fashion. Although, given that Desu just switched in Incineroar, it does appear that we are looking at a slow game from both sides. Cycling back into Incineroar again. You thought you were done with this after Sun and Moon. Nope, it would appear that Incineroar is here to stay now and forever. Actually, the fact that Desu's Finny reveals Taunt is quite interesting. We've seen Taunt, Nature's Madness, and what was the last one? Light Screen. So then the question becomes, hold up, what's the last move on that Finny? It could be Haze, or it could be Heal Pulse. I feel like whichever one it is, the Finny's going to kind of miss the other one. We see a Taunt on the incoming Amoonguss, which is pretty darn significant, given that Misty Terrain is not on the field. More than just pretty darn significant, it's incredibly significant. James is now in a position where he could hypothetically win. For the first time, I think he can win. If Desu does not have Haze on that Finny, and James's Zern moves first, and he gets up a Geomancy, and he's able to just like fire a Clear Smog off into the Zern slot, I feel like James has got a chance. Or he's going to cycle back on the Incineroar Moonblast Finny, maybe? No, he's going in on Geomancy. He's committing to Finny not having Haze. Is he Haze? Guardian of Alola. Okay. Okay. Now things are interesting. So both players have Fake Out pressure on the board. It would appear as though James probably wants to go for Fake Out into Finny, I would imagine. Or maybe he wants to Fake Out Incineroar. If his Fake Out's faster, he can Fake Out Incineroar and Dazzle. Yeah, if his Fake Out's faster, the play is definitely Fake Out into Incineroar and Dazzle. It would appear what he's going to do is just U-turn out, presumably onto the Incineroar. Unfortunately, letting that light screen go back up really does suck. Although, the flip side of that is, if this Tapu Finny's last move is Heal Pulse, James has the ability to go for a Dazzling Gleam Heal Pulse here, and that would be incredibly huge. It is Heal Pulse. We see a U-turn, which will enable Desu to get Fake Out back on the board, because Instin's going to come back in. But, yeah, no. James, I've got to admit, I am very impressed with how he has played himself right back into this game. Now the question is, where does the Fake Out go? Finny also does not have Haze. It's presumably going to set up a light screen as Desu gets a Geomancy. Or it's going to Icy Wind. Okay, that actually makes a lot of sense, because now he's got the speed advantage for the rest of the game. We see a Protect, we see a Dazzling Gleam, which successfully fishes the free switch into Amoonguss. Amoonguss is going to come in, and now we see probably a Moonblast onto Incineroar, because I don't think James wants to mess around with missing that KO. Or we might see a Dazzling Gleam. The fear is, that Desu's like, okay, sure, protects his Zern, lets his Incineroar go down, brings in his Ray is going to be Focus Sash, and then it'll Dragon Ascent the Amoonguss, and Moonblast will do a lot to Zern. Except that's not what we see. We see Zern just lose its boosts and Light Screen goes down. Ray is on the field. Ray is now threatening extreme speed, but protecting Zern and switching to Incineroar gives James Fake Out pressure, but Desu can presumably just double protect. So I guess I see what happened here. I mean, I guess the problem is, right, there's a 50-50 going on here. If Xerneas protects, if James protects his Xerneas and spores the Ray, he wins the game if Ray doesn't Dragon Ascent. We see a Waterfall, predicting an Incineroar switch, and almost certainly. Do we see a flinch? We do not see a flinch. And that ought to be the game. Because now there's just going to be a Dazzling Gleam, and in incredibly surprising fashion, correctly leveraging all of the support options he had available, losing his HP on Xerneas, getting it back, through all of the light screens, James Beck will emerge victorious in Game 2. I've got to admit, I am impressed. Let me see, oh! Interesting. Did I perhaps speak too soon? It seems as though James had a pretty free Dazzling Gleam there, but maybe he was afraid the opposing Xerneas would live it. I'm not certain why you would ever really go for Moonblast there. He now has the ability to go for Fake Out and Moonblast. Yeah, no, I don't know what that was. I think his correct play is to Fake Out Ray and Dazzle, but we'll see. If he fakes out Ray and Moonblasts, then this game is losable. Not super losable, but potentially losable. We see a Fake Out into Ray, the sash is broken, Ray wakes up, flinches on the extreme speed, and we do just see a Dazzling Gleam. I really, really do not know why he went for that Moonblast. If the Ray had gotten the first turn wake, and the Xerneas had, say, for example, gotten a double protect, he could have lost the game. I mean, I guess it wasn't that likely, right? Because you need Ray to wake up, go for protect, the Xern to get a double protect. But even then, that's a lot more of a win condition than just clicking Dazzling Gleam on the first turn as you bring in Incineroar and ensuring that no matter what Desu does, he loses the game. So I feel like that was a misplay. Ultimately, James is not punished for it, but it will be interesting to see how Game 3 pans out. For consistency's sake, we're going to be viewing the battle from James's side again. It seems like James committed to the same basic approach that he adopted in the last game. We see a trade of Fake Outs turn 1, nothing super significant beyond that. I'm honestly still not entirely certain how James managed to maneuver himself into a winning position in the last game. It's possible that he's feeling confident and he's going to be doing the exact same thing again this game, but I feel like there is a lot of room for Desu to, follow through on what he tried to complete in Game 2, but just get that extra little bit of damage and actually close it out. Moreover, it actually seems like Desu has an incredibly free Geomancy here, because we have confirmed that James's Tapping Finny does not have Haze. The only real fear would be a Roar on Incineroar. Let's see if we're going to see that. Probably a U-turn. We do see a U-turn. So Desu opting not for the Geomancy, probably fearing like an Amoonguss coming in right here. Given that Geomancy did not go up on Desu's end, Xerneas is the switch-in of choice for James. Similarly, James now has a somewhat free Geomancy, probably coupled with an Icy Wind, just to lower the opposing Xern's speed. We see a critical hit, which notably goes through Light Screen onto James' Xerneas, dealing very significant damage, and a Nature's Madness, which goes into Incineroar. I said this, and I counted James out in Game 2, but darn if I think James is in a bad position and really does have to play out his mind to come back into it. Ray is on the field, threatening a Dragon Ascent KO on either one of these Pokemon. A Dragon Ascent into Xerneas and a Moonblast into the Finny, or what is now an Incineroar, seems very difficult for James to punish. Dragon Ascent does go into Xern, but Xern lives. The opposing Xern goes for Geomancy, and we see a Moonblast going into Ray, dropping it, revealing it is not Focus Sash, something I do not believe we knew up until this point. So actually, I can see James winning this game right now, just because he has an Amoonguss. If he can deal with the Incineroar, his Amoonguss goes crazy. So the Ray not being Focus Sash was a gigantic part of why James is currently in this game. If there was a 1 HP Ray on Desu's end, I feel like things would be a lot worse. Fake Out goes into Protect. James is sacking off Finny, grabbing a free switch back into his Incineroar. And now, his Amoonguss. Interesting. So, switching back into Amoonguss only really seems to make sense if he's going to switch his Xern out into Incineroar, and then attempt to live a Flare Blitz from Incineroar and a Moonblast. And it looks like that's what's going to be happening. except we don't actually see a Moonblast. Desu refusing to commit. It looks like if he had committed, he would have been rewarded. He does still get his berry, but he loses his boosts on Xerneas. And now things are awkward, as they've been for this entire set. Because James needs to get his Zern back in, and he wants to get his Zern back in. But given the amount of HP his Zern is at, he can't safely switch it in. So we see a Protect on Amogus and almost certainly a U-turn coming out from Incineroar into the opposing Incineroar. Double into the Amogus as we do see a Flare Blitz into Zern. Interesting, interesting. And actually, Desu's last is going to be the Ditto, which I think does mess up James's plan to a certain extent. James needs to U-turn out with Incineroar. He needs to be slower, which it looks like he is, and U-turn out with the Incineroar. And he U-turns out of the Ditto. He gets cycled out by the red card, actually, but that's not super significant. And now Incin comes back in. Okay. So, questions. I actually feel like James's play is to protect with a Xerneas and to chuck something like a Flare Blitz into the Ditto, maybe? Yeah, because the thing is, right, Incineroar has a lot of HP, and Ditto does not copy that, which means that this Ditto right here, the Ditto transformed into Incineroar, is significantly frailer than a regular Incineroar, and James could probably get rid of it with Moonblast at some point. We do see a Protect. We do see the double into the Protect. And we see a Flare Blitz into the actual Incineroar, which is kind of interesting. The problem is that the actual Incineroar, while it is probably in Moonblast range, is also probably outside of Dazzling Gleam range. We see a Moonblast committed. We see a U-turn going off, and we see a Flare Blitz. And so now we have a battle on our hands. We have two Incineroar, which speed tie, one of which is at -1, the other of which is not. This could very, very easily come down to a speed tie. It looks like U-turn could actually be a roll to 2 KO, so in addition to speed ties, we have rolls. Of course, a critical hit from Desu at any point in time probably does seal up this game. The speed tie occurring this turn probably doesn't matter for the outcome, but the speed tie next turn is probably going to be incredibly significant. I feel like both players just click U-turn here, and there isn't all that much to think about beyond it, but it's definitely still intense. We see a U-turn and a U-turn again. Actually, Ditto's U-turn, max roll was 12%. It looks like Incineroar could very easily take another one. Yeah, no, those rolls are weird. These Incineroar have the exact same attack stat beyond the fact that, oh. Yeah, since a recent server update, it'll tell you the U-turn fail, but it'll deal damage normally. But what I was commenting on before is it's incredibly weird that we're seeing, yeah, damage is just, oh, do we have a 0? We have the 0-0 victory for James Beck. Ah, now that's something. But, you know, I was just commenting on the fact that it's weird that you have a U-turn dealing, like, on average 20%, and then at -1, that same U-turn. Well, oh, yeah, it's, okay. Okay. Yeah. So, as James has ever so helpfully reminded me, Ditto does in fact have base 48 HP, and the transformed Incineroar had base 48 HP, which means that even though the U-turns were dealing comparable damage, once you factored in the fact that the one was -1, it looked like James was doing a significant extra bit of damage just because he was dealing that damage against a Pokemon with a lower base HP. Thank you very much for the reminder, James. For some reason, although I remembered that when Xerneas was on the field, the second Xerneas left the field, that thought left my mind. So yeah, that truly was a photo finish. Reviewing the last turn just because it is that good. Flare Blitz barely misses the KO on Incineroar, and the Flare Blitz from James's end picks it up. Yeah, no, that was very close. I'm incredibly intrigued by the fact that Necrozma Dustmane didn't come. It feels like Necrozma would have been very strong against a lot of what Desu was doing if it was, in fact, a Necrozma Dustmane. The fact that it didn't come leads me to believe that it was an Ultra Necrozma, quite possibly, you know, like your Photon Guys or Earth Power set, which it would make perfect sense to leave out against Desu's team. If you don't have Sunsteel Strike, Necrozma really doesn't pull its weight in this matchup. Okay, so we are 4 rounds in at this point. There are 3 rounds remaining, and then we will have a top cut, which once again is going to be all players with a record of X2 or better. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take a very short break. I'll be gone for like a minute or 2, and then I'm going to come back. I'll probably have a little bit of a snack with me, and we will be probably back in time to commentate round 5. So stay tuned, don't go anywhere, and I'll see you soon. I am back, and I have with me my incredibly nutritious combination of gummy bears, Snickers, Milky Ways, both dark chocolate and non, and 3 Musketeers. So, if I die, you know why. I'm probably going to need to go and get an actual dinner at some point in time, but hopefully what I'll be able to do is I'll be able to run and get that in between round 7 and top cut. For the moment though, round 5 appears to be up. Probably going to want to stream an X1 match. No, we definitely want to stream an X1 match. Well, actually, for round 5 specifically, the XO match is going to be a win-in match, and so streaming an XO match does make a fair bit of sense. Atmosphere is XO. Atmosphere and OE are XO, so I guess I will grab one of them, and we'll just stream it as the win-in. And then next round we'll stream an X1 as a win-in, and then the following round we will stream an X2 as a win-in. Or wait a second. I really want to stream Marcus. Darn it. I'll try to stream Marcus next round, I guess. We'll see. In any case, OE versus Atmosphere. Perfect. Alrighty, and we have game 1. We're looking at a somewhat atypical Zerndon team versus a very interesting Gengar Yveltal Kyogre team. It seems like the Yveltal Kyogre team might actually be Tail Room, having Trick Room, Stakataka, presumably, and Yveltal that could very well have Tailwind. On the other hand, a lot of the Yveltal I've seen in this format have been Assault Vest, and it is entirely possible that this is an Assault Vest Yveltal, and the team only has one means of speed control. Although personally, of those two options, I'd be more inclined to believe that as Tailwind. Tapu Lele could be any type of item on OE's side. And by that I mean either Focus Sash or Choice Scarf as the two likely suspects. Although there's a chance that it has the Z move. Looking at this team, the main contenders for Z move are the Lele and the Yveltal, although both Incineroar and Stakataka can hold the Z move, admittedly with a pretty decent opportunity cost because there are items they really want to be running more in both cases. On Atmosphere's side, you've got the Xerneas, the Groudon, the Salamence, which is very unsurprising, but no Incineroar, meaning the team only has a singular Intimidate. To make up for that, there is a Smeargle, which is obviously additional support, and it would appear we're going to be seeing that support right from turn 1, as Smeargle Bronzong is the lead for Atmosphere. Atmosphere is very obviously going for a dedicated Trick Room setup, and it looks as though he will be getting his Trick Room. The fear I would have, if I was him, was that he might get his Trick Room only to be trapped in by Mega Gengar's Shadow Tag. If he gets taunted this turn on his Smeargle, and he doesn't have some tech move like Explosion, which would be incredibly amusing, in order to switch out into his Groudon, which is presumably what he wants to set up Trick Room for, he could find himself slowly losing all of the momentum he gained by setting up Trick Room. With that said, he does not appear to have any particular fear, and goes right out into Groudon, and it makes perfect sense why. He doesn't need to fear a taunt because he is Z Trick Room. And this was a gigantic turn 1. OE is in a pretty terrible spot. Groudon is going to be clicking Precipice Blades, and Bronzong is going for Gravity or Hypnosis, and regardless of which it clicks, OE is not going to like the outcome. We do see a Gravity going up. Lele might live this. Does it have a Psychium? No, it does not. It goes for Psyshock, deals respectable damage, but not nearly enough. If the Bronzong does in fact have Hypnosis, something is going to sleep right now, another Precipice Blades is going off, And Atmosphere's momentum train shows no signs of stopping. The Hypnosis actually goes into the Lele, which is kind of bad for Atmosphere because the Kyogre is now in and it is awake. But with that said, you can click Precipice Blades and a Hypnosis into the Kyogre, and there is really nothing OE can do to stop that. Yeah, no, there's just nothing. Just nothing. So, the reason this went so badly is because Atmosphere got everything he possibly could have wanted from that turn 1. He got Trick Room, he got Accuracy, his Bronzong was not taunted, his Groudon came in for free. Yeah, no, he had it all. But I feel like in a game 2, it won't be nearly that easy for Atmosphere. I feel as though one of the Gengar or the Lele has taunt, and I don't think OE will be taken in so easily a second time around. Odds are the Bronzong is going to get taunted, which means either it's going to have a hard time functioning under Trick Room because Hypnosis will be off, Gravity will be off, or, you know, I don't know, but we will see. It is worth noting that Trick Room has expired, but OE does not attempt to take the game. I agree with that. One of the most underappreciated skills in Pokemon is the well-timed forfeit. A lot of good players will choose to not forfeit when they definitely should. Say, for example, that OE's Gengar has Hidden Power Water. It would be able to KO the, let's see, what is that thing called? The Groudon. Yeah, that's a somewhat significant Pokemon in this metagame. It'd be able to KO the Groudon, and let's say Kyogre wakes up, right? And it hits an Origin Pulse, and it OHKOs the Bronzong. Maybe it needs a crit, maybe it gets a crit, whatever. So hypothetically, could he have still won that game? Maybe, kind of, sorta. I don't know. I highly doubt it, though. And that's the thing. By forfeiting, he conserved all of the information. We don't know if he has Hidden Power Water. We don't know if he has Taunt. We don't know if he has Shadow Ball. We know nothing more than what he had already revealed. And given the state of the battle at that point, I think preserving information going into a Game 2 and hopefully a Game 3 for OE was much, much more valuable than whatever minuscule chance he had to win. And see, right now, I was over here talking about Hidden Power Water, and turn 1 he is setting up a substitute, which I most certainly would not have predicted. The fact that Gengar is behind a substitute actually means that there is a very decent chance OE is going to be successfully stalling out Trick Room without ever letting Groudon come in. The odds of Atmosphere actually having something along the lines of U-turn or Volt Switch or Explosion to get his Smeargle off the field are incredibly low. Flip side of that, though, is that it probably does have Spore. So something like a Spore into Yveltal and a Gyro Ball into Gengar is still pretty darn, I'm not going to say threatening, but it's definitely annoying. And even though this is a lot better than Game 1 for OE, I'm still not certain I am happy with it. The other thing is, there is the tiniest possibility Bronzong doesn't actually have Gyro Ball, because what we've seen is we've seen Hypnosis, Gravity, and Trick Room. All pretty obvious, right? Well, that would mean that it doesn't have Skill Swap. And Skill Swap on a Levitating Pokemon, on a Gravity team, on a Gengar, or a Groudon, excuse me, support team, that's all, you know, pretty significant, pretty helpful. So there's a tiny chance he has Skill Swap, but I would imagine he has Gyro Ball. We actually see a Follow Me and Hypnosis into the Yveltal. That could indicate that he does not, that Atmosphere does not have Spore on Smeargle, or it could indicate that he does not want to eat a Shadow Ball from the Gengar. I personally would be very, very afraid to make that play if I did have Shadow Ball, or if I did have Spore on Smeargle, just because I would have a safer alternative available, And I've used Z Trick Room Bronzong a fair bit in Ultra Series. And for those of you who aren't perfectly versed, Hypnosis is 60 accuracy. The accuracy boost from Z Trick Room is 1 stage or 1.33 times, which means you have an actual post Z Trick Room Hypnosis accuracy rate of 79%, which is less than a Stone Edge, which isn't terrible, but it's also far from great. It's just something that's a little bit spooky for me. Yeah, that is a pretty bad speed boost, as Atmosphere observes. We also do see a reveal. The Gyro Ball has come out. It will be breaking the sub. It looks like the Bronzong is about to take a trip, as the Z move is revealed and confirmed to be on Yveltal, and because of the speed boost, the Smeargle moves last and gets KO'd. Now Atmosphere lost half his team, doesn't have Trick Room up, and things are looking sketchy. Presumably, OE has Kyogre in the back, and Kyogre by itself is incredibly strong against both of these Pokemon. The other thing to note is Lele was basically revealed to be Choice Scarf in Game 1 because it moved before the Gengar and Magic Room. Scarf Lele in the back here would also be incredibly threatening. The only way it wouldn't basically just win the game is if we see a Tailwind commence right now. But I kind of feel like we're in a position where OE can just start clicking buttons and win the game off of it. If he has Tailwind on his Yveltal, I would go for Tailwind, just because maintaining speed neutrality at the very least should win you the game. And if you actually manage to get a speed advantage off a Tailwind, well then things are just simply over. Sending a Kyogre under Tailwind in against a Groudon and a Salamence is kind of the dream. So, although this game is not formally over yet, I think it's very interesting to observe just how polarizing these two games have been. With Atmosphere having one of the most dominating performances I've seen in all of Ultra Series in Game 1, and with OE's being less overtly offensive, but still incredibly strong when it comes to his control of the board, of the positioning, and of the turns of Trick Room. So there were definitely different styles of approach to the game, but both were certainly equally dominant. If I was actually OE right now, as I've already said, I'd Tailwind. If I didn't have Tailwind, I'd probably go after Mence. I'd probably Sledge Bomb Mence, and I'd Foul Play Mence, and if Mence doesn't protect, it dies. And if Mence does protect, well, whatever. We do see a Sledge Bomb, we do see a Poison. Mence gets up a Tailwind, and Yveltal matches that Tailwind. Yveltal eats a Fire Punch, but it doesn't really care. It's worth noting that the Gengar took under 50% from that Sludge Bomb, or that the Salamence took under 50% from that Sludge Bomb, indicating it might have some bulk, or at the very least, does not appear to be naive. However, because of the poison, the Salamence is in range of a second Sludge Bomb. Nevertheless, I kind of suspect that OE's best play is just to double protect here. You get another turn of poison on Salamence, you can try to bait out the protect from Salamence. Seems like lots of good things come from double protecting. Even if you double protect and Salamence doesn't protect, you still have the option of, say, Shadow Ball and foul playing the Groudon the following turn, or predicting that Salamence will, on turn 8, proceed to not protect yet again, and will just let itself be KO'd by Sludge Bomb. So, definitely does appear as though OE is still in the driver's seat. Groudon, we know it's got Punch, we know it's got Blades, and we don't know anything else. OE just continues to go on the offensive. We know it has Swords Dance now. And that's the end of the game. Yeah, I agree. I think OE could really just click buttons right there, and nothing really went wrong. I think that Swords Dance was actually kind of sketchy. If OE had in fact gone for a double protect, Salamence would have gone for whatever it would have gone for, but still would have been KO range of Sludge Bomb, and then on the following turn, the Sludge Bomb into the Mence and a Foul Play into the Groudon would have secured a double KO in the win. From Atmosphere's side, I guess I don't really blame him. I don't know how he really could have won that game, and I feel as though Hail Marying a Swords Dance and probably chucking a Double Edge into the Yveltal was as good of a win condition as any. if for some reason Little Oe had just protected Gengar and allowed his Yveltal to go down, the Swords Dance potentially put Atmosphere in the game. It was a long shot, but it was something. And I think it's also interesting to note, right? It was a long shot, and he revealed Swords Dance for that long shot. Whereas I earlier spent a decent amount of time talking about how I was very impressed by Oe locking in the forfeit, preserving the information on his Gengar. So I'm not certain that was worth it from Atmosphere, but let's dive into turn 1, because we're looking at the same leads as we saw in game 2, but it definitely does appear as though there is the potential for this to go very differently. Last time we saw a Follow Me from Smeargle. I almost want to predict that Oe's just going to commit to the Z move. Because committing to the Z move on the surface of it just seems like such a terrible play. Smeargle Follow Me, you just wasted your Z move into a Smeargle, and everything's terrible. But just because the play is so terrible, the odds of Atmosphere predicting the Z move, in my opinion, are actually pretty low. If Follow Me does come out, it'll probably just be to try to redirect a Shadow Ball or some such, and we do see the Follow Me. We do see a substitute, and we do see the Z move, so I was right about it. The Z move was attempting to get a little bit cheeky, catch the Smeargle switching out probably, or the Smeargle protecting, or really anything that wasn't a Follow Me. Unfortunately, it does not pan out for Oe. So Oe now no longer has a way to KO the Bronzong. The Smeargle can keep spamming Follow Me to try to generate a free switch. This is definitely looking a lot better for Atmosphere than Game 2. With that said, Oe had Game 2 well and in hand for just about the entirety of the match. He had a commanding lead, and he never let it go. This doesn't look so much amazing for Atmosphere as it looks even. Because Oe can stall out a turn of Trick Room right now by double protecting, as he almost certainly will, and there's really nothing Atmosphere can do to stop that. And then, so that'll be down to 3 turns of Trick Room left. Then something will happen, obviously, on the following turn, and assuming the Smeargle goes down and he gets a free switch into Groudon, then he still only has 2 turns of Trick Room remaining, which is a lot fewer turns than you actually want. So it'll be interesting to see how Atmosphere winds up navigating the remaining turns of this battle. But, okay. Oh, let's go! An Atmosphere coming out with the strong plays, gyro-balling his own Smeargle. I've got so much respect for that. I have so much respect for that play. Because now he has the free switch, and he's threatening KO and Gengar with Gyro Ball and Blades. Please, Gyro Ball, Blades, Atmosphere. I just want to see it. Okay, we see Hypnosis and Poly Blades. And a Swords Dance. Do we see Hidden Power Water? We do see Hidden Power Water, and Groudon drops! So, do you guys remember in Game 1 when I said if Gengar has Hidden Power Water, he can Hidden Power Water, try to KO the Groudon, and go for a win condition? But then I was like, nah, you don't Hidden Power Water. You save the information. Maybe it'll be useful later. This is why you forfeit games. This is exactly why you forfeit games. Atmosphere would not have fallen for that if he knew that the Gengar had Hidden Power Water. I'm just incredibly impressed by the way Oe's been playing this entire set. And while I guess it's possible for him to proceed to lose because sleep is dumb, I don't know. I think Oe's played this fantastically, and I feel like, especially because he has the poison on Zern, he's still probably going to take this game. Because the Zern, right about now, should be in Sucker Punch range? Maybe, maybe not. What it definitely is in is it's in Protect and then Sucker Punch the Zern range. And in any case, Stakataka is perfectly free to chuck a Gyro Ball at the Zern. And although Yveltal has committed its Z move and does not have a way to OHKO Bronzong, Yveltal does in fact still beat Bronzong. We see a Protect, we see Yveltal protecting, and Stakataka as well, which is somewhat interesting, although I suppose No, that makes sense. Because now what you do is you Sucker Punch, and you Gyro Ball, and the Zern goes down, and the game basically ends. Even in a hypothetical world where, you know, Bronzong was able to 1v1 the Yveltal through some sorcery with Hypnosis and Gyro Ball crits, Stakataka should close out the game, just because Gyro Ball's not doing anything to Stakataka. So yeah, that was an incredibly well played set. I am very happy that I picked this game for stream. Owie making his way into cut in commanding fashion. Really have to commend him on that. Feel like Atmosphere played well, but you know, the Shadow tag was just really rough, and then the surprise HP Water, yeah, in the middle of game 3 really did seal up the deal. So yeah, that was something. What round is this? This is round 5. Little OE is now 5-0, securing his place in cut because there are 7 rounds in X2's cut. With that said, he still does have an incentive to continue playing. There are buys that can be won. So we'll see where he ends up. We will see if anybody else wants to go on stream. But the other match I was really interested in was, isn't there a really good match with James going on? Or was that a while ago? Fames. Fames back. No, that must have been a previous round. Mogar's match apparently might still be going on. It hasn't been reported yet. And Marcus's. I kind of want to give Marcus a full round, hopefully next round. So I'm going to try to find Mogar. Mogar. No. Mogar. Mogar is also offline. Did I spell his name right? Am I in fact dumb? I did spell his name right. Is he MogarVGC or some such thing? Yes, he is MogarVGC. Fancy having a co-commentator. Well, I promised a spot to Sylvie, but let's see. What is Sylvie's record right now? Because last I checked she was 2-1. And I'd hope she's still X1. That'd be great. Even if she's not, I'd imagine she's still in the hunt at X2. She is still in the hunt at X2. So the time is remaining. So yeah. Because since I was talking to her about, you know, being a commentator, I wouldn't want to give away her commentary spot. Looks like they're fine. I was hoping we'd get a little bit more than just the end. Yeah. Alrighty then. So Saxlad, looks like it's you and me. Unfortunately, through a quirk of fate, my Discord does not work, like at all. So, in order to commentate, you must do the unthinkable and Skype call me. Now then, how do I find my Skype contact information without showing it to the entire stream? Not that I don't trust you guys, but I don't trust you guys. But not all of you, just most of you. And by most of you, I mean all of you. I'm just kidding, but not really. I will go to a different tab and DM him on Twitter. Now we're thinking big brains. Gigantic brains. Alrighty. OE is 4-0, or 5-0. Wait, what? Mogar's 5-0, is that a fact? Let's go to participants and see if, or brackets, and see if we can get standings. Mogar is indeed 5-0, along with Alex97. Is Alec 97? No, that's not Amber. He's from Italy, and Amber is not from Italy, as it happens. So we have 3 people in cut. I do confess to being a little bit surprised Mogar is 5-0. I'm not surprised that he's made his way into cut, but we'll see where it goes from there. We do appear to have a strong assortment of 4-1s. Atmosphere, StarKO, Pado, Animus, Junio, Feis, Red Silver, Raider. And then we've got an interesting bunch down at X2. Tansley is at X2. Baked is at X2. Marcus hasn't recorded his match yet, so it could be either X1 or X2. Springs is X2. Sylvie is X2. Nappy is at X2. James is at X2. Sporific's at X2. Hamstermania is at X2. Desu's at X2. Yeesh. Kinugawa too. This is just an incredibly strong lineup right here at X2. Looks like we're going to be having a bit of a bloodbath going into these last 2 rounds. And then, let us take a moment to once again pay tribute to the fallen. There's Ethan French, Tony, Smith, Bopper, Chef, Saxlad, who will be joining me momentarily on the mic, Jono, the reigning champion. I'm so sorry it has come to this. Let's get an F for respect in the chat. How many Fs can we get for the end of Jono's reign of terror? Now let's see, when. I'm going to get the request from Saxlad. Oh, Jono out. Yep. Anybody else down here? Aegis Cave, Master Wizard, JustinSnores. JustinSnores is playing it out. He's 2-0 since he started 03. Nachos, Faint, Peter Pan Shrew, and a handful of others. Yeah, no. Unless there's a really good reason not to, I desperately want to stream Marcus next round. But if there's a better match, there's a better match. It is what it is. Who's Marcus playing this round? Marcus was playing Arctic Fish. We're waiting on that. We're waiting on Chef. So there are a handful of matches still in progress. It would appear. Ah, yes. I think I can posit a theory as to why Jono is out at 2-3. It probably has something to do with getting turn 1 crit. Probably. Although I wonder how many of that losses it applies to. At least 1, I'd imagine, but 2? All 3? And this is the thing, right? I think you kind of have to budget in, especially in a tournament with the next 2 cut, a loss that's going to be to just getting hacked out, because Pokemon's a dumb game and that's what's going to happen. But when you're dealing with 7 rounds X2, like Zelda Tour, and like Day 2 of the World Championships is, as a matter of fact, you budget 1 round to just getting hacked, and then you've got 6 rounds left that you're playing with. And you got to go 5-1. And ideally, you're playing at the top of your game, you're always playing better than your opponent, and you go 6-0 through that. But that's not always going to happen. Odds are there are going to be some times when you're going to face a negative matchup, and you're going to need to play way, way, way better than your opponent, to a point where it's just not very realistic. And so you have a match where you're probably going to lose to luck, and you have a match where you're probably going to lose to a bad matchup, even if you play really well. And this is far from hard and fast. This is just how I think about approaching events, which means that for the 5 remaining rounds, and also those other 2 rounds, the rounds where you get hacked out in the bad matchup, because you don't necessarily know what rounds those are going to be in advance, you have to be on your game every round. But when you're dealing with 7 rounds and an X2 cut, if you are playing with a good team, and you're playing well, playing consistently, I think there's no real reason you should miscut. And, I say that perfectly accepting the fact that, my performance at Worlds last year was a little bit less than stellar. I had a team choice that might not have been the greatest. Turns out having a Mega Evolution in 2018 was kind of nice. I defend the choice a little bit, but, going 5-2 is very achievable just by playing well, by knowing what you're doing. And so I think it's very obtainable for everybody, even in an A2 Worlds situation. And, I certainly know that I'm going quite hard this year for trying to top that Worlds, since I almost have a D2 Worlds invite right now, if I don't already, and I probably will soon. So with that said, let us transition, and right before round 6, introduce our new commentator. Also, so I'm not certain how your audio is going to be. If you could talk, and then hopefully someone who's helpful in chat could just give us a little bit of feedback on whether or not you can be heard and how clear the audio quality is, that'd be great.
Yeah, cool. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly.
Me? Fantastic. So, for those of you that do not know who I am, I'm sure Jeremy's probably introduced me. I am the Saxlad, and I'm really excited to be here casting with Jeremy tonight.
Yeah. Just a quick logistical question. My plan was to sprint and probably grab like Chinese in between round 7 and top cut. Do you have sustenance?
I've had sustenance, so I am all ready to go.
Well, I suppose it is quite a bit later for you, isn't it?
Yeah. We're what must it be? It must be about it's about 9:10 now. So yeah, I've had my sustenance for the day, so I'm ready to stay with you until the close if you'll have me.
Yeah, see no reason why not.
Excellent.
They say you're a little quiet. I wonder if I can fiddle around with that. I'm a streaming noob. I'm winging it by the seat of my pants. Let's see if...
I'm going to bring the Twitch chat up as well so I can see what's going on.
Sounds like a good call. Yeah, no, it looks like the audio we have is the audio we are stuck with because either there is no way to fix it or I am not competent enough to fix it.
That's fine. It might be that it's something that I can fix. See if I can make myself a little bit louder from my end. Give me a few minutes just to sort this out, and hopefully I should be able to make myself just a little bit louder.
Yeah. I can turn up the overall volume of the stream, but then that'd be increasing my own volume as well.
Yeah.
Big echo.
I haven't. Yeah. It's fine. Let me just put the settings here and see what's going on. Right then. Hello?
You still sound perfectly fine for me. It'll be interesting to see if that makes a difference in the chat.
If not, I'll just pop into the system preferences on my computer and see if we can make this louder for you guys.
In any case, in the meantime, one of the things I've talked about most thus far has actually been X-Ray and how I think it's not that good. And I've kind of been going off on my own, like ranting into the void about it. So I'm very curious to hear what your thoughts on X-Ray are, if you're willing to share them.
See, unfortunately I have to take the opposite opinion to you. I think X-Ray is fantastic. The only problem with the archetype is that I feel the only way it's going to be viable is by doing sort of odd things with it. So I know we've seen we've seen a couple of X-Rays with Ditto throughout this tournament, but then also, changing the set on the X-Ray from, maybe using the Assault Vested Ray as opposed to the Focus Sash or the Life Orb. We've seen all sorts, Misty Seed on Finny or the bulky set with Hayes. And then on Amoongus as well, are you going to run Ockerberry or Cobra or Sash or Red Card? There are so many different items and different ways to get X-Ray to do what you want to do. It's got so much flexibility in the minutiae of the 6 mons that actually, I think if somebody hits on the right combination of sets, EVs, items, then X-Ray could do really, really well this format.
So I'm definitely open to it doing well, especially at non-super majors. So you tell me, like, you come back from 2020 and you're like, X-Ray wins 5 regionals. I'd be like, okay, sure. You come back and you say, X-Ray wins worlds. I'd be like, hold up a second there. And that's... Continue, yeah.
No, I don't know. I feel like winning worlds with X-Ray might be a bit of a stretch. I'll give you that one. But I could definitely see it taking the EU International or the North America International. Like, I don't think that's too far off the cards, especially since X-Ray is an archetype which needs to be facing archetypes that it's good against. Yes. So if you're playing Groudon Zern, if you're playing Kyogre Zern, if you're playing effectively anything with Xerneas, really, then you can work around that. The tricky stuff starts to come in when you start playing players who like to use perhaps more unique mons, and so things like Metagross can trip you up, or we might even start to see mons like Persimmon, which has just had its hidden ability released very recently, or Symbiosis Oranguru. I'm not sure how those type of mons are going to affect the meta. I think that's what X-Ray really struggles against.
Well, because earlier on the stream we saw a matchup where it was X-Ray versus a Necrozma Dustmane. Now, the Necrozma Dustmane never came, presumably because it was a heavily committed Ultra Necrozma set. But if you are running, X-Ray and you run into an actual Necrozma Dustmane or like a Soul Galeo of all things, oh dear, are you in trouble?
Yeah, again, I think, yeah, you're absolutely right. But the matchup, definitely depends on the set. On the standard trainer tower, set for the X-Ray team that's there, you've got, I believe you've got Berry Incineroar and Berry Amogus. But actually, when you're playing that Solgaleo team, if you're playing a Solgaleo or a Necrozma Dustmane, for example, and you can get that little bit of chip onto it, and your Incineroar is Incinium, for instance, then suddenly you've got a game on your hands right there.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely think I stick with what I said earlier. I definitely think it's down to the set and the minutia of the team with X-Ray that makes that team work. I think if you try to play it standard, people will have enough stuff to, just blow you out of the water.
I mean, I'm trying to recall the X-Ray team that won Italian Nationals in 2016. I feel like it had a Togekiss and a Mainshao on it, of all things. Or maybe the Mainshao was a Weavile. It had some incredibly unusual picks for the time.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in 2016, X-Ray kind of made sense with... I saw there was X-Ray with Togekiss and X-Ray with Thundurus as well. Especially since you lost that flying weakness, so Rock Slides, Ice Beams... all started not affecting Thundurus, and you could just fire out Thunder Waves left, right, and centre. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, in 2019, with the advent of Tapu Fini and Tapu Lele, that you can't really do that anymore. But, other Mons have started to come into their own with Mega Rayquaza. You've seen Celesteela a little bit come around as that removes the flying weakness or Celesteela. We've seen Togekiss. Maybe even slightly more unique flying Mons with Mega Rayquaza that do a job better than they would do normally without their own flying weakness. I think it's a really versatile Mega Rayquaza, especially. Not necessarily X-Ray, but Mega Rayquaza, I think, makes a whole load of Mons which you might think are not really that viable on their own in other teams, viable just because of the strength of the Delta Stream ability.
Yeah, I'll admit, one of the things I've been incredibly surprised about this year overall is just the prevalence of Mega Rayquaza in the early meta. I've seen X-Ray, obviously, Ray-Ogre, not as much of that as I anticipated, but I've also seen a lot of Raydon. I have seen Ray Lunala. I think I saw a Ray Yveltal once. And I don't know if those more unusual Ray archetypes are really good, but it definitely does seem as though Ray is splashable on a large number of teams in a way that I hadn't really thought was possible. And
it kind of makes sense because we spent the first two formats of this season playing basically without Rayquaza. There've been no primals. Rayquaza's been legal, but Dragon Ascent hasn't, which kind of muted the offensive power of that Rayquaza. So I feel like what you've got now is we spent, two-thirds of a season playing without having to even think about, how am I going to counter Rayquaza? What am I going to have on my team for it? And now suddenly, bang, it's sort of come in, and players are scrambling to try and find something to, counter it and to check it, or the old adage, if you can't beat it, join it.
Yeah. No, I definitely get that. I guess, and I just want to tell this story because it's a wonderful little story. Back in 2016, I thought X-Ray was the greatest thing ever. And I was playing with it in top 4 of a PC against Pat Ball, if anybody happens to know him. And long story short, I let his Zern get a free Geomancy, and I, like the idiot that I am, do not have a Focus Sash on my Ray. So I make a crazy play where I just keep Swords Dancing, and I Swords Dance up to +6 with my Mega Ray. And I get to E-Speed Oko his Zern, which is a fantastic calc. And then, the following turn, he sends in his Salamence, and I've got a +5 Mega Ray. And I proceed to lose the game because I was like, E-Speed will KO a Megamence. And it did not, and I just lost everything, and I never touched X-Ray again. And so, transitioning that into an actual statement about X-Ray as a team, I feel as though X-Ray lives and dies on its ability to set up, both Xerneas with Geomancy and Ray with Swords Dance. And in a format where you have such a high prevalence of Intimidate to neuter Ray, where Snarl is fairly common against Xerneas, and where Haze is on a fair number of teams, I still do feel as though even if X-Ray can succeed, you really do have to be building it right and playing it right. It's not a team you can just wake up the morning of, slap it into your battle box and expect to do well at a tournament with. I mean, certainly not when you compare it to something like Zerndon, which I think has a much more forgiving learning curve.
No, absolutely. And I think I'd even go out there as far as to say that, X-Ray has a slightly higher skill level than Zerndon. Or maybe, rather than that, just needs more preparation time. With Zerndon, the matchups can be fairly easy to figure out. You set up Xerneas with the Incineroar, in comes Groudon. Groudon uses Precipice Blades. You play around stuff, but that's the general gist of that team. Whereas with X-Ray, yeah, of course you want to try and set up the Xerneas, but actually if your opponent is hard countering Xerneas, then you need to figure out what combination of 4 mons work together, not only to either set up or not set up your Rayquaza, but to really give you enough damage throughout the whole game to be able to KO your opponent's team. And in a format which is such high damage, you're almost, if you can't bring Xerneas, you're down one of your restricted Pokemon, and I think you're right, that can make a real difference in a matchup.
Perhaps the most interesting match I saw today in terms of like a metagame perspective, James Beck versus Desu was incredibly interesting. Primarily because James, did you see that match by any chance?
I was playing at the time, unfortunately, so I didn't.
So James had the Necrozma Dust main, but he never brought it, which is why I thought it was incredibly likely to be an Ultra Necrozma that probably didn't have Sunsteel Strike, because why would you not bring a Pokemon with Sunsteel Strike against X-Ray? But the way he was playing it was he was just going hard support the Zern. He brought Finny, Amoonguss, Incin, Zern, like every game, and through some magic, quite honestly. Truly amazing play. He managed to win against the Finny, or like Incineroar, X-Ray, and then Desu changed up what he brought every now and then. He always brought Zern, but in Game 3, for example, he adjusted to bring Ditto. And so I think there's a larger point to be made here that especially when you're playing with Xerneas, or I guess kind of even no matter what you're playing with, there is a huge amount of positional skill and long game plan importance in any restricted format, just because if on turn 1 you're able to see turn 7, the advantage that gives you is just kind of crushing. Whereas even in 2018, you could kind of wing it and plan 2-3 turns ahead and be fine. Whereas in Ultra, the true long game vision is really rewarded.
Yeah, absolutely. Although it has to be said, I think in Ultra as well, the ability to change up your long game plan just at the click of a button is something that can't be underestimated. With the amount of damage that a +2 Xerneas is doing, or a Groudon, if you do get, critical hitted, or that was really bad, critical hitted. Yeah. If you succumb to a critical hit and one of your mons get taken off the field, that can just completely whiff your whole 7-game plan. And then suddenly you have to be able to build a new plan for the next 5 turns around the mons that you bring in. So I think that's really a skill that if players can do both, if they can plan for the long game and then improvise at the drop of a hat, they'll be doing well in this format, no matter what archetype they're playing.
Flexibility is and always has been, always will be important, but it looks like we are now going into round 6. Would you like to help us pick out a match?
Yeah, absolutely. Round 6, who have we got?
Just toss out names, I'll let you know if we've already put them on stream. Right off the bat, James Speed versus Sporific looks great, but we've already had James on stream, so Hamstermania versus Dracon is also looking good.
Yeah, we've got Geop against Yoshi. Is that which I believe is that at X1?
That is at X2. Oh, or actually, wait. No, I'm pretty sure it's at X2. I'll quickly check.
Yes, it is, yeah. Okay, in which case...
You know, I would love to have Yoshi on stream. I'm very interested to see what he's playing. I haven't seen his team all day. But, is hamstermania at X1?
No, they're both at X2, X1, Feis, Junio, Animus, Pado. Just go back to
here. Well, Pado is at X1 and he got paired up, I guess. Because
yeah, so OE.
Yeah, OE's XO right now. I just commentated that match. So yeah, no, Pado versus OE, great match though it is, isn't what we're looking for. I feel like.
Well, should we? I think it's probably a toss-up, but it might be nice to commentate Linny 1996 against Feist, as that at the moment is a win and in bracket as well.
That is? Okay. Yeah, sure, I'm down for that.
Cool, let's do that then.
Let us see. Okay, I'll make the announcement in the chat, and let's both get into the game. Okay. Yeah, so no, I think streaming an X1 this round and then going down for an X2 next round. So the last 3 rounds are all win and in matches is definitely a good way to go.
Yeah, I mean, for me, seeing a win and in, it just there's that, especially now at the business end of the tournament, there's that excitement that, you know, both players are sitting there thinking, I can do this. I can get into cut. I can win. Great. But also there's, you know, I could lose the next 2. There's that little bit of thought that's just going around that just makes these games really interesting when it comes to predictions with things, or, you know, and sometimes you see players make plays that they would never make in any other situation because of the pressure. And I think those kind of matches are the ones that, you know, really can produce the best matches.
Yeah. It's a lot easier to get into the zone when you can really feel that, hey, I am this close to making the top cut. And, you know, especially once you're already in top cut, when you're in the elimination matches. Let's see, I need to make sure you get invited. They are currently in game 1. They have left team preview, but they haven't done anything in turn 1 yet. So we're going to be jumping right into this.
Fantastic.
So from the start, we see that it's going to be a Kyogre mirror, but one person has Yveltal, that being Feis, and there is a Rayquaza on the other side of the field. On the other hand, right now, we are looking at 2 Togedemaru's, not quite the Pokemon I expected to open up to a mirror of.
Well, Togedemaru's been given a really cool niche in this format, especially since not only does it do the job of that Raichu did in 2016 with Lightning Rod and Fake Out, possible Encore, but it also has the Steel typing, which really helps it against Xerneas.
Yeah, Nuzzle is incredibly important, and I'll be interested to see how much of it we see in this match. Nuzzle would be a fantastic move for either player to click right now if the opponent didn't have a Togedemaru as well to redirect it with Lightning Rod. With that said, I kind of feel like Feis is feeling pretty decent about his spot right now. He's got a Yveltal, especially if it's Darkinium Z. It's threatening absolutely disgusting damage on the board. And Linny doesn't appear to have the best responses.
Yeah, absolutely. We've just got to wonder, you have to wonder, though, what that Kyogre is going to do. And in fact, it does protect from the Darkinium Z from the Yveltal, which goes into the Kyogre. So a really good read from Linny there, as we see U-turn come out from Togedemaru. And a Super Fang from Feis's Togedemaru.
Yeah, Super Fang is definitely significant, dealing a lot of damage to Kartana, which, when it's taking physical hits at any rate, can be annoyingly bulky. The one thing I'm going to point out, though, is I wonder if that is especially Yveltal. If you look at the Black Hole Eclipse damage, it did under 25%, which means it would not have been outgoing that Kyogre normally. And if we're talking about like a physical foul play-based C move, that would make no sense at all. If it's Dark Pulse, that makes a bit more sense, though.
Yeah, absolutely. But now you've got if it is a special pairing, then it's going to stand up much better to that Kartana as well, and maybe and perhaps even to the rest of Linny's team. But you have to wonder now with the mind games: is Linny going to bring their Togedemaru back in, or can Feis go for a Zingzap on the Kyogre, or maybe he wants to Super Fang to drop Water Spout damage?
So how I'm feeling right now is that Kyogre is a massive threat. You really do not want to let it get off an Origin Pulse. You can't afford to take that damage very easily. So a Togedemaru switch back in, as we are going to see, seems pretty safe.
We do see Kartana Sacred Sword in, and the Sash come out on Feis' Togedemaru. But it does get off the Super Fang, and that could be really good, because now both that Kartana and Togedemaru are within either foul play or Dark Pulse damage from that Yveltal, leaving Yveltal to be able to get one hit. But we do see the Yveltal get faked out by the Togedemaru, and Kartana predict slightly the wrong thing as it Leaf Blade into the incoming Incineroar.
I mean, I've got to be honest. I would have been right there with Linny going for Leaf Blade, because I'd be like, oh, he's going to switch out. What's he going to switch out into? Maybe Kyogre. What covers Kyogre? Leaf Blade. And then you wind up Leaf Blading an Incineroar on the switch in. But the really important thing now is that the tables have completely turned from turn 4. Feis now has the Fake Out pressure, and he's threatening a lot with the Yveltal. Moreover, he still has a Fake Out preserved in the back. So I feel like faking out either one of these Pokemon, quite honestly, and doing just about anything with Yveltal is respectable, especially if we are dealing with a special variant that has, let's say, Snarl and Dark Pulse. Depending on the Kartana set, it might just get Snarl KO from this range.
Well, the only thing you'd have to worry about if you were Feis is if you don't fake out the Togedemaru, and it goes for a Zingzap on the Yveltal, even though it probably won't KO with the -1 attack drop, you might still get a flinch. But we do see the Kyogre switch back in and a Protect from the Kartana.
We do see a Tailwind as well. The one other thing I'll note, though, is if Yveltal is in fact a max speed variant, it outspeeds all Togedemaru, so flinch wouldn't be a concern. Although eating a Nuzzle and then staying paralyzed for the rest of the game was definitely a punishment. But as it stands, it looks like water moves are just going to kind of happen.
Yeah, the Tailwind there from Feis and U-Turn has put him in a fantastic position, knowing that both of his Mons are going to outspeed and likely be able to pick up at least one, if not 2 KOs on this turn.
The other thing is, when you're in an advantageous position, the question you always have to ask is, how does this go wrong? Especially with Tailwind, that's by switching. And Linny doesn't really have switches. There's a half HP Togedemaru and presumably a Ray in the back, but Ray doesn't switch into foul play especially well.
And then we do see the Ray. But now Linny does have fake out pressure, even though Feis has 2 turns of Tailwind. I think if you're Linny here, you're certainly on the back foot. You know, if you fake out the Kyogre, you're likely to get foul played. If you fake out the Yveltal, you might get Ice Beam or Water Spouted. But actually, we see the fake out onto the Kyogre and a Swords Dance from Linny as Yveltal switches out. So Linny correctly reads the switch out there from Yveltal and takes advantage of that with Rayquaza.
Definitely an excellent play, although I kind of have to wonder how much it matters. We do see Togedemaru live, meaning it's definitely an Assault Vest variant, and it's probably going to get off an Endeavor of all things.
Wow.
Huh.
You have to think that Linny has effectively pulled themselves right back into this now.
Yes.
You know, Feis has lost his Tailwind, and now that Togedemaru has revealed Endeavor, if Yveltal doesn't, if it's a special and it doesn't have Sucker Punch, but as I said that, the commentator's curse, Yveltal does have the Sucker Punch.
Yeah.
And it looks like, even though Rayquaza lives on Sash, Feis is going to be taking this game 1.
Yeah. The play I was actually expecting last turn was to see a protect from the Yveltal and a switch out into Incineroar, trying to sponge a Dragon Ascent into the Incin, and then following up with a Fake Out into Raider Break its Sash, and just a regular attack into Togedemaru to KO it. And that is really one of the big weaknesses of Rayquaza as a Pokemon, right? If you isolate it, it really does only carry single target attacks. And so I don't care if you're at +6, if it's a 2 or 3v1 situation, it doesn't matter how your attack stat is, it's not really going to save you. Okay, just wanted to make sure you're invited. Welcome one and all to Game 2.
Yeah, so, what do you reckon, Jeremy? How does Linny come back from this? What do they need to do to mix it up to gain the upper hand on Feis' team this time around?
Well, the most obvious no-duh answer is don't let Feis get Tailwind up. A little bit broader than that, Yveltal is just a very threatening Pokemon for Linny's team as a whole. Dealing with Yveltal early is going to probably be the best thing they can possibly do. As for actually getting rid of Yveltal, playing aggressively with Ray in the early game seems like the most promising option, unless you could pull some really weird stuff with Cart. The only fear then becomes, okay, so you lead Ray or you lead Cart, and you're going to try to pressure Yveltal down, but presumably Feis has the ability to switch in an Incineroar, which really slows down that game plan a lot.
Yeah, I think on Feis' team, both teams have the Incineroar Togedemaru combination, which allows you to rotate Fake Outs. But I think on Feis' team, it probably helps the team out a little bit more since, looking at Linny's team, we saw the Swords Dance come out of Rayquaza, so it's quite likely that the Rayquaza doesn't have Tailwind, and maybe the Kartana does. But Feis has a much better way of setting up the speed control than Linny does as we go into the game. And we see Togedemaru and Yveltal come out from Feis, and Rayquaza Kyogre come out from Linny.
Yeah, I mean, at a fundamental level, Togedemaru and Incineroar really are enablers, and they're as good as what they're enabling. And as it happens, Yveltal is just really good against Linny's team, so Togedemaru and Incineroar are by proxy also better, because what they're enabling is better. Right now on the field, Togedemaru is threatening a Fake Out onto either of these Pokemon, and we know Yveltal has a Dark Z for gigantic damage, but if you go for a double protect and the Tailwind goes up, that's terrible.
We also know as well that Yveltal's Dark Z won't one-shot the Kyogre, so Feis will need to get a bit of chip on that, and he actually has done that this turn by faking out the Kyogre.
The Kyogre should be in Dark Z range now, but it's still possible it'll survive. Now it certainly won't, though, at 50% HP. Togedemaru still takes a massive amount of damage from Water Spout, because as we saw last game, it's Sash. But the speed does appear to be in Feis' favor.
And even now Feis, again, has got himself into a position where he almost has a choice. Well, he does. He has a choice of KOs. And in the back, Linny has the Rayquaza, which isn't really going to switch well into a foul play. Well, none of his Mons are going to switch, particularly when into a foul play. And in fact, Feis just gets the double KO on that turn.
Yeah. The foul play was actually very nice there, because normally when you're foul playing into a Lightning Rod Pokemon, you have to be very afraid of it protecting and keeping Lightning Rod on the field. But as it was revealed last game, that was an Assault Vest Togedemaru and could not possibly protect.
Yeah, and even there, we see a Swords Dance Sacred Sword come out from the Rayquaza Kartana, but with Tailwind up on Feis' side now, you have to think that, the Incineroar Yveltal combo, or the Togedemaru now Yveltal combo, and we do see the Black Hole Eclipse into Kartana, protecting Kartana, and that does a respectable 30%.
Yeah, going for the double protect on Ray here was probably Linny's best play. I think it was his only out. What Feis did there, sending in Fake Out to force out a double protect, but not actually going for Fake Out and just hard switching into another Fake Out, is one of my favorite plays in the game. It's just really, really devastating, and it's hard to respond to. Because what are you going to do? Not protect in front of a Fake Out Pokemon? And then they Fake Out your Ray, they foul play you, and the game's over. It's a very difficult call for your opponent to make.
And here Feis is just making sure that he takes the win just by switching in those intimidates. And there we go. Feis win and goes through to the top cut.
Indeed he does. So we have at least one Yveltal Kyogre in top cut. Oe won the battle with... He had a Kyogre as well. He was Yveltal Kyogre. The only two teams I know for certain are in top cut are both Yveltal Kyogre. Certainly not what I would have predicted coming into today.
Well, Yveltal Kyogre as an archetype, another really interesting one, because your first thought has got to be that it would just get absolutely mowed down by Xerneas Groudon. But obviously, again, we're looking at those other 4 Mons on the team, those enabling Mons, to try and make the matchup better. And it looks like that both Oe and Feis have found 4 Mons that they're really comfortable with in that archetype that can help them overcome those matchups, which on the face of it perhaps don't look so good for them.
Okay. I definitely agree to that. Now here's a question. Do you want to try to jump into Marcus's game if it's still going? No, Marcus's game is resolved. So we should probably go visit Sporific versus James Speed, I'd imagine.
Perfect.
James has been getting kind of destroyed with his schedule today. I'm not certain exactly who he's played, but at the very least, he played Ashton in round 2. He played Desu, I think, in round 3. And now, in round 6, he's playing Sporific. So it's hard to imagine a more difficult schedule through this tournament.
Yeah. But the whole tournament has been stacked all the way from the beginning. You know, there are so many good players in such a small field that actually top players coming up against each other early on was something that I suppose was almost to be expected. I'm just going to take us away just for a second back to the previous conversation, because I've just heard from one of my sources that, in fact, MogarVGC, who's also made cut, is also using Ogre Yveltal as well. So out of maybe a top 16, that's 3 Ogre Yveltal archetypes.
Yeah. I think we're probably going to have a bit more than 16. I think if memory serves, it's, I don't know, I feel like it's closer to 20, maybe a little bit more than that, and then you have to play into a top 16. But I could be wrong. And the other thing is that's based off of past Zelda challenges, and this Zelda challenge is a little bit lower in terms of total attendance. Normally we're seeing 100 or a bit more. Right now we have 78 who are signed up for today's tournament. But James versus Sporific appears to have been basically concluded. Atmosphere versus Raider, another match I would have gone into, has just finished up. Atmosphere was the victor there, reaching 5-1 and securing his place in top cut. He was using... what was he using? He was using a Trick Room team. He was using Trick Room Zerndon. Hamstermania, I guess, is the next one I immediately want to jump to. He hasn't actually been on stream yet.
According to chat, I sound like Harry Potter.
I mean...
Which is a... Not something I've been told I look like Harry Potter before, but never been told I sound like Harry Potter. So that is an interesting plot twist.
When you were Harry Potter all along. Yeah, no, all of these matches are wrapping up just as quickly as I can ask the players if I can join. Hamstermania appears to have won versus Drakon. I guess I'll do one final stab at it and see if we can hop into StarKO versus Nappy? Yeah, StarKO versus Nappy. So And maybe this is just me being kind of like old and crotchety and, oh, I played 16. I know everything about restricted formats. But I don't feel like Yveltal Kyogre is a particularly impressive archetype. And certainly, today's results have gone a fair way to proving me wrong, but I doubt the degree to which we'll see the impact of Yveltal Kyogre at Berlin, for example. Now, at least such a dominant performance in Swiss and a level of representation in cut.
Yeah, absolutely. But interestingly enough, I wonder whether doing well in the Zelda challenge might actually be not a blessing but a curse when it comes to starting Ultra, because effectively the Zelda challenge is the first event in the Ultra calendar. So this is the first chance for players to see, what's doing well, what's not doing well, what they might have to counter when you go to a big tournament like the EUIC, which is in 3 weeks, or regionals. Actually, an archetype doing really well here might mean that in the future players are going to be more inclined to put stuff on their team which will counter that archetype.
So I agree, and I also kind of disagree, right? And this comes right back to like the X-Ray conversation. But the idea is there's going to be some Zerndon that does well in this tournament because it's Zerndon. And are people going to put stuff on their team that does well against Zerndon and suddenly Zerndon will do terribly at Berlin? No, obviously not. Zerndon's a great team, and you don't just like put a Pokemon onto your team and beat Zerndon. That's not how that works. And this is where I become a little skeptical of X-Ray, because although it's hard to put a singular Pokemon on the team to beat X-Ray, it is a lot easier to answer X-Ray with a singular Pokemon or a combination of Pokemon, than it is to answer other really consistent archetypes. So that's part of where my concern about how good X-Ray actually is stems from.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. You can't stop a whole archetype with one mon. But at the same time, I feel like that one mon with a certain set can provide so many problems for an archetype that it just allows your other Pokemon to sweep through. Think about, let's take X-Ray, for example, right? 1 or 2 mons. So if you have, in an X-Ray, I guess an X-Ray archetype, if you have Kyogre Metagross, suddenly, or even just Metagross itself, suddenly that Metagross is threatening an Ice Punch onto the Rayquaza, it's threatening an Iron Head or a Meteor Mash onto the Xerneas. And obviously you've got other mons on your team to try and stop it. But with that much pressure coming out from just one Pokemon, it allows you to play a bit more freely with your other mons in your team. Similarly, if you take X-Ray again and your opponent has, say, Gengar with Mega Gengar with Substitute on it, again, you're put in a bit of a pickle, because if you Geomancy with Xerneas and they get a Substitute up, suddenly Gengar is in a really good position to use either Haze or to Sludge Bomb or to Icy Wind, and basically just do things that really render the Xerneas and the Rayquaza and maybe other mons on your team, completely not useless, but definitely using at a reduced level. So I wonder whether, teams will, it might not just be one mon that changes on an archetype, but I can definitely see teams changing, maybe 2 or 3 mons, 2 or 3 supporting mons in an archetype to counter the threats that people think they're going to face at tournaments.
Okay. I think you probably just got an invite from Tansley. We do have a game to round out the end of this.
I have?
Yes. This is game 3 versus Nappy and Tansley. What happened first turn, there was a Landorus Takataka lead. Nappy got up Trick Room, and now Nappy is trying to win the game under Trick Room, but is being at least a little bit stymied by StarKO's Intimidate on Salamence and the threat of Incineroar's Intimidate in the back. if you take a moment to like rewatch a set, I'll cover for the second right now. The reason Trick Room was able to go up was because there was a Shukaberry on Stakataka, which I actually think is an incredibly respectable item. Earlier in the stream, I mentioned that Stakataka really does appreciate having its item slot open, and Shukaberry is one of the things you have to keep in mind. Right now, we do actually see Incineroar cycle back in, and the legendary Swords Dance back up to +0. Although, Intimidate is a game that's going both ways, as Nappy has StarKO's Groudon at -2, and seems to be in a decent position overall.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we don't know at the moment. StarKO has fake out pressure from that Incineroar against Groudon, so there's not really the pressure of that Groudon taking KOs on this turn. But I think it's going to definitely come down to whose Groudon is faster or slower even in Trick Room, and what that effect that has on the set. But we see a bunch of switches there with the Groudon switching out for the Salamence, and Incineroar U-turning out for Xerneas. What are we going to see from Nappy's Groudon goes for a Precipice Blades, but it only does 35.5% to that opposing Xerneas.
And that is the value of Intimidate. Yep. So
that is one fat Xerneas.
I don't know. I kind of feel like that's fairly normal damage given an Intimidate. Maybe with a little bit of bulk, but I don't know. I'm also used to using bulkier Groudon that doesn't have max attack investment, so that could be clouding my perception of what a normal Groudon calc is. But the big dynamic that's going on here is there is a singular turn of Trick Room left, and Nappy's ability to get Trick Room back up has been severely hindered by the fact that his Stakataka has consumed its Shukaberry.
Yeah, and we see the Stakataka come right in, Foul Play come out on the Incineroar, and Trick Room go down. So Nappy here looking like, he needs to bring that Stakataka back in. He wants to set that Trick Room back up, try and neuter the threat from the Salamence and the Xerneas of being able to set up speed control and just go. But Incineroar uses Fake Out on the Stakataka, and Xerneas gets a Geomancy set up, but he's snarled down by that Yveltal.
The snarl seems to indicate that we're likely dealing with an Assault Vest Yveltal. Assault Vest Yveltal is actually fairly common, especially on the Yveltal Groudon archetypes. With that said, I would still be kind of afraid of Stakataka dropping to a Moonblast and a Flare Blitz. And if Stakataka goes down, I feel like Nappy's options to win this game become severely limited.
Yeah, I think I completely agree. And Nappy sees that as well and just switches back out into that Groudon. But and Snarl misses on that Xerneas.
Yeah, I know a thing or two about Snarl missing his Xerneas. That was a contributing factor to how I lost my MPA match this week. Very unfortunate. But now, and I think, it's hilarious how similar the situation is, because Nappy's last Pokemon is a Landorus, and the Landorus is at full HP, but trust me, and I know this calc because it was relevant for my MPA set, +1 Zern Moonblast KOs a Landorus. So it really does seem as though that Snarl miss might very well have been game deciding.
Yeah, that +1 Xerneas is still a threat to both that Yveltal and the Landorus, as you were saying.
I'd expect to see a Protect from Zern here. We do, to block a Snarl.
We do see it.
Wait a second. Wait a second.
Woo!
If that Yveltal is bulky, and you could potentially get Trick Room up here, right? By Sucker Punching the Salamence if you have it, and Trick Rooming. But then you have to ask, do you even want Trick Room at this point in time? Because you set up Trick Room, and then what? You've got a Landorus versus Groudon.
As soon as you Sucker Punch that Salamence, you have to expect StarKO to bring Groudon back in.
Mm-hmm, yes. So I think you have
then you're definitely looking at playing some mind games with Protects. It might be worth Nappy just trying, as you say, Nappy just trying to get the double KO on this turn. But there's the Sucker Punch. Yveltal goes down to a Moonblast, and we do just see Trick Room come up.
I feel like that really wasn't what Nappy needed. I think he needed to KO the Zern, and I also think he needed his Evolve to survive. Given we saw Snarl, Foul Play, and Sucker Punch, it was probably an Assault Vest set. Given it died to that Moonblast, though, it probably either wasn't super bulky, or we're looking at a max modest Xerneas on StarKO's side. As it is now, though, I feel as though StarKO can just cycle Intimidate well, and his Groudon and Salamence together will take this game pretty cleanly.
Yeah, and we do see the Salamence, a Protect from the Xerneas and a Rock Slide. Just seeing now that, I think Nappy feels that perhaps his only way out of this is just to go for those flinches and see what happens.
Yeah. It seems like this turn, though, StarKO has a very safe fake out into Stakataka and a Moonblast into Landorus. Does Landorus Tech Rage? It does have Tech Rage, it does go for it, but it's either physical in -2 or special and facing +2 special defense. In one way or another, it's not good enough to get the KO, and that's probably that.
And that, yeah, I suppose with now StarKO has Groudon in the back, you have to think that Stack Attacker is looking, is looking extremely worried. And we do see, even at +1 defense, and we do see the U-turn into the full health Groudon, and that is game.
Yeah. Even just clicking Fire Punch at this nothing like Rock Slide. Doesn't matter at all, but nothing like Rock Slide.
Yeah, and we see the Moonblast and the Fire Punch, and that is the game.
Indeed it is. Rock Slide's a good move.
Excellent. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to pop off just for 5 to 10 minutes. So if that's all right, I will send you a message when I'm back in. I've just had a message. I need to sort something out, but I hope to be back, hopefully before the next game. But if not, I will be back before Top Cup, and in enough time to entertain viewers before to let you go and grab some Chinese.
Yeah. Hopefully there's a little bit of an intermission between the conclusion of Swiss and Top Cut, because Chinese Place is good and it's pretty fast, but if they're transitioning as quickly as we've been transitioning between rounds, I might have to wait and then just do a top 16 stream missing a win-in match. Like, you've cut as an X2, but now you have to win one more match before you're in top 16. One way or another, though, good luck resolving your business, and I shall hold down the fort.
Fantastic, and I shall see you all a little bit later.
Okay. So then it's just me on my lonesome again for the moment. I think the best thing to do right now is to review the matches. We can take a look at who we have in cut and who will be our X1s and X2s going in the next round. We're going to try to get an X2 match to stream just because win-and-ins are more engaging. X1s going into the final round are guaranteed cut, so it won't be quite as engaging. If I am reading things correctly, Marcus does appear to be X2. We'll have to check down here. Here's a cut. Pado secured cut this round. Animus secured cut this round. Feis, we watched him secure cut. IamthereforeIam secured cut. And then we have our X2s. And Marcus is an X2. So unless we see some magical match go on next round, I'm feeling like we're going to be seeing Marcus. Other X2s include Kinugawa, Hamstermania, Sporific. Hamstermania versus Marcus would be beautiful for stream. It'd be very sad for cut, but beautiful for stream. Excuse me. Desu is still clinging in there at X2. And the people we have lost a number. James lost this round, down to X3 and out of cut contention. He was playing Sporific. Okay. I don't believe we've streamed Sporific. Yeah, no, we haven't. So, Sporific is at X2. He would be a very good stream match as well, I think. I mean, I guess my fear, right, is that we're going to get something like Sporific versus Hamstermania, which is just an amazing stream match. And then Marcus would get paired up against somebody I just don't know at all, so I wouldn't have great justification for streaming him over them. But, or like Marcus gets paired up against Desu. That would be a fantastic match, obviously. But, you know, we've already streamed Desu, and you do want to be fair. Neither Sporific nor Hamstermania have been on stream thus far, and so, you know, they would get preferential treatment over Desu, who has already had an opportunity to play on stream. Oh, here we are, round 7. Hamstermania versus Food King. Yoshi versus Hayostar. Not familiar with the name. Sporific versus I Like Ike. I feel like they have a different username in on Showdown, and we've already streamed them. Desu versus Calvin. A lot of the really good matches are happening. Like the immediate ones I would gravitate towards are Atmosphere was a pretty good match. We already saw Food King a little bit. I don't know. Justin has invited me to watch the battle. Let's see what he's got. He's playing Fizz. I'm sorry, Justin, but you're not on stream this round. We're streaming Marcus. I just really want to stream Marcus. Now then, let's see. Hayostar is right here. I'll be very interested to see what teams they're using. And while we're at it, and waiting for them to invite us, let's take a super quick look back at standings to see if anybody else. No, it looks like standings were pretty completely updated as of when we last viewed them. And there we are, the invitation. We see another Yveltal Kyogre. Togedemaru and Incineroar as well, with Gengar Stakataka flashing out the team. Definitely does appear as though there's some Tail Rune potential here, with Tailwind probably on Yveltal and Trick Room almost certainly on Stakataka. And I think this will actually be a great test to see just how well Yveltal Kyogre does, as it is facing just about the most standard Zerndon team I can come up with. The Cresselia slot on Zerndon switches around a fair bit, as I noted if you were in the stream earlier when I was talking about the standard 5 on Zerndon. Sometimes it's an Amoonguss, sometimes it's a Smeargle, if you feel like that. Could be a Stakataka, could be a Kangaskhan if you wanted to go dual Mega. Definitely are some options there. I personally think Cress is the best, although I kind of wonder if Cress will be showing up in this match, seeing as Cresselia has a pretty terrible matchup against Yveltal and not great matchup against Gengar. Certainly doesn't like Incineroar, and just kind of has a rough time versus Stakataka and Kyogre, and even Togedemaru, really. The only reason I could see Cress maybe coming to this match is if there was to be a skill swap shenanigans mid to late game where Groudon under Trick Room was really threatening the opposing Kyogre, and honestly the entirety of Marcus's team doesn't like Precipice plays that much. But getting to a point in time where you have Cresselia and Groudon on the field and you feel good about it would certainly take some doing, and I'm not surprised that Hayostar chooses to either leave them in the back or leave them on the bench for this one. Gengar Incineroar is an incredibly good and flexible lead from Marcus's end. I would expect to see a Mega Evolution and maybe a Protect from Gengar, maybe a Hidden Power Ice if it has it, or we could see something along the lines of a Fake Out into Mence and a Sludge Bomb into Finny, or a Fake Out into Finny and a Sludge Bomb into Finny. There are a gigantic number of options right now, and I feel like Hayostar is kind of feeling pressured. What Hayostar does want to do is get up speed control, and that's going to be Tailwind on Mence or Icy Wind on Finny. I think the likelihood that we see one, if not both of those plays, is fairly likely. The Fake Out's going into Finny, which means we're not going to see an Icy Wind. A Taunt goes into the Salamence, trying to prevent a Tailwind. Hayostar sees through that, gets off some chip damage with Hyper Voice. Looking at things, I'm assuming that's going to be an Assault Vest Incineroar, given it took a little bit under 20 from Hyper Voice. And now things are once again interesting. I believe Gengar should be well within Double Edge range, so it's going to want to protect if it fears the Double Edge coming out from Salamence. But Incineroar doesn't really want to stay in either, so a Protect and U-turn seems to be the safest play from Marcus's end. For Hayostar, he can try to capitalize on that by chucking a Double Edge into the Incineroar instead, which would do very respectable damage. The only problem is, if Incineroar successfully cycles out, then I don't know, it just becomes weird, because the question is, what is Incineroar cycling out into? It could cycle out into Kyogre, and then Kyogre's on the field and there's no threat of a Groudon switch in, but Kyogre's on the field in front of two Resistances, which isn't really what you want. Instead, we're going to see a hard switch into Stakataka, and I'm going to guess we're going to see a U-turn right back into the Mega Gengar. We do see a U-turn, and if this isn't Gengar, yeah, it is in fact Gengar. U-turn is an incredible move when you're positioning with Gengar and Shadow Tag, and when you compound it with the Fake Out and Intimidate offered by Incineroar and Gengar is just a truly threatening duo. So now, the situation is a lot better for Marcus, still looking not great for Hayostar, because Marcus has Gyro Ball pressure, and now these Pokemon have great answers to Stakataka, although it's worth noting Finny's Nature's Madness will chip Stakataka pretty significantly. So a Protect on Gengar and just a Gyro Ball on Stak seems fairly straightforward. Presumably going to eat a Nature's Madness anyway. No, actually dodges the Nature's Madness and successfully executes the Gyro Ball into Salamence. That Nature's Madness miss is kind of significant. We'll see how important it winds up being, but you know, Stakataka is at just about 80%. That Nature's Madness would have done 40. It would have put it well within Precipice Blade's range if it is, in fact, one of these Shuka Berry variants. And even if it's not a Shuka Berry variant, the chip just would have been very nice. This turn, it seems like Gengar has a fairly free Sludge Bomb into Salamence and Gyro Ball into the Tapu Fini, because either you get the KO on Mence or Mence protects, and even if the Salamence goes for a Protect, the Tapu Fini has a choice to make. It has to choose between going for an Icy Wind and going for a Nature's Madness. We see an Icy Wind as the Salamence just goes down, and Marcus actually reveals he has Wide Guard on his Sakataka, which is kind of interesting. I personally would have been inclined to just go for a Gyro Ball onto the Finny to get the damage, and then the following turn, assuming Salamence protected, you could protect your Gengar and Gyro Ball the Mence and grab that KO. Because preserving Gengar's speed doesn't seem to be that important. Unless Gengar's last move is in Power Water. If Gengar's last move is in Power Water, then that changes everything. Swap into Kyogre and a hidden Power Water into Groudon, if that gets the KO because Groudon doesn't protect, would end the game. It would end the game on the spot because Hayostar wouldn't have any way to deal with Stakataka. If you swap out and hidden Power Water and Groudon protects, but you get Icy Winded, I think that still might be okay. Because, especially seeing that there's a Cresselia on this team, I would expect that that's not a super speed invested Groudon. Yeah, so we do see a switch into Kyogre, we do see hidden Power Water, and Groudon drops. And it looks like that's going to be game 1. Zern is the last, but Sludge Bomb into Zern is very difficult to punish. And I'd probably swap Ogre back into Stakataka just to have it on the field. So you're pressuring Zern next turn on the off chance you see an Icy Wind and a Protect. Because if there was an Icy Wind and Protect, then something like a Geomancy on Zern that goes before Gengar, followed up by a Heal Pulse into Zern, could maybe kind of sort of be bad. I mean, at a certain point, the fact that you just have a Stakataka almost certainly wins this game, but we do see a switch out right back into Stakataka. Do we see Heal Pulse? We do not see Heal Pulse, but we see a Nature's Madness instead. It does seem as though... No, it does seem as though Marcus just has this. He can Sludge Bomb the Xerneas and Trick Room, and he's getting one or the other, and either one of them wins the game. The only hypothetical way that goes bad is if he Sludge Bombs Zern, Trick Rooms, and we see a taunt from Finny. If we see a taunt, that's actually kind of bad. We do not see a taunt. He should Trick Room, he does Trick Room. Yeah. So no matter what Hayostar did, as long as Marcus made that play, there was no real way for Hayostar to play out of it without revealing taunt. And even if he did reveal taunt, it still would have just delayed the problem a turn, because then you can Sludge Bomb and Gyro Ball the Zern, and Hayostar's best play would have been to like Moonblast the Gengar and go for a side Heal Pulse if he has it, but you know, that would put Zern up to 65, which is not nearly enough to take a Gyro Ball from even the weakest of Stakataka. Alrighty, so we'll be moving into game 2. As for adjustments, I felt really dominant on Marcus's side. The Gengar, the Trapping, and the Hidden Power Water were all incredibly significant factors, and it feels like Hayostar could have a fair bit of trouble playing around them even in this game. Let me just check. What did Marcus lead? Did he lead Yveltal? I think... No, he led Incineroar. And we saw he actually didn't bring Yveltal. He brought Kyogre and Stakataka. So, it really does seem like if you can get a Trick Room set up with Groudon and your Hayostar, that is outstanding. Of course, the question is, how do you get to that point in time? Gengar revealed Hidden Power Water. I gotta skip to the end. It does have Taunt. So, yeah, getting up a Trick Room is, that seems kind of like a pipe dream, if I'm going to be honest. Although, it certainly seems as though Hayostar is going to go for it. If we are looking at a Psychium Z Cress, which seems fairly realistic, then Hayostar can get up a Trick Room even in the face of a Taunt Gengar. Of course, the problem here is, what do you do, right? Do you Trick Room with Crest and Swords Dance with Groudon? If you're right about that, you're in a fantastic spot. If you're wrong, if you're right about that, in that the Incineroar just stays in and goes for a Fake Out onto one of your 2 Pokemon. If you're wrong and you leave Groudon unprotected as Kyogre comes in, you cannot afford to lose your Groudon. It just doesn't work. Especially assuming Yoshi brought the same 4 and has Stakataka in the back. Your Groudon is your only real way to deal with Stakataka. So you really are going to need to preserve it. Unfortunately, I don't think safe plays really exist here for Hayostar. I think he's going to need to make a commitment about whether or not Kyogre's coming in. I personally think that the correct play is to assume Kyogre isn't coming in and go for a Swords Dance on Groudon. Assuming you see like a Fake Out into Groudon and like Taunt into Crest or something like that. Now, I personally would Swords Dance and Trick Room. And I guess I'm also a little bit scared of Incineroar maybe whipping out like a Moonlicious Moonsault. We haven't seen Yveltal. Yveltal could very easily carry a Z move. It's possible that the stock is Rocky and Z, but besides that, Togedemaru certainly doesn't have the Z move. So I would expect the Z move to be on Yveltal or Incineroar. And in either case, it should be the Dark Z move, which means Crest would be heavily threatened by it. And that's just the thing, right? Looking ahead into a Game 3, let's say Hayostar gets this right. He gets this turn right. He plays well the rest of the game and he wins. I still feel like he's in a difficult position moving into Game 3 just because he has to, best case scenario, get the same type of turn 1 read correct again. If he gets it wrong, he loses in Game 3. Or now, for that matter. Or if Marcus adjusts in some way, and I'm not certain exactly how he would do that. I feel like Incineroar Gengar is still probably his best lead. Then, yeah, he's just on the back foot. And now we see Kyogre come in and Groudon Swords Dance. So it seems as though Hayostar took my advice. Protect on Groudon and a Trick Room on Cresselia wins the game if Trick Room goes up. Given Marcus made this play, Marcus is probably assuming that a Trick Room will not go up. Cresselia, if it is Psychium Z, very easily should go down to a Water Spout and Dark move from Incineroar. If the Incineroar is in fact like Z move, then Crest is in an incredible amount of trouble. We see a Helping Hand. Precipice Blades misses the KO on Kyogre, but Water Spout fails to KO the Groudon because Kyogre was so heavily chipped. So it would appear I, and probably Marcus as well, weren't completely informed of the speed dynamic. I thought Groudon would be slower, and I imagine from that play that Marcus thought Groudon would be slower. And right now it seems like there's another mind game, because if Groudon stays unprotected and just goes for Precipice Blades, and Gengar, say, for example, taunts the Crest, the game ends because, you know, yeah. Do we see an Icy Wind? As Crest outspeeds the Kyogre as well. We see a double into Kyogre, we see a burn on the Crest. Okay, so a lot was revealed that turn. We're probably looking at an exceptionally fast Groudon. Well, I don't know about exceptionally fast, but probably a Groudon that outspeeds Gengar when Gengar is at -1. That is the only reason that play makes much sense, because now, if the Groudon's faster, Precipice Blades is an incredibly free play. We're probably looking at a Psychium Crest, given that we didn't see a Berry proc. The only other item that it might hold would be something along the lines of Mental Herb, I guess. Mental Herb does have some theoretical advantages. Okay, yeah. No, it would appear... Oh, Sakataka actually lives because it's Shuka Berry. But yeah, no, it would appear this game is just about over. But the advantage of Mental Herb, right, is especially if you're a Crest on and you have Trick Room and Gravity and Skill Swap, you don't just want a Z Trick Room to get your Trick Room up around taunt. You want to actually Trick Room and then still be able to use status moves under Trick Room. So Mental Herb allows you to do that. You get taunted, then the Mental Herb cures the taunt. You get up your Trick Room, and now Trick Room's up. You move before whatever just taunted you, unless it's Prankster. And you could skill swap, or you could Gravity, or you could use whatever other status move you want. Whereas if you are Psyche MZ, yes, you get your Trick Room up, but you are still taunted, and you cannot Gravity, you cannot skill swap. So Psyche MZ does have some validity in that sense. But generally, Psyche M's probably the more common and just better item. As for right now, I feel like I think you just Precipice Blades and probably Dark Move the Gengar, or you turn the stock. Zern is the last one. Zern doesn't do well against Gengar, but Gengar doesn't do well against Incineroar. So, that U-turn makes sense. The Stakataka probably doesn't have Protect. What do we see from it? We saw Gyro Ball, Wide Guard, Trick Room. Yeah, could have Protect. Last move, Stakataka could have Protect, Rock Slide, Gravity of its own, perhaps. Or, no. Gravity would be on the Groudon team. It wouldn't have Gravity. It could hypothetically have Skill Swap to play an Ogre Abuse game where, you have Stock and Kyogre on the field, and then you be like, oh, Skill Swap, Origin Pulse, they bring in a Groudon, and then they're very sad because they don't have their Groudon anymore. One final thing to note, that appears to either be a bulky Xerneas or a not fully invested Gengar, because Xerneas should not be taking Sludge Bomb that well if it's 4 HP and if the Gengar is max special attack. Especially given we're looking at Hidden Power Water, I'd imagine this is a fairly offensive Gengar, which indicates to me that we're looking at a fairly bulky Xern. And we have a Game 3 on our hands. Wouldn't have it any other way for the last round of Swiss. Yeah. That was another thing, now that Eshe mentions it, I'm taking a chance to look at the chat. Let's actually pull that up in the calc, because that Ogre surviving a +1 Helping Hand Precipice Blades is actually fairly ridiculous. Why is the default Primal Groudon set modest? I don't know. I don't think I want to know. So yeah, even with no literally zero investment, you're looking at an easy KO. It barely survived, so it's possible it was a roll, but it's also possible that Groudon has less than 252 attack investment, although I'm not certain why that would be the case. What appears to be most likely is that that is, in fact, a Bold Kyogre. And we do see massive adjustments from both sides. Yveltal being led into Groudon. Once again, there is the Eternal Fear. Well, so hypothetically, right, a switch to Kyogre, Hidden Power Water, KO to Groudon, and then once again you got a Stakataka, you win the game. Easy, right? Well, no. Not only can Groudon actually switch out this turn, I don't think it would want to, but it could. But protecting Groudon and going for an Icy Wind on Finny seems like a very, very respectable play. And then especially if this Finny has Swagger, which, I've been wrong about this before today, but I'm going in on it again. This Finny has Swagger. Yeah. Oh, Grav Blades. Yeah, no, that was a good turn one for Hayostar, in that he got something without really giving up anything. But now, once again, we do have the 50-50. If he calls it right, and that's just the thing, right? You call the switch correctly, you call the Kyogre's coming in, and you protect your Groudon and get off an Icy Whip. That's just pretty great, isn't it? And the answer is yes. But also, you still have to be afraid of the Kyogre because it took a Helping Hand +1 Blades, which means it'll take a +2 Blades. And that's not great. I feel like Hayostar's play here is almost certainly to protect Groudon and Icy Wind. It's possible that Marcus will read that and go in. Going in basically means he's like tailwinding with Yveltal to accept the fact that he's going down to -1 speed. Maybe Side Swagger and Blades is just the play, predicting the Tailwind. Because the swap out into Ogre HP Water is so easy. So what we do we see a Protect from Groudon? We do see a Protect from Groudon. Hidden Power Water goes right into the Protect, and we see an Icy Wind. Yeah. I've got to be honest, I probably would not have protected the Groudon there, especially against a player like Marcus. With all of the accomplishments that he has, with his reputation, and with the fact that he's just a fantastic player, I would have been like, no, the Protect is so obvious, he's going to punish my Protect, he's going to Tailwind. And now, of course, you got me saying, oh, he's definitely going to Tailwind, when I don't even know for a fact that the Yveltal has Tailwind. So, yeah. With that said, though, right, I'm not even certain Marcus is in a bad position. Assuming we see a Side Swagger onto the Groudon, Gengar can still Protect, Kyogre will just live the Blades, and then it'll Scald KO Groudon. So, let's see if we see a Nature's Madness instead, and we're going to see a Blades. The Kyogre is going to live, yep, because it's bold. You've got to imagine that's a bold Ogre. The Precipice Blades is doing a little bit under 40. Yeah, no, that's just not how that works. So what has Finny revealed? We have seen Gravity Icing and Nature's Madness. Could be Heal Pulse. Could be... Wait a minute. I'm forgetting a really obvious move that Finny, always runs. Could be Haze, although Haze isn't, universally run. I mean, the problem is this Finny almost certainly can't KO the Kyogre. And so, yeah, we see a Zone switching. Which means we're probably gonna see a... It's really hard to say what we're gonna see this turn. We might see a Geomancy on the Zern. We might see a Protect. But if we see a Protect, what is the Finny really going for? Another Icy Wind? A Nature's Madness onto Gengar? Light Screen? I've seen my fair share of Light Screen Finny today. Light Screen would be cool because there are 2 special attackers on the field, but it would also be kind of upsetting in that you don't have Heal Pulse. So I guess you could Geo with Zern and try to Heal Pulse, because Finny should still underspeed the Gengar and you heal back whatever Sludge Bomb did to you, and then Kyogre Scald shouldn't be a huge deal when you're at +2 special defense. I don't know. Yeah, Saxlad's going to be joining us again, but I'm not certain if he's actually going to be invited, and I'll call him just to inform him of this. Alright, so we are actually in a Game 3 between Marcus and Hayostar. It is incredibly intense at the moment. It looks like Hayostar actually just got red pretty badly, but I'm not certain how much he really cares about that. Actually, I think he cares a fair bit. So I asked Hayostar to invite you, but I imagine he is concentrating a lot. So there's a chance that he's just going to ignore my DM, and if you don't get invited, I mean, I really can't blame him. He's neck and neck with Marcus at the end of Game 3, and that's a pretty intense situation.
Yeah, I mean, playing Marcus at any point is going to be an intense situation just because of how good he is. And, you know, as a player against him, you know that you need to be concentrating at your 100% best to be in with a chance of beating him in sort of any format at any point in time.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know. Hayostar might have the run back. Let me just lay out the board for you, right? There's a boosted Zern behind a light screen at 85%. A full HP Incineroar just came in. There's 4 turns of light screen left. That's what Hayostar has. He's facing down Marcus. Marcus has a under half Gengar, a basically no HP Ogre. We know there's Yveltal in the back, but it's possible that Marcus wins this game anyway just because he's got a StarKo. So...
yeah, I mean, it sounds like Hayato, from what you said, it sounds like your Hayostar definitely has the upper hand at the moment, though. I mean, Marcus's StarKo is a threat, but you've got Xerneas behind a light screen, and if Hayostar can pick off the StarKo with a Moonblast on the switch in, maybe, then suddenly that StarKo is looking like, you know, it might
it's
not be
not
able
as much
to
of a
do
threat,
damage.
But Marcus isn't the type of player to give away his StarKo. He just protected his Gengar to keep it around, switched in his Yveltal, sacked it off, and do we see a... we don't see it. Okay. He's going for a burn. He does not get the burn. Does his Zern live? He doesn't live. Okay, so the quick rundown right there. Marcus sacked his Yveltal to get his StarKo in for free. StarKo had a pretty free Gyro Ball KO on Zern, went for the Gyro Ball KO, Gyro Ball KO'd. Oh boy, I just watched Kyogre Skull do... yeah, I just watched a Kyogre Skull do under 50 with Incineroar. That's a thing.
What?
It's presumably an Assault Vest Incineroar behind light screen, but the Skull did under 50, and that's not okay. Yeah.
I think that's the funniest thing I've heard all day.
Yeah, but no, Marcus really played that endgame well. Hayostar lost his Groudon a little bit too early. And there's not really much Hayostar could have done, right? Because you missed earlier on in the game, but in game 2, Hayostar's got a +1 Groudon. He goes for Helping Hand with his Crest. His +1 Helping Hand Precipice Blades doesn't OHKO Marcus's Kyogre, revealing that his Kyogre is bold for all intents and purposes. This game 2, Hayostar set up a situation where he had Icy Winded the Kyogre on the switch, and he has a +2 Blades. Well, he doesn't have a +2 Blades. He goes for Nature's Madness Precipice Blades into Kyogre, and Kyogre lives. And there was just no realistic way he could have gotten Kyogre off the field. And so he lost his Groudon, and then he was left with a Finny and an Incineroar and a Zern versus a StarKo, and that didn't pan out for him.
Wow.
It was a hard matchup for him, I feel like.
So, looking at this, it looks like our cut is secure. So, in cut, we have Alec K97, who's gone undefeated in the tour at 6-0. OAVGC, Mogar, AtmosphereVGC, Star Raikou, Pado in 6th, Animus in 7th, Feis in 8th, IamthereforeIamVGC in 9th. Linny, who we saw earlier on stream, has cut through in 10th. We saw Linny lose to Feis, didn't we? With the they had the Ryoga team with Incineroar and Togedemaru.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find what standings you're looking at, because the standings I have up on my screen are a little bit different. I've got Linny as 8th. It's not super significant, and you know, Linny might have shifted up to 8th based off of a match being put in for Resistance, so that's probably it, actually.
Yeah, and then Red Silver, Cole Metro, I Like 282, Junio, Arctic Fish, StarKO slips into cut there as well. Baked VGC slips into cut, as does Raider. Yoshi, who we just saw win the last match against Hayostar. Nirimbo, Calvonix. Hang on a sec.
So we have 18 players in cut. And if I understand how this is working correctly, wait a second, let me ask Zelda. Because there's going to be a play-in, and we're either doing a play-in to a top 8 or a play-in to a top 16. If it's a play-in to a top 16, the matches are going to be Yoshi versus Desu and Kinugawa versus Hamstermania.
Which are both ridiculous matchups, especially those are the kind of matchups you'd almost expect to see in a top 8 or a top 4, let alone a play-in to the top 16 of Cup.
Yeah, no, they're definitely incredible matches. I kind of suspect we might actually be doing a play-in to a top 8, though, which would mean 18 through, like, what is that, 18 through 4th would be playing, or 18 through 6th? If it's 18, no, it would be 18 through 4th. That's 12 matches that produce 6 play. No, playing into a top 8 would be really hard.
I think it would make more sense to play into a top 16. And I think that's what's happened in previous Zelda challenges. But the only person in Zelda who can really say at the moment is Zelda himself. Yeah. And we are just waiting for Zelda to confirm whether we're going to play into a top 8 or into a top 16.
Okay, so Zelda has top cut up, and presumably it's going to be a bracket, which will give us all of the answers we need. Yeah, it's a bracket.
It looks like we're playing into a top 16.
It is a play into a top 16. All right, so as much as I do want to have Marcus on stream again, it looks like we're going to be doing Hamstermania versus, who was his opponent?
Kinugawa.
Kinugawa, yes. And then the winner of that match will be going on to play Owie, the #1 seed in Swiss, in top 16. Rest in peace, having dinner. No hiding games, or I'm just going to announce the rematch anyway. That's a good question. Are we waiting? We should probably wait for the play-ins.
I mean, my own preference would be waiting for the play-ins and then waiting until they've done rather than just playing. But I can understand why players, they might want to get their games done.
I mean, from a tournament hosting standpoint, you should wait just because you've got a round timer going on. And if you've got top 16, yeah, you guys must wait for the play-ins. I'm not at all surprised that was the ruling. Because round timer would potentially get all messed up, and the bracket just starts looking weird. So we'll be hopping into Hamstermania versus Kinugawa. The games are open. I'm already in the first 2, and I'll be in the 3rd one just as soon as it gets opened. It looks like, yes, there's a Zygarde. Yes.
You sound too happy about that fact.
It's Zygarde. Zygarde is great. I love Zygarde. I played Zygarde quite a fair bit. I'm not convinced it's amazing, but if Zygarde turns out to be good, that would make me so happy. So happy.
Well, you have to wonder here, Kinugawa, I would say, has probably got the matchup. You know, you've got that on a Zygarde Groudon team against Rayouga. You have to be thinking, especially with Rayouga Metagross, you have to be thinking that, you know, Kinugawa has got the option to Ice Punch, he's got the option for Ice Beam, he's got Rayquaza there to be able to, so the Kyogre can use their water moves even with Groudon out.
So, yeah, as much as I love Zygarde, this looks atrocious. If Hamstermania plays his way out of this, kudos to him.
But we can say it looks atrocious all we like. Hamstermania has made cuts, so obviously there's something there that has, you know, kept him going throughout the tournament.
I mean, here's what I'll say, right? It does seem like Kinugawa holds all the cards. The combination of Ray and Ogre means that he can use water-type moves just about whenever he wants against the Groudon team, which is huge. He almost certainly has Ice Beam, which puts on huge pressure against Mence and Zygarde. But the thing to remember, right, is that Hamstermania is A, a really great player, and B, I'm assuming he's got the element of surprise, because if my eyes don't deceive me, he just led Bisharp.
Yeah. I imagine, you know, when you lead Bisharp, I suppose you're hoping that your opponent just, you know, doesn't care and wants to lead something, well, wants to lead Kinugawa's Incineroar. But Kinugawa doesn't fall for that at all and leads Tapu Koko down its Bisharp. And if I were Kinugawa, my first thought right now would be, if I can pick a target, the right target, I can get a Volt Switch out, potentially into Rayquaza, and there's a potential Water Spout. But we actually see the Z move, the Gigavolt Havoc, straight into the Bisharp.
That lives it. Okay, that is an Assault Vest Bisharp. Oh, if Bisharp had lived the Gigavolt Icy Wind, I would have lost it, because it would have gotten the Defiant attack boost. Oh, man.
Unfortunately. I wonder now whether Kinugawa's Kyogre is going to be faster than Hamstermania's Groudon.
Yeah, I don't know. Speeds on this team are really weird. I would assume the Groudon isn't absurdly slow, just because this Salamence probably has Tailwind for support.
Yeah, and there's also no Trick Room as well.
Yeah, there's also no Trick Room. I'm kind of surprised about the turn one, though. I kind of felt like Kinugawa would just chuck a Gigavolt Havoc and Salamence, not really caring if Salamence protected, because it didn't seem like there was a huge potential for Bisharp to really punish that. Although
we do see,
it would appear,
the Rayquaza comes out, but Hamstermania's Groudon is faster than Kinugawa's Kyogre and stops the, Kinugawa's play of using that water move to get rid of Groudon.
So just an observation, but if that's a Choice Scarf Tapu Lele, I kind of feel like Hamstermania is still in this game. Ray will almost certainly be Focus Sash. It'll take the Moonblast. But unless he's got a water move on that Ray, it seems like Kinugawa's options to deal with Groudon just got a lot more limited. I mean, the Metagross presumably has Stomping Tantrum, but still.
But as even though it's a ground move, it's a physical ground move, and Groudon's physical defense is really quite high. Groudon Primal has a physical defense of 160, which with a HP stat of 100 is really nothing to laugh at.
Yeah. I mean, the big question this turn is the Lele Scarf? And also, do we see a double into Groudon? Because if we see a double into Groudon's Protect, I kind of feel like Kinugawa actually might just win this game off of that. Especially given that the Metagross is going to be Mega Evolving, meaning the Ray can't Mega Evolve. I'm not even certain its Extreme Speed, as a non-Mega, would KO the Salamence from the 23 to 25% it's at. So it definitely seems like this is going to be a turn that decides the match.
Yeah,
and it's only
absolutely.
turn 3.
taking a lot of time over this turn. Kinugawa just sort of, you've got, I think you're right, you've got to wonder whether the Groudon protects. But we see the Moonblast into the protecting Rayquaza and an Iron Head from Metagross into Tapu Lele. And the P-Blade from Groudon doesn't KO Metagross. So now you have a really interesting one on your hands. If that Rayquaza has E-Speed, it can now just E-Speed that Salamence. And I think from that range, even with non-Mega, you're likely to get a KO.
Yeah, it's possible. I don't know. I've just been disappointed by Ray's E-Speed before. I mean, if we're looking at a hasty Salamence, then yes, I would imagine it does get the KO. But if it's naive or, heck, actually a bulky Salamence, then there's at least the fear that it might live. The other thing I'll note is that Metagross surviving is really quite weird. I just ran a calc. Assuming the Groudon on Kutesh's side, Hamstermania's side, is just 252 attack, not even adamant. Wait a minute, let me quickly check. Oh, never mind. I did a calc against non-Mega Metagross. Still, the calc doesn't quite line up, especially given how much Kinugawa lived on. Hamstermania either isn't completely invested, or that Metagross definitely does have some bulk. We see an E-Speed, and it does KO the Ments. And the Bullet Punch. Okay.
And the Bullet Punch in Psychic Terrain.
Nah, Kinugawa was afraid that the Ments would live it. The Bullet Punch was into the Ments, and it got redirected.
Yeah. And therefore, he went for the E-Speed Bullet Punch combo, just to make sure.
Yeah. I don't know about that second extreme speed, though.
But it didn't matter, as Metagross' Zen Headbutt...
Yeah, it cleans up.
Took out the Groudon. And now we go into game 2, and, Hamstermania's really back up against the wall now.
Yeah. Although, I do have a question at this point in time, right? We just saw Iron Head, Bullet Punch, and Zen Headbutt from that Metagross. And we saw an Icy Wind from the Kyogre. So now I suddenly have a couple questions about how well Kinugawa is actually able to hit that Zygarde.
Yeah. Well, Bullet Punch, yeah. I was going to say that what we didn't see was a Protect from that Metagross. So it could be that Kinugawa's just gone all out and decided, you know what, I need all of these moved on my Metagross, and has just gone completely full throttle with it. But you're right, if that Metagross doesn't have Ice Punch, suddenly the Zygarde, if Hamstermania can get rid of the Kyogre again, really nice in this matchup. But we do see the Salamence Bishop lead again, and into Kyogre Tapu Koko. So this is obviously that Hamstermania is comfortable with, even though it didn't quite work out for him in game 1.
I'm very curious what direction Hamstermania is trying to direct this game in, because it seems like Bishop really isn't doing much on the field right now, and even Salamence is incredibly threatened. I don't think he can afford to make the same play he made game 1, but I'm not certain what other play he could make besides a switch into Groudon and hoping that his opponent doesn't Volt Switch into Ray. Well, even if there's a Volt Switch into Ray. Okay.
We see Big Rock into the Groudon and a Tailwind.
Alrighty then.
And here we go, we have it. And in that one turn, Hamstermania has just thrown pretty much the whole game into his favour now.
Yeah, no, Kinugawa's definitely playing from behind. He needs to stall out this Tailwind. He probably has to switch Ray in because the Precipice Blades is going off. Kyogre just protected. I don't know. A Precipice Blades and a double engine to the Kyogre seems like a very safe play that Kinugawa is going to be hard-pressed to punish.
Yeah, absolutely. And even if he switches in, those Precipice Blades are really going to be taken out Rayquaza, Kyogre even. But we do see the Kyogre switch out into Rayquaza, and the double edge from Salamence doing a good 75, well, 80% to that Rayquaza.
And that's the beauty behind the double edge blades, right? It's like, what are you going to do? Switch in Ray? All right, and now I hyper voice and blades, and you don't switch into that either.
No, there's almost nothing that Kinugawa can do. Hamstermania has so much pressure on the field right now that Kinugawa is just protecting Moz, and we do see the hyper voice, Precipice Blades combo, and Tapu Koko decides, you know what, I've had enough of this, jumps back into its Pokeball, and comes back for a nice long nap.
And now here, I think this is what Kinugawa was playing to. This is actually a little bit interesting, because the Kyogre might live a Hyper Voice Blades. Normally, I would say the Kyogre is definitely going to live a Hyper Voice Blades, but if we see the Ray stay in and go for die to a Hyper Voice, then Precipice Blades will be single target against the Kyogre, which might well KO it. I don't know. I still feel like this is very much in Hamstermania's favor, but this turn at least is a tiny bit awkward.
I mean, if I was Hamstermania, I'd be wondering whether I should actually, protect Kyogre and see if I can get the next turn's home. But we see a double protect come off the Rayquaza, which could be massive, as Precipice Blades don't KO, and the Origin Pulse just takes care of that Groudon.
Yeah, no, that was pretty huge. The Ray obviously would have died to the Hyper Voice, and the single target Precipice Blades, looking at the damage we just saw, almost certainly would have taken out the Kyogre. It still seems like Hamstermania is in a winning position, but it's not as one-sided as it once was.
Yeah, but the pressure from that Tapu Lele is pretty huge.
Yeah, my fear is, okay, but Kinugawa's probably got a Metagross in the back. And as it happens, Metagross is a pretty good switch into Mence and Lele. Especially if, I don't know, a double-edge into Ray. And I almost feel like I want to commit to Kyogre protecting here, but that might be a bad play. But because my first instinct is to Moonblast and double-edge Ray. And that goes bad if and only if Ray switches out into Metagross and Kyogre doesn't protect.
But in fact, we see the Kyogre switch out into Metagross, and Rayquaza just E-speed the Salamence.
And we see a Dazzle, which is, it's mildly interesting.
I mean, from Hamstermania's point, you can see, with that Dazzling Gleam, he knew that Dazzling Gleam was going to KO the Rayquaza, and he knew that a Dazzling Gleam Hyper Voice would KO that Kyogre. So, from his perspective, it wasn't I don't think it was the worst move in the world he could have made. But now, interestingly enough, we've got this Metagross against Salamence and Lele, and neither Salamence or Lele particularly like facing off against Metagross.
Here's a question. Is that hasty Mence? And I was talking about, it's a 20% it lives in E-speed. This game it's at even more percent, but if it is hasty, there's a chance it dies to Bullet Punch, and then there's a chance Dazzling Gleam doesn't KO the Kyogre. So it's definitely possible for this turn to go horribly wrong for Hamstermania.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's interesting as well that Hamstermania, if I was Hamstermania, I'd probably be looking at a way, making sure that Kyogre just gets rid of. Because you've still got that full health Bisharp in the back. And Metagross, we've seen, has got Zen Headbutt, Bullet Punch,
Iron Head.
And Iron Head. So Bisharp should, and I say should because we haven't seen the fourth move off Metagross, be able to beat that Metagross in a 1v1 matchup.
Yeah, you're right. I was thinking in the back of my mind, you set up an endgame that's Bisharp versus Metagross and you just lose because Psychic Terrain's up and Metagross has Stomping Tantrum. What type of Metagross doesn't have Stomping Tantrum? It looks like it's probably this Metagross, as a matter of fact. So, because even in game one, that is, we saw Metagross go for a Zen Headbutt onto Groudon, which is a suboptimal play if you have Stomping Tantrum. It's still possible that Kinugawa would go for Zen Headbutt to conserve information given how far up he was in the game, but it seems very reasonable to believe that the Metagross does not have Stomping Tantrum given what we've seen over these past two games.
Yeah, I mean, if I was Kinugawa here, I'd be tempted to mega up that... If you think the Bullet Punch is going to KO the Mence, then you mega up that Metagross, protect the Kyogre, and then an Iron Head for Tapu Lele, and then on the next turn, you go for that Bullet Punch against the Salamence.
We see a Bullet Punch into Protect. And Kyogre goes down to the Dazzle. I do believe that is game.
That is game.
Yeah, Kinugawa sees the writing on the wall.
Oh. So I know sometimes it's easier to see the plays from when you're outside the game. When you're in the heat of that game and you're Kinugawa there and you think, do I need to bullet punch that Elemental? Can I just take care of the protection, take care of the Tapu Lele?
I mean, here's the thing, right? I do feel like Hamstermania really did still have all the cards in his hand right there, assuming the Metagross doesn't have Stomping Tantrum. Given that the Dazzling Gleam KO'd the Kyogre, I kind of wondered if Kyogre would have lived the attack, and I wonder if Kinugawa was thinking along the same lines. But given that the Kyogre didn't live it, the only singular play Kinugawa could have made that would have maybe gotten him out of the game at that point would have been to protect his Kyogre and to Iron Head the Lele. Whereas if Kinugawa does literally anything else, Hamstermania is perfectly fine with his play. So I feel like, although it kind of looked impressive, getting the Bullet Punch into Protect, even if he ate an Iron Head and lost his Lele, as long as he KO'd the Kyogre, Hamstermania was perfectly fine with that turn. So I feel like it wasn't that hard for Hamstermania to commit to making that play.
Yeah, no, that's true. And I think potentially the right, I mean, I said it was the right play to make, but you have to wonder how well that Bishop would have stood up to a single target. You know, potentially if that Bullet Punch takes down the Salamence, a single target Origin Pulse. And now from Hamstermania, we finally see the double, the lead that you've been waiting for, the Tapu Fini Zygarde lead.
And Zygarde doesn't even, this is so beautiful. Zygarde doesn't even have, okay. So what have we seen from the Kyogre? We have seen Icy Wind. Have we seen Origin Pulse and Protect?
We've seen Origin Pulse.
I'm not certain if we have actually seen Protect, but I'd assume it has Protect. We see a U-turn. Please, Swag Blades. Swag Blades.
Oh no!
This is the most beautiful thing I've seen in my life. Wait! He's Aura Break! He's Aura Break! No!
That's an Aura Break Zygarde! What on earth is going on?
So, the funniest thing, right, is that I think Metagross is in extreme speed range and he can E-speed the Metagross and heal pulse himself and not care. But still, it'd be so much better if he had Zygarde complete right now. In fact, if there was a Zygarde complete on the field, I think this game would be over. But he's Aura Break Zygarde. Click X.
I mean,
Big F to pay respects.
The ultimate Xerneas and Develtal counter.
Yeah, if you pretend it's not weak to Moonblast, it counters Zern.
Or weak to Foul Play.
When you actually wind up doing the math, because Aura Break inverts the auras, what it effectively does is it means that both Zern and Yveltal deal half damage with their stab moves that aren't Oblivion Wing in Yveltal's case. So you do match up against Yveltal pretty decently. The problem I had when I tested Aura Break Zygarde for like a day was you realize, oh hey, my opponent has a Groudon, and I'm losing to the Groudon, and they've got a Lunala next to it, and wait a second, my ability does literally nothing. So you're really hard committing to actually playing Zern and Yveltal, and if you just don't, bad things happen. Although, if you look at Hamstermania in chat, he seems to be ardently defending Aura Break, so, I mean, he just cut with it. Must be on to at least something.
Yeah, and with the Zygarde, 2 times special attack, 1.5 times special defense, the Metagross at very little health, the Kyogre at half health. Wow.
I mean, I would imagine, and I could be wrong about this, but I would imagine that the Kyogre lives in extreme speed from this range, and I wouldn't want to commit to that. But I don't think Metagross does, and especially if this Finny has Heal Pulse. I mean, it's a Finny on a Zygarde team. It has to have Heal Pulse.
Sort of have to.
Once you get your Zygarde back up to full, I feel like there's not really much Kinugawa can do for the rest of the game. And an Icy Wind, from base 180 special attack or not, is just not going to be enough to take out a +1 special defense Zygarde.
Although... Origin Pulse combo, and I think Feeling is probably just going to... Yeah, there's the Icy Wind. It doesn't KO the Metagross there, but it does reduce the speed of the Kyogre. So now Kyogre is very likely going to be underspeeding both the Feeny and the Zygarde.
Yeah. And Finny should be... No, Finny's well and outside of Bullet Punch range. The interesting thing is Kinugawa just revealed his last Pokemon. Kinugawa's last Pokemon is Salamence. And yes, we always knew it was... Or, Salamence. Rayquaza. We always knew it was Rayquaza because it was the only thing that really made sense. But if Kinugawa's last wasn't Rayquaza, Mega Evolving Metagross was always the correct play to get the Tough Claws boost on the Bullet Punch. So now Hamstermania knows for sure that there's a Rayquaza in the back in case he ever doubted it. Oh. Heal Pulse. Yeah.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Oh baby, a triple. Yeah, no, that was an absolutely dominant play from Hamstermania. I really do understand what Kinugawa was going for. Kinugawa was afraid that he would just be eating a, and I want to say Precipice Blades, but the answer is 1,000 arrows, given that the Kyogre was at -1 speed and he didn't want to do that. But nope, Hamstermania just going for the safe play, the extreme speed that probably locks up the game.
And it looks like we may well be eating another 1,000 arrows here.
Fun fact, Ray, flying type, still gets hit by 1,000 arrows, and both of them are down.
What's that? Was that a white herb on Rayquaza?
Yes, it was. I've actually seen another white herb today. I've seen multiple white herb Rayquaza.
Wow.
But yeah, no. Let's go Zygarde.
Takes what looked to be an awful matchup and just, in those last 2 games, completely turned that around.
Well, and here's what I'll say, though, right? I think that was in gigantic part due to Hamstermania's skill as a player, but not only that, his ability to play Pokemon as a best-of-3 game. Because, you know, Game 1 went poorly for him, but because Game 1 went so poorly for him, he was able to use that to change up in Game 2 and really turn the matchup on its head. And then in Game 3, he tosses Game 1 and Game 2 game plan out the window, led Zygarde, and Kinugawa was not at all ready for it.
No. No, not at all.
So yeah, no, very well played to Hamstermania, both in the individual games and also throughout the set. Getting the information he needed, figuring out how to adjust his game plan, and then designing a new game plan that were capable of winning games 2 and 3 respectively.
And it'll be really interesting to see how he does in the rest of the tour as well.
Yes. Just for the record, it would appear that our other victor in Yoshi versus... was it Yoshi versus Desu, I believe? Yoshi versus Desu, Yoshi was the victor. Yeah, it was Yoshi versus Desu, and Yoshi appears to have won. So congratulations to our top 16. Just going to read them off because we've got a tiny little bit of time to kill. We have OEVGC, Hamstermania, Linny 1996, AtmosphereVGC, AnimusVGC, Arctic Fish, Feis, Baked, Alec 97, Yoshi 13 Yoshi 37, Mogar, I Like Ache 28-2, Pado, Raider, IamthereforeIamVGC, and StarKO. So, if you are looking at the bracket, what match are you liking?
Well, I'm just finding the bracket. There we go. Oh my god, there are so many good matches. You know what? I think we should take a look at Mogar and I Like. You know, Mogar is famous for running teams that are a little bit janky and a little bit, you know, out of what you'd see normally. And I don't know about I Like, but it would be good. I think it'd be nice to feature someone who might perhaps not get a lot of stream time, especially since, you know, they've made the top 16 of an incredibly stacked online competition.
Yeah. My gut feeling was to go with Pado versus Raider, but Mogar started 5-0 in Swiss, and he never got on stream. He just never really had the matchup that I thought was probably going to be the best in any given round, although I did kind of want to stream him. So I think that's probably a pretty good top 16 match to go for. And then we'll be able to jump anywhere we want in the bracket for the top 8. So Mogar versus I like 282. Okay, then. I think we're taking a slight... Oh, no. Yeah, no, it looks like we've dived right in. So let's see if we can hop into Mogar's match. Yeah, Mogar's match has started. Started as in there in team preview. We haven't missed anything yet. And we're
can't find MogarVGC in the...
MogarVGC is just in the room, and he's playing KiRaKiRaSensation. KiRaKiRaSensation was actually on stream during Swiss, although I, for some reason, didn't notice the Milotic. I wonder why I didn't talk about the Milotic. Milotic definitely didn't come to any of the games because I would have mentioned it, but whatever. And we're seeing quite an interesting team from Mogar. What do you think is most interesting there?
Wow. Well, Mogar, I mean, you've got the Koko Raichu that Mogar has been using, pretty much all season to great effect. But there's certainly Mons that we haven't seen. I think the most interesting Mon on this team probably is Scizor.
And I think we're going to be seeing plenty of Scizor in this matchup, as Scizor has a pretty respectable options against X-Ray.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got, potentially Superpower against that Incineroar. You've got Bullet Punch or Iron Head for the Xerneas. We are just going to see Stoke Spark Surfer straight into that Xerneas, dealing sort of 90% damage, and the Xerneas gets a full power straight off.
I'm getting some flashbacks. I played Mogar at Australia. Game 2 I lost because my Zern got paralyzed 2 turns in a row, and he Rock Slide flinched to my Kartana with his Aerodactyl. And while that certainly didn't feel good at the time, there is something to be said about running offensive teams that are moving first with Rock Slide, or have the ability to paralyze their opponent, just because if the game drags on long enough, the odds will always be in your favor. And Mogar is certainly a player who has historically and is currently taking good advantage of that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Mogar has also really taken advantage of the fact that, because, on most X-Ray teams, that Milotic would be a Tapu Fini. And the Tapu Fini there would have been able to switch in new to the damage from that Stoke Spark Surfer and stop the paralysis. But actually, that Milotic really isn't going to be doing anything against Tapu Koko Raichu. And in fact, KiRaKiRaSensation is in a pretty tight spot here.
So, KiRaKiRa has extreme speed to threaten the Raichu, and if he can leverage his Ray well enough, he's potentially in this game. The big thing that seems to be standing between KiRaKiRa and victory is actually the Tapu Koko. So if he gets a Swords Dance up on Ray, maybe? No, oh no.
Whoa!
Lots of things going on there.
Whoa!
So it looks like we're dealing with an Assault Vest Koko.
And potentially an Assault Vest Rayquaza as well, if it's using Earth Power.
Yeah. It's very weird to me that it chose not to Mega Evolve, although I suppose KiRaKiRa might be reasonably afraid of a Kyogre in the back for Mogar. And I do imagine Kyogre is Mogar's last.
Yeah. And although, say, bringing...
It's Life Orb of all things.
Wow. And Lovely Kiss in Electric Terrain. Not sure what KiRaKiRa is really going for there. But you think, either for Mogar, either that Kyogre or the Yveltal would be incredibly respectable mons to bring to this matchup.
Yeah.
Especially since Mogar took out that Xerneas on turn 1 without, before it was able to do anything. But we do see the Kyogre.
Yeah. And so not Mega Evolving Ray is actually really paying off for KiRaKiRa. Also, the Lovely Kiss makes perfect sense. Presumably, his moveset is Wide Guard, Follow Me, Protect or Spiky Shield or Baneful Bunker, which means Lovely Kiss is the only move that actually would have gone off because he was in the sky, so he might as well click it. Will it do anything? Probably not, but it's better than literally doing nothing, so. Here's my question, right? Does a Life Orb Dragon Ascent Oko this Kyogre?
Well, the answer is maybe, but that Wide Guard is not going to stop the Thunder Ice Beam coming out, even though Rayquaza protects. Yeah, this could be interesting. Although that Tapu Koko has got the dazzling gleam. So if you're KiRaKiRa, do you fake out the Tapu Koko?
No,
or do you fake out the Kyogre?
You fake out the Kyogre and you Swords Dance on Ray. Because here's what I think you set up as KiRaKiRa. If you fake out the Kyogre, Swords Dance on Ray, and because it's an Assault Vest Koko, it probably doesn't have all that much of a special attack. If you can take 2 Dazzling Gleams, then what you can do is you can Dragon Ascent the Ogre, Flare Blitz the Koko, put the Koko into E-Speed range, and then Incin very easily beats the Scizor in the back. The problem is going to be actually living the 2 Dazzling Gleams, which is a little bit sketchy.
You say that, but interestingly enough, the Scizor has, as far as I can see on that team, has to be the Mega.
There could be a Mega Venusaur.
They could also be a Mega Venusaur.
Also, yeah, the Ray definitely doesn't have Swords Dance. That's 100% confirmed. Assuming it did have Swords Dance, it would be Extreme Speed, Swords Dance, Earth Power, Protect, which, in addition to being the dumbest set ever, would mean that Ray couldn't have Mega Evolved. Sorry. I don't know. I feel like you whip a Dragon Ascent at the Kyogre and Flare Blitz the Koko.
Yeah, and Crush Your Fingers.
Or
not.
Critical Hit. Don't think that mattered.
No, and MogarVGC takes game 1. You have to wonder why he didn't just aim a Dragon Ascent at the Kyogre and Cross Your Fingers.
I mean, you have to assume he was predicting a Kyogre Protect, but even if you think Kyogre's going to Protect, what are you afraid of? I guess he was afraid... No, I think the only fear that makes sense is a Flare Blitz into the Scizor, right? Because let's say you Dragon Ascent the Scizor, or Dragon Ascent the Kyogre, and you Flare Blitz the Scizor, and he stays in, and he Bullet Punches your Ray, and then he gets his Koko back in, and then he can Dazzle. That's the only thing I can see in that situation that's kind of scary.
Yeah.
What do you think is going to happen in Game 2?
Well, I think KiRaKiRa has to play better with that Xerneas. I mean, Mogar has got, even though he's got Kyogre, Yveltal, which don't particularly stand up to it. We've seen the Z move come out of Raichu. We've got a Venusaur there. We've got a Scizor. We've got an Assault Vest Tapu Koko. There's a lot of stuff there that can stand up to that Xerneas, especially if it goes down turn 1 like it did. So I think KiRaKiRa really has to play that Xerneas much better than they did in Game 1. But also, Assault Vest Ray here could be the key, especially if Mogar doesn't opt to bring that Yveltal again.
Well, the Ray's Life Orb.
Oh, I do apologise. We saw that last. Well, I saw
Earth Power and thought, yeah.
In which case, even that Life Orb on Rayquaza is going to be that set could be huge as well.
And this is part of the reason I'm really disappointed we never saw it in Game 1, but the Dragon Ascent calc onto Kyogre is massively significant. given that Mogar does not have Intimidate. So if we find out in Game 2 or Game 3 the Dragon Ascent KOs Kyogre, that radically changes this matchup. Although we just saw one heck of a turn 1. Mogar correctly got the fake out prediction and is now at +1 with his Scizor. So I feel like he's pretty happy about that. Which is a Mega.
And also, the Scizor there, you have to assume if he's Mega-ing that and clicking Sword Dance, you've probably got superpower on that Scizor. It's probably faster than that Incineroar. And you're probably clicking superpower on the Incineroar now, especially since... especially since, that Raichu has got free reign to do whatever it wants as well.
Here's how I'm looking at the battlefield right now, because I think I'm seeing something a little different. I think Scizor is amazing. Scizor's good against Koko, Scizor's good against Ray, and Scizor's good against Cern, which are the two Pokemon presumably in the back. I want to keep my Scizor alive, so I'm probably going to protect it. Yeah. A Z move seemed very likely. Probably, a Z move into the Lowland Raichu of all things. Huh.
Yeah. See, now there... I don't know, I wonder whether KiRaKiRa is just predicting too hard.
That's definitely a possibility. The Z move makes sense.
Oh!
Yeah, the Skydrop was a play he had to make. His Scizor couldn't protect. It would have died to a Flare Blitz. Skydrop was the only way to stop that from happening. Now what he can do is he can drop the Incineroar and take it out with a Superpower. But the Scizor is in E-Speed range. And E-Speed goes before Bullet Punch. Or do we see a Berry? We don't see a Berry. Oh, that would have been gigantic.
But now, with that E-Speed, surely you can just protect the Scizor. I'm not sure. I think I might be about to say something dumb here, so give me a second just to check something.
So what I'm thinking is, if you get a bullet... Here's my thought. If you get off a Bullet Punch, you get a KO. +3 Bullet Punch will KO Koko, it'll KO Zern in the back. You want to get off a Bullet Punch, which means you want to protect your Scizor, and some way you want to get your Raichu in. Although both of the Pokemon on the field have Protect, so Fake Out isn't nearly as threatening, I guess. It's hard to say what you do.
The great thing about Raichu's C move is that it does give you that full power through Protect. So you're then playing mind games. With that Rayquaza, if you get that Rayquaza paralyzed, suddenly Scizor's Bullet Punch is going before that Rayquaza.
Do you know what might be able to happen? I do not know. It probably can't happen because I'm assuming Ray weighs too much. But if Scizor protects and we see a Skydrop into Ray, so as a flying type, it won't take damage, but is it too heavy?
Unfortunately, this was my thought earlier, and I had to look at it, and Rayquaza is in fact too heavy for a Skydrop. And we do just see the extreme speed into Scizor, and a Dazzling Gleam into the Kyogre, not doing too much damage, but that +3 Scizor is now off the board. And KiRaKiRa must be feeling, a sense of...
relief, I'd imagine.
That's the word I was looking for.
Well, here's the other thing, right? Not only is the Scizor off the board, but Electric Terrain is off the board. So the most obvious switch-in of Raichu is significantly worse as it now underspeeds both the Koko and the Ray.
So if you're Mogar, you probably want to switch that Koko. You probably want to switch your own Koko back in.
I feel like you have to.
Bring up that Electric Terrain.
I mean, I feel like you bring in Koko and you go for a Dazzling Gleam and Protect. And the big fear you have is that KiRaKiRa protects his Ray. That'd be pretty bad. But the thought process is... What's up?
I was going to say, well, we know as well that Ray carries Earth Power. So if you're even if though you're a Assault Vest Koko, you're only on about 50% worth of health. So that Ray is likely going to live the Dazzling Gleam and could just get you back with a combination of Dazzling Gleam Earth Power.
Yeah, but here's what I'm saying, right? I feel like as Mogar, you don't feel great about this. You're definitely in the worst position. What you want to do, I think, is to just let your Koko go down. I don't think you want to let your Kyogre go down. Yeah, I don't think you wanted to do that at all. Okay. So, what I was thinking was the Kyogre could protect, and you could go for a Dazzling Gleam, which would ideally sack your Koko to bring in Raichu and give you fake out pressure. But even if you saw a double up like we did see, then what you could do on the following turn is you could just Dazzle again and go for a spread move with Ogre, and you get a double KO one way or another. And then whatever happens, your Raichu gets to come in, and you can launch a Z move right at the Xerneas that's presumably in the back. And that would be something. But as it stands, it looks like this game is over unless Ray gets fully paralyzed for all of the remaining turns, and even then I think Xern still cleans up.
Yeah. I think you're probably right.
I'm actually kind of impressed by how well Raichu took that single target Dazzling Gleam.
It's not bad. But then we don't know what KiRaKiRa's Tapu Koko is.
Well, we know it's Z move,
or do we?
Electric Z. Because we saw it whip a Z move into the Raichu on game 1.
Yes, we did. But, so with Electric Z, you've probably got Max Timid?
I would imagine. Possibly even Modest. Although, given the state of the metagame and the fact that Salamence is a Pokemon that exists, I would imagine Koko, especially Z-Move Koko, are just running Max Speed Timid. Max Special Attack as well.
Yeah. But we come on to game 3. So, KiRaKiRa managed to get round Mogar's team in game 2, and now you have to wonder, does Mogar stick with the Koko Raichu lead? Or does he twist? Does he find something new? Does he, he led the Scissor the last time round, but maybe you want to leave Raichu Kyogre, or even bring that Yveltal into play, especially considering it there's a possibility for that Yveltal to do some damage if you can get rid of the Xerneas on the other team.
The thought that's running through my head right now is that Scizor is incredibly good in this matchup. And ideally, you just want to support Scizor, but you have limited options to support Scizor. Your best, and by best I mean basically only one, is Raichu, with the slight exception that you can support it with Kyogre by turning off Flare Blitz as long as Primordial Sea's up. So, I feel like Mogar sees that as well, but I also kind of think leading Scizor into two gigantic threats like Koko and Incineroar, threatening the Z-Move and Flare Blitz respectively, means he's really going to have to call this turn and probably the next few turns as well, just perfectly, if he wants to win the game.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And doing now from KiRaKiRa, you have to wonder whether he just doesn't just aim 2 attacks at that Scissor. Maybe you want to just chuck a Z-Move, chuck a Flare Blitz. But we do see the Protect come out from the Scissor, and the Z-Move from the Raichu into the Tapu Koko. Z-Move from the Tapu Koko comes back, and he does just chuck into the Scissor. And Darkest Lariat just one-shots that Raichu, and Raichu is gone.
Well, now we have something interesting on our hands. If that Koko is in Bullet Punch range, then Kyogre can come in and Bullet Punch and like a Water Spout is just utterly devastating.
I would suggest that Kyogre is absolutely in Bullet Punch range. Even at -1, with the extra attack that Scissor get from its normal form into its Mega form.
Doing the calc, it looks like Coco is well within range.
So, Kyogre comes in here, and suddenly KiRaKiRa is on the back foot.
Yeah. You're looking at a, oh darn, I have to choose which two Pokemon I lose type of situation. And that's never something you want to see, especially not on turn 2.
No, and especially not in VGC 2019 Ultra Series.
Yeah.
Because once you've used that, those two bonds up, it's going to be very difficult to get the momentum back to take the game.
Well, let me take.
And we do just see the Kyogre come in.
Let me play devil's advocate, and I think this is what KiRaKiRa has to do. I think KiRaKiRa is going to want to switch the Coco out into, or no, switch the Incineroar out into, oh what? Into Zern of all things. Huh.
Wow.
Well, I'm confused.
Yeah, me too. I mean, because especially if you sat there with that, just gone for a bullet punch onto that Coco, and just click Water Spout on the Kyogre, yeah, you'd pretty much be looking at a game over situation. Whereas right now, I mean, it's definitely still in Mogar's favour. You know, making that play hasn't particularly hurt him, but there is still a chance that KiRaKiRa could come back into this.
So, I'm just going to point this out. We haven't actually seen Bullet Punch on Scizor yet. That play would make a lot more sense if Scizor did not have Bullet Punch. Why you would run a Scizor without Bullet Punch is quite beyond me, but it's a suggestion.
Yeah, well, if you see, we've seen 3 moves, haven't we? We've seen the Sword Stance, we've seen the Protect, and we've seen the Bug Bite.
So the argument goes you would run Iron Head, maybe.
Maybe. In which case, Mogar's move makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Although, with the Technician boost, I'd venture that Bullet Punch is just too strong of a move, even with Tapu Lele's terrain, to not have on that Scissor.
I mean, and we've already seen Metagross, a Pokemon that doesn't typically run Bullet Punch, running Bullet Punch anyway, just because of how prevalent Zern is in this format and how good priority is just in general. And yeah, I would imagine that as Bullet Punch, but then I really don't understand what that play was last turn. And I'm actually not even certain Mogar is in the commanding position, because right now, Tapu Koko can Dazzling Gleam, but you have to preserve Kyogre or else you lose to Incineroar. And preserving Kyogre seems like it's going to be a little bit easier said than done.
Especially considering you've lost the Raichu on the first turn. So, the only thing left that he's got to switch in the back is that Scissor. And here's another one for you as well. Will a Dazzling Gleam KO that Xerneas?
I would imagine that the answer is yes, just because it has a Fairy Aura boost. But there's always the chance that the answer is no, and if the answer is no, well then, we had a good run, boys, I guess is what Mogar would have to say.
And press F to pay respects for Koko Raichu.
Yeah. I kind of feel like... I think Mogar should switch Zern out. Mogar should definitely switch Zern out. Not really because you want to preserve Zern, but just because you want to take the Fairy Aura boost off the field. And then you get Incineroar in, which means you have Fake Out. So if KiRaKiRaSensation switches in Incineroar for Zern, and Dragon Ascends the Kyogre, if he KOs the Kyogre, he just wins the game. If Kyogre switches out into Scizor, he also basically just wins the game. If Kyogre protects, the next turn he can Fake Out the Koko and Dragon Ascent the Kyogre again, and he's still in an excellent position. I feel like that's always KiRaKiRaSensation's play here. Unless...
Yeah.
The only argument I could see against that is going for like an Earth Power into Kyogre, just so you don't get the defense drops, but that wouldn't KO an incoming Scizor.
No, at the same time, Do you think with we know that the Rayquaza's got the life orb, so do you think that there's potential that a life orb speed could actually KO that Rayquaza from that amount of health?
Wait, ask the question one more time, please. You might have broken up with me a little bit. I can't hear you right now if you're saying something. But
yeah, all I was saying. Am I back?
Yeah, you're
back.
Can
you hear me again?
I can hear you.
Excellent. I was just saying about how the Rayquaza has a life orb, so actually, Kyogre could go down to an E speed because of the extra damage.
No, Kyogre's definitely in E speed range. The reason you might want to Dragon Ascent instead of E speed is you really want to be taking KOs. And while E-Speed will take a KO on the Kyogre, it will not take a KO on a potentially incoming Scizor, whereas Dragon Ascent is taking that KO no matter what.
We actually just see a Protect from the Rayquaza, Protect from the Kyogre, Dazzling Gleam, does KO the Xerneas.
I think in Spirit, that's basically the same as the play I suggested. Because now you once again find yourself in a position where you can take out the Koko.
Yeah.
And I almost feel like you don't Mega Evolve, because why bother?
I mean, you might even not need to fake out the Koko here. You could just go for that Dragon Ascent into Kyogre and a Flare Blitz into the Koko, because as the Koko's got an Assault Vest, we know it's not going to be doing that much damage with Dazzling Gleam.
Yeah.
And if Mogar decides to switch that Koko out for the Scizor, we could be looking at 2 KOs here and the game for KiRaKiRaSensation.
Maybe. I just feel like Fake Out really is too good to pass up. It prevents the possibility of getting Dazzling Gleam crit, which I still don't think would KO, but when you fake out the Koko, there's just no way the Koko can hurt you. It can't do anything dumb. And the ability to take the dumb ways to lose the game out of the game is always going to be good.
Yeah, and we do see the fake out onto the Tapu Koko, and now Scizor comes straight back in.
So Incineroar ought to win this game by itself, given that the Scizor does not have superpower. With that said, I feel like what you do is you probably... I actually think you protect... Protecting Ray and Flare Blitzing Koko is my first instinct.
I think you're right, just to prevent anything stupid from happening. Because if you get a Dazzling Gleam Bullet Punch off on that Rayquaza, with the -1 special defense, that should KO. And then you're into the realms of, I think we've seen Mogar's Tapu Koko have we seen it use an electric move?
We saw Thunder, I'm pretty sure. And a Thunder...
I thought we saw Thunder as well. Which then...
And that...
What I was going to say, which then means that you've got Paralysis, interestingly enough. But now... I suppose now if you're KiRaKiRa, you have to protect that Rayquaza.
No, I think you have to not protect the Rayquaza. I think you have to Dragon Ascent the Scizor. Because here's the thing, right? Skydrop goes down, Instant takes a Bug Bite, and the game's over. I don't know. This is interesting. This is interesting.
And we still don't know whether Mogar has Bullet Punch yet or not.
Yeah, no, we don't know.
It could. If it's Iron Head, then Dragon Ascenting the Scizor is absolutely right. But if that Scizor now throws out a Bullet Punch into that Rayquaza, even if Incineroar then Flare Blitzes the Scizor,
I don't think...
You have to want...
Okay, Scizor never...
You think that...
Scizor never Bullet Punches. You're always Bug Biting or Protecting. If you think that the Ray is going to protect, then you Bug Bite. If you think the Ray is going to attack, then what's going to happen is KiRaKiRa is going to be doubling into your Scizor with a Dragon Ascent and a Flare Blitz. So what you can do is you can protect, and then the following turn, you can be cheeky. Oh, wait a second. We see the Bug Bite. We see the KO. Do we see a Bullet Punch? Oh,
so,
boy.
Here's the question. Does that scissor carry bullet punch?
Yeah.
We've been asking the question.
It does!
Bullet punch, and Mogar snatches the game.
That was a photo finish. I have no clue why he didn't just bullet punch KO the Coco and end the game like 4 turns ago, but I guess he had it when it mattered.
Yeah, interestingly enough as well, that Rayquaza's Earth Power got a critical hit on the Coco, which was the only reason that it went down. So, I think Mogar probably had that locked up, but wow, what a game! I've got adrenaline flooding through me like nobody's business. I'm not even playing.
Yeah, and so just to weigh back in on the X-ray conversation, X-ray's not good. It loses to Mega Scizor. That's more of a meme than an actual argument. But with that said, if I was to try to make a serious point here, what I would say is, you know, there are certain Pokemon, like Mega Scizor, or just Steel types generally, that do pose a large problem to the entire archetype of X-ray in ways that no singular Pokemon can threaten the entirety of Zerndon, is what I would say. Oh, also it looks like top 8 can start right now.
Yeah. So we have, matches-wise, Pado against IamthereforeIamVGC, Alec K97 against Mogar, Animus versus Feis, and OA versus Atmosphere.
What do you reckon? A preference? Well, we shouldn't. I think we need to stream Pado. Pado. Yeah, Pado is the only
we haven't seen.
Yeah, they're the only players we have not seen.
Let's do it then.
Pado versus IamthereforeIam.
It doesn't look like games are up yet.
Okay, I'm going to drop out for just about 30 seconds. I'll be back in a moment.
No problem. In which case, I'm going to ask the chat a question then. And that question is, which is your favourite archetype so far in Ultra Series? I know we're one day in. We've had one tournament. But you guys must have been playing. You must have been testing stuff out on the ladder. So I want to know, what archetype do you like? What archetype do you not like? Which one do you think is going to win the big tournament? The EU IC, the North America IC, Worlds. Type in chat and let us know. Cool, so we've first up, Rayouga. Yeah, Rayouga, pretty solid. I mean, won the World Championships in 2016. For me, I don't know. It's interesting because Rayouga's threatened by a few things, you know, a few new things as well. I mean, you've got the old things like Yveltal, which threatens Rayouga. You know, Xerneas in X-Ray. Even in Zerndon can threaten Rayouga if you haven't got enough for it. But for me, the big thing for Rayouga is the fact that Ultra Necrozma is about. And having a Pokemon that is faster than Rayquaza, can one-shot Kyogres with light that burns the sky. You're really, you know, that one Pokemon could just rip apart a whole archetype of Rayouga. So a Veloga from Aura Rayquaza. We've seen 3 of them in this cut, and actually, how many of so Hamstermania? Who else was using the Yveltal Ogre archetype? I believe.
I am back. Did you already mention Marcus was using it?
No, I didn't.
Because Marcus had Yveltal and Kyogre.
We were just talking about different archetypes before they got into the match, and I was just saying that Ryoga, it has all the previous problems, but it's now also threatened by Ultra Necrozma as well.
Ryoga? Yeah, I can see that. I'm not certain how much of a threat, or how much of a meta presence, rather, Ultra Necrozma really is. I'll be very interested to actually see what the usage statistics from top cut of this tournament are when we have all of the teams from 1st down to 16th. And then I'm certain somebody can make an infographic of that. Maybe even Professor Shroomish, who has already done some excellent Ultra work if you have seen his NPA archetype breakdown for the matches that have already been played in Ultra Series. So, yeah, no, I think it'll be very interesting to see what placed where, what beat what, the tech choices that maybe shook up the established archetypes, or as established as an archetype can be on day -2.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like Pado is just about to set up the matches. We're just waiting for him to do that at the moment.
The other thing just worth noting right now is that this is top 8 of the Zelda Tour, which I think everybody's aware of. What you might not be as consciously aware of is that these are the first matches where winning gets you money. Money starts at top 4.
Yeah, that's big. We're now, this is crunch time. This is, you win this match, and you've made something from today.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where I think the pressure can really, really start to set in.
Yeah. I don't know if you have, personal experience dealing with this, but I've never really found that money was a big stressor for me when I'm playing my matches. Now, that's not to say that I don't get stressed when I'm playing games. I definitely do. But, when I'm up on stage or when I'm in a high-pressure situation playing a match that's really important and I get nervous, it's because, I really feel like I have something to prove, people I'm responsible to. I mean, the textbook example of this was in the Latin American International Championships when I'm in top 8. I was playing against Melvin Ke, the highest rated player in Oceania. And the night before, Ashton was like, no, you can just beat him. It's a free matchup. It'll be easy, because Ashton had beaten him in Swiss. And after I lost game 1, I was sweating bullets because I was like, oh no, Ashton will never let me hear the end of this. So, yeah, there were a couple $100 on the line, but that didn't really resonate with me in the same way.
I don't know. I think for me, it just adds a little bit of an extra kick, because it's a similar thing to when you're playing on stream at an event, right? Especially at an international, a regional or an international, because nothing's really changed. You're still playing the person who's sat across from you, whether they're sat across from you on table 400, or whether they're sat across from you on number 1 stream table that's being streamed out to people. But that, like cash, I think it just adds that there's that little bit more that you just want to play that little bit better, or that little bit harder, or make that read just a little bit more, just so you can be that person to win on stream, or take home that extra couple of $100 or even 1,000, in whichever currency you so choose. I think dollars is probably the one to be used.
Yeah.
I don't know, but do you know what I mean? It's just that there's that little thing in the back of your mind just saying, do you know what? This one's a bit more important than the ones that you've played before.
Well, and then there's also a difference between streamed matches and non-streamed matches, and I do have to admit, I can be a lot more stunt or die on stream, just because, one day I'll be at Worlds and I'll be playing on stream, and it'll be like Worlds Finals where I make a hard read and I just sit there looking like nothing's wrong, and then the animations start going off and I pull a Wolfie look and I turn and stare right into the camera and go like, haha. Because that's just such a flex. It's like, It's everything I like about Pokemon. It's understanding the game. It's understanding your opponent's options. It's figuring out exactly how they're going to think, exactly which one they're going to pick, and then utilizing your own intelligence and game planning to completely punish them for it. But anyway, it looks like we're diving into game one of this top 8 set versus Pado versus IamthereforeIam.
And it looks like we have a Rayquaza, another X-Ray team matching up against another Kyogre Yveltal team. Except this one, IamthereforeIam has led Tapu Lele Gengar against Pado VGC's Rayquaza Remungus.
And we have already seen that either the Tapu Lele speed ties with the Rayquaza or the Tapu Lele is Choice Scarf, because its Psychic Surge went before Airlock. That's technically possible if they're both max speed because they're both base 95, but that's probably not what we're dealing with. And that's a Crunch Rayquaza.
Wow!
Yeah, wow indeed.
I think probably there for that specific mon, especially since, substitute Gengar is one, I was saying earlier on stream, is one of those mons that can just completely destroy an X-Ray team. Almost by itself.
And so we see a Protect and Psyshock. Getting damage on Ray is really important. But now we have an interesting dynamic here, because if Ray protects and Finny goes down to Sludge Bomb, Pado's in a very bad spot. While alternatively, if Ray doesn't protect and eats a Psyshock and a Sludge Bomb and goes down, that's pretty terrible. Now, normally what I would suggest is just switch Ray out into Incineroar, but Shadow Tag makes that a non-option.
Well, it's interesting to note that Lele is at -1, and we are going to see Dragon Ascent critical hit on the Tapu Lele. The Lele goes down, and the heal pulse from the Rayquaza back to Rayquaza, bringing Rayquaza back up to full health.
Yeah, I actually missed out on the -1 speed, which made Pado's play much safer than it otherwise would have been. I do have to wonder if the Ray is Focus Sash.
That Rayquaza is at -1. It's unable to switch out because of Gengar's Shadow Tag ability. The Gengar's now behind a substitute. There's a multitude of things that could happen here, and none of them look particularly good for Pado.
I kind of agree with that, but at the same time, I kind of disagree. Because let's say Pado's like, okay, we've had a good run, I'm willing to give up my Rayquaza. And he just hurls a Dragon Ascent into Kyogre, which it looks like we're actually going to be seeing. Then, is that a Hydro Vortex into the Gengar?
It is.
That breaks the sub through Protect. That is incredibly significant. And we see that the Ray is in Focus Sash. But here's the thing, right? No, I feel like Zern comes in right now. Or
he hasn't bought Zern, he's bought Ditto. Ditto comes in right now in that Gengar
into Gengar. Yeah, that'd be something.
And suddenly we've got a really interesting matchup.
Yeah.
I really hope he's bought Ditto. I really, really hope. But we do see you were right. We do see the Xerneas come in.
And you know what? I think the play is for him to Geomancy. Because the obvious play in my mind is to protect Zern and Icy Wind, and then, you outspeed the Gengar, and you can get a Geomancy up before that. But I think that play is so obvious that the Gengar's likely going to substitute. So you got to do a rock, paper, scissors, where do I Icy Wind? Does he substitute? Does he Sludge Bomb? Do I protect? Do I Geomancy? And if you get it right, you win the game. If you get it wrong, things are not looking great.
I think if I am therefore I am VGC, I think I would just substitute with the Gengar, because your Sludge Bomb is +2, even with Xerneas, is going to be a 2-hit knockout. But in fact, he had Stack Attacker in the back. He just goes for the Sludge Bomb on the Feeny. Gengar Stack Attacker against Xerneas Amoonguss. It's not looking particularly good for Pado right now.
I would agree. And once again, I would like to just point out, there's a Steel type on the field, and X-Ray feels so bad. It's Safety Goggles Stack Attacker.
That's a Goggles Stack Attacker right there.
So, the Goggles is actually, very significant in the coming games, especially given that otherwise IamthereforeIam doesn't seem to have the greatest answers to Among Us.
No, definitely. But also, interesting enough that IamthereforeIam has decided, you know what, that he doesn't really care about setting Trick Room up on Groudon or his Groudon matchup. Because in Ultra, most stack attackers that we see have been running Sugar Berry, to take the Earth power from the Rayquaza, or the Precipice Blades, or the Earthquake from both Landorus and Groudon. And here, IamthereforeIam, he's looked at his matchup, and he's gone, do you know what? Actually, I think I need to be able to get past Amoonguss more. And in this situation, it's just come up trumps for him.
Well, and here's the thing to note, right? I was watching a game, I think it was Owie. Yeah, it was Owie, who was using Gengar, Yveltal, Kyogre. And his Gengar in Game 2, and in Game 1 it didn't reveal anything. Game 2 revealed Substitute. And I was like, oh, okay, so it's Substitute, Shadow Ball, Sludge Bomb, Protect. Game 3, it reveals Hidden Power Water. So there's a very real chance we're looking at a Hidden Power Water Gengar. And the idea is you sacrifice a little bit of your Groudon matchup because you want to have a safety Gyro Stakataka. But between Shadow Tag and Hidden Power Water on Gengar, if that is in fact the set that IamthereforeIam is running, which we don't know about yet, but he would still have a perfectly solid Groudon matchup, which would come into play in the future potentially. And even in this match, you don't feel that bad about not having Shadow Ball because there's nothing you want to Shadow Ball. The only thing you'd want to Shadow Ball is an opposing Gengar if Ditto transforms into you. But even then, if you don't have Shadow Ball, it can't Shadow Ball you either, so you don't feel too bad about it.
Absolutely. And here and now, though, IamthereforeIam has switched up lead and gone with the Yveltal Gengar against Pado's Rayquaza Amoonguss. And immediately you see an Incineroar switch in, the Mega Rayquaza and the Gengar. Gengar, that substitute again. Crunch again goes into the Rayquaza. And we see the Darkinian see the Black Hole Eclipse into the Incineroar doing 35 to 38%.
Yeah. I guess the Darkinium Z makes sense. As I mentioned last game, IamthereforeIam doesn't have the greatest Amoonguss answers. And actually, when I was saying that, I thought in the back of my mind, I guess Darkinium Z from Yveltal probably KOs it. Yeah, but whatever. It would appear that IamthereforeIam was quite afraid of the Amoonguss and wanted to get rid of it.
Yeah, and we just see the double protect from IamthereforeIam. And trying to, I imagine, stop the fake out from Incineroar, but Incineroar just goes for the U-turn. Rayquaza uses Crunch, both into protects. And we're sort of in the same position, except Incineroar doesn't have that fake out now.
So, and this is the duality of Gengar, right? Shadow Tag is really good. You've really limited Pado's options. But here's the thing, right? Let's say you double into Ray. Well, Ray is faster than Yveltal, and since I don't think Sucker Punch is KOing, you have to give up something. Oh, look at that critical hit. But basically where I was going with that was Gengar's really frail, and you have to actively work to preserve it, which IamthereforeIam did by switching into Stakataka.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Stakataka switch there was really good. You preserved the Gengar. You've got Rayquaza now down to a position where, you can get rid of it with a Rock Slide or maybe even a Sucker Punch. But we do see the Stakataka switch out. Amoonguss uses Rage Powder. And Pado's Rayquaza does in fact have Earth Power.
I think that all but reveals that it is an Assault Vest set.
Which probably means that you're not going to be able to... Well, you're not going to be able to KO either of these mobs with Rayquaza.
And I feel like an Origin Pulse, given that Rain is up, probably would KO the Rayquaza. And then the question becomes, does the Yveltal have knockoff? And the answer is, we're probably about to find out. Looking like a no. But we see a commitment and the Amoonguss goes down. I just have to ask at what cost?
I mean, that was a great double from IamthereforeIam. He's looked at the options. There's that Rayquaza on the field on Pado's side, and he's just gone, do you know what? I think that's going to switch out. I'll double into that Amoonguss because that Amoonguss is really causing me some bother with that Rage Powder. And lo and behold, he's done that. The Amogus is gone. And suddenly, one of Pado's main supporting mons is off the field.
That turn was pretty huge. The Origin Pulse miss onto Incineroar means that Incineroar is still in the back, which is very significant. And Ray is now on the field and perfectly capable of Earth Power and Stakataka.
And with the Earth Power on Stakataka and the potential Moonblast heading its way into Kyogre, or any switching, you have to think Pado has certainly got the upper hand at the moment.
Pado definitely has the momentum. If we see a Protect from Stakataka, and then Incineroar, or wait a second, no, IamthereforeIam does not have Incineroar this battle. Yeah, so Yveltal comes in, right? And now we see a Sucker Punch dynamic.
Yeah. I wonder in this case whether actually it might have been better to bring. It might have been better to bring Gengar in from IamthereforeIam.
The problem is that Gengar's in Moonblast range. And then Moonblast and Earth Power happens, and you just kind of lose.
That's also true.
I mean, if you bring in Gengar, then what you have to do is you have to protect Gengar, you have to switch in Yveltal, and then it just doesn't work out. What you really need to be doing is to be getting up, like, Trick Room, and that's just the thing, right? If there wasn't an Incineroar in the back...
Oh! We see the E-Speed and Moonblast play, which avoids the Sucker Punch, trying to get the Stakataka, but unfortunately, Stakker's just too bulky.
Yeah. I feel like just protecting Yveltal and Gyroballing the Ray at this point in time is the play. Because...
The question is, does E-Speed clear Stakataka from there?
No. It did 2% to 6% before the Beast Boost. Now it's at +1 defense, and at 4 to 6, stock lives in E-Speed. It probably doesn't live a crunch, and it definitely doesn't live in Earth Power. But now Gengar comes in, and you can Sludge Bomb the Ray and Foul Play the Ensign, and yeah.
And there we go. There's a Sludge Bomb from the Ray. Foul Play on the Ensign. Ensign Flare Blitzes into the Yveltal. Doesn't quite KO. And a Sludge Bomb from Gengar here should just mop up that Incineroar.
Ensign is also right outside of Berry range. If Ensign had, say, for example, crit that Flare Blitz, put itself into Berry range, I think Pado would take this game, but just not quite enough.
And after that game, I unfortunately I'd have to disagree with you. But would you like to tell me that X-Ray is bad again?
Because X-Ray?
I said that X-Ray is bad because I feel like on this stream we started off by debating X-Ray, and then we've just been watching X-Ray lose every single round.
Yeah, no. I think X-Ray is bad, and we've watched X-Ray lose a lot. And now what I will do is I will admit, why is X-Ray losing? X-Ray's losing because X-Ray's on stream. Why is X-Ray on stream? X-Ray's on stream because X-Ray's been winning enough to get on stream. I will admit that. But here's my overarching point, right? I don't think X-Ray is terrible. I don't even really think it's bad. I just toss the word bad around a lot. When I say bad, most of the time I am referring to like suboptimal. And when I'm talking about X-Ray, the big problem I have with it is that I don't think it's really a team that's cut out to win events. It'll make it through Swiss in much the same way that Pado did. And then you'll run into somebody who's playing well and has Gengar Stakataka, and you'll be like, wait a second, I don't have a Gengar Stakataka matchup. And bad things will happen to you. And that will happen sometime before finals. That is my thought.
I mean, the Gengar matchup is interesting because if that Gengar was anything other than
dominant, I would
substitute,
agree. Yeah.
Then you've got a really interesting matchup on the cards. But at the same time, that Earth power, I think if Pado had been able to keep the Ray around for a bit longer in game one, and managed to launch an Earth power into that stack attacker, we could be looking at a completely different game, and perhaps even a game 3 at the moment.
Since we still have plenty of time, let's try to hop into Animus versus Feis. Animus won game 1. It looks like actually the set might be ending. Let's see. It depends. Because Feis is down to his last 2 Pokemon, but let's see. Ultra Necrozma's in the back, and it's Calm Mind Earth Power, which means it probably can't touch Yveltal. So if we see Incineroar go down from Animus, Feis' Yveltal just wins this game, which would force a game 3.
Yeah.
Ultra Necrozma Zern is also a very interesting restricted combination.
We've seen, I first saw it being played by Japanese players. I think there was quite a few Japanese players on the ladder who were playing Ultra Necrozma Zern, and in a way, it kind of makes sense because with Light Burns the Sky, Osmanic Ultra Necrozma, it threatens KOs, especially on Groudon. It threatens KOs on Kyogre, and with the Tapu Lele on AnimusVGC's team, you're going to be doing massive amounts of damage with that Ultra Necrozma. But as we see a taunt from that Gengar go into the Amoonguss. And you have to think here that that Ultra Necrozma is if you think that you're playing mind games, if you think the Gengar's going to protect, then you've got to protect with the Gengar. If not, then you hit it. But the Gengar doesn't protect, and we do see a clear smoke come out.
Oh no, now Yveltal's not intimidated anymore.
Although Yveltal has been using foul play.
Yeah.
So in fact, I think in this game we only see it use foul play.
So we joined, but earlier in the set, it's used Sucker Punch. It's Sucker Punch, Foul Play, Tailwind, Z-Move. Protect as the last one. So if we see Foul Play
does protect. And we get the double protect comes out from that Ultra Necrozma. And another clear smog from
Amoonguss.
Animus is playing it right down to the wire here. He knows if he can get rid of that Gengar, then there might be a chance. Because the Amoonguss loses its taunt this turn, can spore that Yveltal, and Animus can get the KO with that Incineroar that he's got in the back. But he does need to get rid of that Gengar on this turn.
I think Amoonguss stays taunted for one more turn, because it failed to protect, which means it didn't take a turn of taunt on the first turn. But with that said, the dynamic of Gengar going down to Ultra Necrozma, I feel like now we're in a position where Feis needs to get a double protect himself to stay in this game.
Interestingly enough as well, we haven't seen the moveset on Gengar, but if it is Shadow Ball, then potentially a Sucker Punch Shadow Ball into that Ultra Necrozma could just KO it as well.
That's true. That's definitely true. I feel like Animus doesn't actually... It's hard to say, because you can make an argument for going for Calm Mind here, predicting exactly that. But that's a difficult read to make, I think.
And even then, the Shadow Ball would still put you into Sucker Punch range for the next turn. I think in that case, if you're going to predict that, you have to switch the Incineroar in. But he just goes straight for it. Earth Power takes out the Gengar. Yveltal takes out the thing, and Amoonguss does, in fact, come out of its taunt this turn. So, fake out, you'd assume fake out Spore, but I'm not sure that Yveltal's going to have enough power to take out both the Incineroar and the Amoonguss.
If it had Oblivion Wing, it had a shot, but it doesn't.
And Animus wins the game, and I believe the set.
Yeah, he took game 1 in... I'm not certain exactly how commanding the fashion was, but the last turn of game 1 has both Ultra Necrozma and Tapu Lele on the field, and Psychic Terrain's up, so I'm imagining there was some fireworks going off on the last turn. And we now know half of top 4, AnimusVGC, in addition to our first stream match with IamthereforeIam, will actually be on opposite sides of the bracket. So there's a chance we'll be viewing a finals match between them the round after next. As I already mentioned, IamthereforeIamVGC, after just beating Pado, has advanced to top 4. And I think Zelda, and I'll admit I had similar thoughts to this, felt that was a little suspicious. There has been an issue in the past of players like concealing their identities in this tournament, or these types of tournaments. Apparently IamthereforeIam is Daniel Dunlop, and apparently this is like one of his first tournaments. So, if so, this is certainly an incredibly strong start for him.
Yeah, absolutely.
In any case, I think we are waiting for... Are we waiting for Mogar, maybe? Let's see if Mogar's game is still going on. Mogar appears to be offline.
And I think we're just waiting. It turns out that IamthereforeIam may well be Nils Dunlop's brother.
That was my first thought, but I'm like, nah.
So we're just waiting for confirmation on that.
Yeah. Well, if he's Nils' brother, that ought to be really easy to confirm. Ah. So
looks like you're going to do one at a time to make it easy for us.
Okay. So the first top 4 match, top 4A, is going to be Pado versus Daniel.
Yeah. What a match that is. You know, Pado, again, Daniel Dunlop. No, wait, it's not Pado. It's Alec K who beat Mogar in that last round, I think. I think we've just seen IamthereforeIam play Pado.
Pado, wait, hold up. Didn't Pado lose?
Yeah, I just saw Pado lose to IamthereforeIam.
Yeah. Wait, what? Okay, hold up. Yeah, no, he's going to change it. He's fixing it. But we're staggering the top 4s, and let me refresh my BattleFi to see if it has been updated. Yes, it has. So it's going to be IamThereforeIam versus Alec97. As one of the matches, quite possibly the first one. Yeah, that's going to be the first one. The game's open? No. Still just the set versus Pado.
Yep, we are just still waiting for Alec. And IamthereforeIamVGC.
They ought to be getting started momentarily. Looks like they might have. Yep. You can join. I am in their game 1 right now. And we have a Zerndon match versus Yveltal Ogre. Let me just check. What's the other top 4? The top 4 is Animus versus Ellie. Alright, that's a pretty good top 4. And all 3 games are open. Let's go. Do I still have a connection with you?
Yes, you do. And I am just about to jump. I was just sorting something out, but I am just about to jump into the games with Alec K. Now, give me one more second. Yeah, here we go. Alec K. IamthereforeIamVGC. So, it looks like, yeah, as you said, we've got, well, what one might decide to call Big B versus the Gengar Kyogre of IamThereforeIam.
Yep. And we see a Gengar Yveltal lead into Incineroar and Bronzong. Bronzong doesn't seem too happy right here.
No, absolutely not. And we just see Gengar Mega up, break out that substitute.
So a large part of Gengar's strength, right, is the ability to trap opponents. But Incineroar is probably going to be going for a U-turn here. Or I could be dead wrong about that. Huh.
He just goes for the Darkest Lariat, and Black Hole Eclipse is just going to wipe out that Bronzong. Nothing to see here, guys. But before it got wiped out, Bronzong did get up that gravity. And now Yveltal and Gengar are both at threat. You know, that Gengar has just protected, and it could be that a Flare Blitz and a P-Blades is enough to just wipe it off the field and do massive damage to Yveltal as well.
So both of the Pokemon on the field right now are being threatened with a double up to KO them. I feel like a Kyogre switch in is maybe almost necessary. It would have to be for the Gengar, though. And then Yveltal would survive the Precipice Blades, and anything Incineroar could throw at it, given Flare Blitz, wouldn't work. But then you realize you just switched your Kyogre in, or not. Okay, so Gengar goes down, and Yveltal takes a huge amount of damage.
And Groudon takes only just over the 50%.
Nah, I think IamThereforeIam made the right play. Definitely did.
Oh. Yeah, but now, interestingly enough, you have to wonder, what is Alex Incineroar? It's got Darkest Lariat, so is it I was going to say, is it Insinium? And it is Insinium onto the Kyogre, which does 20 to 23%, and that Groudon Precipice Blade, but IamThereforeIam. He protected both Mons quite well. on that turn, and now you have to wonder whether that Precipice Blades and Darkest Lariat can take out that Kyogre from 80% health.
I think it probably can. Because when you think of Moonsault damage, right, Moonsault is a bit over double Darkest Lariat's power, but it's going to be half of that power, so I'd expect your Z move through non-protect, or your regular move through non-protect to be doing just a little bit more than the Moonsault, which would probably put Kyogre below 50, which means Blades would KO it. Or we could see the play we just saw, where now Xerneas is in a completely dominating position on the field, just as Trick Room expires. Yeah.
But IamThereforeIam does have a stack attacker in the back, which do a good job of, neutering that Xerneas, especially since Alex switched out his Groudon, knowing that Yveltal was going to be faster than it, and a foul play would KO from 45 to 48%.
Yeah. I honestly feel like Alex plays to fake out and Moonblast Sakataka.
I think you're probably right. I mean, in this situation, I would probably go for the Dazzling Gleam, just because you want to get.
Do you want to carry Yveltal?
Damage off.
Why do you want to carry Yveltal?
And
what's it doing on the field right now? Foul playing stuff?
Or even a Snarl. And at 1.5 times special attack, that might only be what IamThereforeIam needs to get rid of the Xerneas. But there's the fake out. There's a Moonblast into stack attacker. And you're right, we just see a foul play.
Well, here's the thing, right? Given the Sakataka protected, we now can say with a fair degree of certainty that the Sakataka probably does not have skill swap, which means if Alec can win the Weather War is going to stay won. Oh, that was pretty huge.
Yeah. So now that just leaves Alec free to Moonblast that Xerneas and press Precipice Blades. Now, the stack attacker could wide guard, but even in that case, Xerneas still has a great matchup against there. But he just switches out into Incineroar. We see the protect from stack attacker, Moonblast into Yveltal. And now Alec has that fake out pressure again, and is able to just Moonblast the Kyogre, fake out the stack attacker, and, win the game.
Yeah, basically. I'm kind of surprised the Kyogre didn't protect there. I feel like the out was a double protect, although it seems IamThereforeIam was probably banking on a misplay.
Yeah, and I think at that point, you have to bank on a misplay. I remember reading something once which, it was somebody quoting Sun Tzu, and they effectively said that when your opponent gets into a spot that, they feel like they can't get out of, they will just struggle harder and harder and harder. So at that point, you just have to, if you're trying to keep your opponent in that spot, you just have to think, right, what's the worst thing that could happen in this spot? Okay, I might lose the Xerneas, but actually, if I lose the Xerneas, I've got an Incineroar out, I win the Weather War, I've got Precipice Blades, I'll just Moonblast the Kyogre, and in this case, it worked out for Alec.
So it did, and we'll be moving right on to game 2. This is I feel like, did we stream IamThereforeIam sometime in Swiss? I'm not certain if it was IamThereforeIam specifically, but for example, when we had Marcus's match on stream, which was the same basic matchup, it felt like Marcus had all of the tools to win between Gengar, Yveltal, and Kyogre. But that last match, it really felt like Alec was in control for a large portion of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know. It's a really interesting matchup, especially since we didn't see Snarl come out of the Yveltal in the last match, which I would almost kind of expect from, IamThereforeIam, because you've got Gengar, you've got the Saka, but you will need multiple ways to, get rid of Xerneas, especially since most of your team is weak to it. And if it gets set up, then... Whew. But we see Xerneas take 29, 30-odd% from a black hole eclipse. That's... Wow.
And so
that's not a bad shot.
Yeah. I think the big dynamic going on here right now is actually IamThereforeIam probably left out Gengar this game. Unless he left out Stakataka. But I still feel like even though Stakataka struggled last game, Stakataka had a huge amount of potential to be good. Although maybe I'm wrong given that Bronzong and Incin were the other two. But assuming IamThereforeIam does not have Stakataka in the back, things are looking pretty rough right now. But we do see Stakataka.
And the Xerneas just there, just chose not to Geomancy, just to throw a Moonblast out. And really, you know, I don't know. I'd say Alec K. I was going to say Alec K is in the driving seat, but really, this is quite finely balanced at the moment.
I'm just curious why that's a Bronzong that came in and not a Groudon. It seems like if you switch in Groudon and then you Moonblast the Yveltal, throw off Blades, there's not much that can be done about that. Bronzong coming in seems like it's only good if you're going to immediately hard switch right back into Incineroar, which almost necessitates a Protect on Zern so you don't need a Gyro Ball. And if that's your game plan, and say Yveltal hard switches out into Kyogre and Trick Room goes up, bad things happen.
Yeah, absolutely. But it actually looks... I wonder whether Alec was expecting a Trick Room from the Stakataka that turn. And so by bringing in Bronzong, he gets to set up Gravity. You've got to assume that if he has Gravity on Bronzong, he probably has Hypnosis as well. So with Trick Room up, Bronzong from Alex's Bronzong can then just start firing off Hypnosis. But he does bring Groudon in as a Yveltal comes in for the Stakataka. Fake out onto that Groudon, and a U-turn from Incineroar. And it wouldn't surprise me as if this was back into Xerneas, but actually, he's gone back into Bronzong.
I do not know why he's back into Bronzong. I really feel like going back into Xerneas is the play there, and then you just go for a Moonblast or a Dazzling Gleam, honestly, as you prefer.
Or even with the Groudon on the field and Gravity, you could even go for a Geomancy in that position and still be in a great position to take the game.
I really am confused why Bronzong's coming in. Hidden Power, Water, Yveltal. Nah.
We just see the foul play from the Bronzong, Precipice Blades. And actually, I really don't think that was the best play from IamthereforeIamVGC.
I don't either, but that critical hit on Kyogre could be incredibly significant, because now, even at -1, Kyogre is still in range for another Precipice Blades.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, if Alec has set up Trick Room, we can probably assume that Groudon of his is a pretty slow Groudon.
Mm-hmm. I would assume basically min speed. The entire way Alec has been playing this game has been heavily focused about getting Trick Room up, and you wouldn't do that unless you were completely confident either that your Groudon is slower, or if this Bronzong has Skill Swap and is about to reveal it this turn, I would understand if... So it looks like we're probably not getting a Skill Swap.
And there is the Hypnosis.
Yeah. But no... I guess you Hypnosis the Kyogre and Blades?
Yes. And that's exactly what happens.
And we do see that the Groudon is either slower than or speed ties with the Kyogre. The first turn Wake on Kyogre would be fairly devastating.
See the Wide Guard. There's the Gravity. And I think next turn, you can just assume that we're going to see a Darkest Lariat into that Kyogre and a Hypnosis into the Stakataka. Allowing...
One slight change, I would Hypnosis the Kyogre again. Because if Kyogre switches out into Gengar, you care a lot more about having Gengar asleep than having Stakataka asleep.
True, but at this point, with the rain up, I think Incineroar's most likely move is going to be a Darkest Lariat into that Kyogre. So, if the Gengar does come into that slot, you're catching the Gengar anyway. And either way,
Incineroar.
Oh, the Incineroar, sorry. I was looking at it, so hang on a second.
We already know the four. Gengar's not in this battle.
Gengar has not been bought. Yeah, potentially, but with Trick Room goes down, but actually with an asleep Kyogre, and we just see no mucking about from the Incineroar. There's a malicious Moonstall, maybe a little bit of overkill, but it looks like with Groudon in the back, Alec K has just blasted his way past IamthereforeIam, and will move to the final.
Yeah, that was a very dominant play. I'm still a little bit skeptical about how Alec was using Bronzong and not really using Zern, especially in this game too. But even though I am still skeptical about his play, it certainly has turned up results. Even with the crit, which was significant, the crit didn't wind up mattering a huge amount, but I still feel as though it did help. With that said, I think Alec was still in a position to win this game pretty easily, even if he didn't get it.
Yeah, and it just made it easier.
But it's Pokemon after all, indeed it is.
And you can't, and you definitely can't be mad considering IamthereforeIamVGC is going to walk away with some cash at the end of it.
I believe his exact prize is going to be $55, although I'm not completely certain about it.
Excellent. I'd take that any day of the week. You have to wonder though, if Groudon has Groudon got a single target ground move? Because at the moment, Alec is pretty secure. But that Stack Attacker could just keep wide guarding and wide guarding and wide guarding. In fact, it doesn't. There's just the Protect. It doesn't get through. There's a Fake Out. There's the Precipice Blades. And that is game.
Protect and Wide Guard are both +3 priority, and because Incineroar is faster than Stack Attacker, the Fake Out would have prevented the Wide Guard, so that was definitely what Alec was going for. As for if the Groudon has a single target move, especially given how Trick Room oriented the Groudon Bronzong mode is, I'm going to assume the answer is no. I would guess we're dealing with a set of Precipice Blades, Fire Punch, Swords Dance, and Protect.
Yeah, I think you're probably right with that assessment. The SD Groudon is really interesting. I wonder what you think, what the best Groudon spread is, because from my perspective, you've either got a choice of the SD or you've got a choice of Substitute. And I think both have their own merits in different places, but it'd be interesting to see what you think.
So, it's interesting that you should ask. I got annihilated this week in NPA. Now, I've got a bad thing about losing an NPA. Started off so well, and then I went so poorly after that. But anyway, I was playing Leonard, and a large part of the reason he was able to beat me was Substitute. And I feel like Substitute is threatening, but in a very different way than Swords Dance. Swords Dance threatens to let you win games. When you set up Trick Room, when you have Swords Dance, you throw down a Gravity, and suddenly your opponent, like every single Pokemon on their team, dies. And I honestly do believe that is better. The thing with Substitute is, Substitute can set up positions where, for example, I had a Landorus, right? And Landorus ostensibly beats Groudon because you Tech Rage it. But if Groudon's behind a sub, what are you going to do? I guess you have to Earthquake it, but then Earthquake hits your partner, and then you eat a Fire Punch, and all types of bad things happen. Substitute can make your opponent's life really hard. The reason I still think it is worse than Swords Dance is because even though Substitute blocks Intimidate, it's still easy to substitute up and then be behind the sub at -1 or -2. And against more defensive, more well-built teams, it just feels like Substitute just does not have the same mileage as Swords Dance.
And it looks like, I think, yeah, it's interesting, and I think it definitely depends on what your own personal preference is and everything else with the ground on how you like to play. But it looks like Animus and OAVGC have jumped into their first game, and we are just about on the first turn, with OAVGC leading Tapu Lele and Gengar, and AnimusVGC leading Amoonguss and Tapu Lele.
So I'm not certain if you know anything about this Amoonguss. My first thought is, wait a second, are we dealing with the Payapay Amoonguss? And is this Lele Choice Scarf? I think Lele's Choice Scarf. I'm not certain about the Amoonguss, although given that play, it might well not be. Oh, wow. This is a turn of events. And a critical hit, too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can see AnimusVGC basically go for... Yeah, go for the double swap there, I think.
That was a double switch. And, I mean, here's the thing, right? I'm not certain if we're dealing with an Ultra Necrozma here that has Sunsteel Strike, but we do know this is an Ultra Necrozma, and so it seems like a Fake Out's going to have to go into Yveltal, and Animus is either going to have to swap that Necrozma out or do something special with it, because right now, none of the Pokemon he has on the field are really putting up any type of threat against Dowi's Yveltal.
Yeah, and we just see the switch straight into Amoonguss. Yveltal uses Foul Play.
U-turn into Zern into Lele. He didn't bring Zern.
Into that Lele. I mean, Animus obviously wants to get that Lele back in, but you have to wonder, you know, what he's trying to get at here. You know, is that Lele, maybe it's a Scarf variant, maybe it's a Specs variant, maybe he wants to try and get the jump on that Yveltal right now. But saying that, I would definitely say that OA has a bit of the upper hand here. We just see a Moonblast. It doesn't quite KO the Yveltal. We see a Moonblast into the Lele and a Black Hole Eclipse into the Amoonguss, and Amoonguss just goes straight back into its Pokeball.
So, you know the old saying, right? Don't bring a sword to a gun, or don't bring a knife to a gunfight. I feel like Animus brought a Lele to a Yveltal fight, and he's kind of going to lose because of it. Because even though there's plenty of pressure on the board right now, the Yveltals seems to be perfectly fine just swapping out. The opposing OE's Lele can fire off a Moonblast, and that Yveltal is going to be a pain for the rest of forever. Although that Moonblast crit helps.
Yeah, and now that Ultra Necrozma has a Calm Mind up.
Indeed it does.
Well, the Necrozma Dustmane has a Calm Mind up. We haven't actually seen Ultra Necrozma yet, although I would probably guess that with Calm Mind, you're likely looking at one.
We didn't see it in this match, but we have seen it in his top 8 when I joined it briefly. So I personally can confirm that we're dealing with an Ultra Necrozma here. The other thing to note, though, is I don't think the +1 Photon guys are in terrain KO's Kyogre, because special defense is a thing. So if Animus wants to get the KO, he's going to have to commit to a double up with a Moonblast and a Photon Geyser, which into Protect could be devastating.
Especially if that Gengar has Shadow Ball, and then you have a pick for your targets. Do you want to Shadow Ball the Ultra Necrozma, or do you want to Shadow Ball or even Sludge Bomb the Tapu Lele spot to get rid of that? And especially since there is only one turn, ostensibly, unless there's a terrain extender, which I highly doubt, on that Tapu Lele.
The Tapu Lele outsped the Yveltal, and it just outsped the Gengar, so we now all have confirmation that it's Choice Scarf. Yeah.
And again, we see the double up into Kyogre. Kyogre goes down, but Gengar does get up a substitute. And with the Psychic Terrain going down this turn, Yveltal does have a chance of clicking Sucker Punch.
Yes, it certainly does. This is an interesting endgame because Yveltal walls the Ultra Necrozma. Its full moveset is, I am almost certain, Calm Mind, Earth Power, Photon Geyser Protect, which means as a flying dark type, Yveltal is immune to all of its options. The Incineroar in the back is at 60-something%. If it were to hypothetically come in and die to a Sludge Bomb and Foul Play, and if the Yveltal were to have Sucker Punch and Sucker Punch KO'd Lele, that would just end the game in OE's favor. With that said, you know, if Incineroar gets in safely, then this could be a bit of a problem for OE.
I mean, I think if I'm Animus here, I'm just protecting that Ultra Necrozma, bringing Incineroar in, and then creating a little bit of a mind game for OE on the next turn.
Yeah, that's probably the safest play.
Fake out. Do I just switch that back in? But if you do see a Sucker Punch from Yveltal, Sludge Bomb goes into there, and Light that burns the sky goes into the sub, but all it does is take down the substitute.
Sludge Bomb looks like it will K. Ooh, Sludge Bomb's close. Sludge Bomb is very close. I kind of feel like it'd be funny. No, you just double protect, I think. If you're a little OE. Because Sucker Punch is revealed, Ultra Necrozma is certainly in Sucker Punch range. I guess it's a problem of dealing with the Incineroar, isn't it?
Yeah, I think if you're a little lower, you have to protect the Yveltal. But whether you decide to protect the Gengar or not is another question entirely. And I think you could actively choose not to protect the Gengar and go for that KO on the Ultra Necrozma.
Well, quite to the contrary, right? It seems so obvious that you're going to protect Yveltal to stop a Fake Out. But what if you protect Gengar and Incineroar doesn't go for a Fake Out, because why bother wasting a Fake Out into Yveltal? And Yveltal gets off a free foul play, hypothetically putting the Incineroar into Sludge Bomb range. If you correctly call that the Incineroar isn't targeting the Yveltal, then what you can do is the following turn you can just Sludge Bomb the Incineroar and Sucker Punch to win the game. And here's the thing, right? It's all about who the Incineroar targets.
But even after going through all of those mind games, we don't even see a Fake Out. We just see a double protect and an Earth Power Snarl combo going into the Gengar Yveltal.
Yeah. The fact that there's Snarl on the Incineroar as opposed to any other dark move means that it won't be able to KO the Gengar. But with that said, I feel like protecting Ultra Necrozma and clicking Snarl this turn is fairly safe for Animus. In a perfect world, you absorb a Sucker Punch into the protect, but even in the worst case scenario, I feel like your Incineroar takes the double up of Sludge Bomb and Foul Play, heals back with its berry, and you're still in a fine spot.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. But it'll be interesting to see how much damage that Incineroar actually takes.
Well, the other play that makes a lot of sense is Flare Blitzing into Yveltal for a KO.
Yeah. Certainly some interesting mind games being played in this first game of our top 4 set here.
Yeah, most definitely. I feel like the double protect lost OE a lot of steam, and I think the reason he went for it was probably because he was trying to bait a protect out of the Ultra Necrozma, which didn't pan out for him, quite evidently. But, you know. It was a play that made sense.
Absolutely, and now it does give the Lowy the choice to just Sucker Punch into that Ultra Necrozma. You know, that Fake Out pressure is from the Incineroar on Animus' side is gone. There's real mind games being played here.
I kind of feel that, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe a Sludge Bomb Foul Play into the Incineroar does KO it, and if that is the case, then everything I said about how, you know, Animus has a pretty free play is just wrong. But it looks like, for all of my predictions, I was not correct about anything. I'm very surprised we didn't see a protect.
I mean, I see Little Oa's play sort of made sense there, in that, you know, he wanted to try and get that Gengar behind the substitute so that Incineroar couldn't KO it. But thinking about it, substitute there kind of almost doesn't make sense, because we've seen that
We've seen Animus using Snarl, which goes through Sub.
Which would go straight through the substitute.
Yeah.
I wonder whether he, you know, potentially there trying to bait a double protect out of the Ultra Necrozma, so that he could get set up behind that substitute, and then Incineroar at this point would then be in range for that Sludge Bomb to KO on the next turn. But as it is, AnimusVGC has taken game 1, and we go into game 2. And what do you think Lil Oa's got to do now to mix it up, to change it around, to make sure that, you know, he can take game 2 and potentially bring this set to a game 3?
So, you know, I was making fun of Animus a little bit for bringing Lele to a Yveltal fight, but it turns out Lele was good enough. I feel like the early turns were really awkward for Animus, just because he was trying to position around the Yveltal, and he eventually got a Moonblast off on the Yveltal, which was enough damage. I think the only thing OE needs to do to change this game up is just not let his Yveltal take 90% from a Moonblast. And turn 1 is going to be OE's first opportunity to not let his Yveltal take 90% from a Moonblast.
And it's interesting that I believe these are the same leads that we saw in game 1 as well.
Indeed, I believe they are.
And what we saw last time was... not quite. So, OA led Tapu Lele Gengar in the first match. So he's switched it up a little bit. Maybe, as we saw, trying to get that Darkinium Z off. But in fact, just goes for a Protect. And Animus reads it, Moonblast into the Tapu Lele, and we see a Magic Room.
Ah, now that's interesting. That means that Animus no longer has Choice Scarf on his Lele.
Or the Berry on the Incineroar, or any item on any of his mons, apart from the Ultra Necrozma Z, which I believe is not affected by Magic Room.
No, Zemu Crystals, much like Megastones, are not affected by Magic Room. But, although there's Fake Out on the board, if Fake Out weren't on the board, Little Oe would be threatening a Z move to just KO the Lele as it is. We're going to see a switch out into Kyogre and probably just a Moonblast with Lele, a Moonblast into the incoming Amoonguss as Incineroar U-turns out, likely into an Ultra Necrozma?
Or even into the Tapu Lele.
It feels like Ultra Necrozma is pretty happy with its situation here because it can just chuck a Photon Geyser at Lele to KO, because who cares if it's resisted when it's Stab in Psychic Terrain. And the Amoonguss can get off a Spore that Little Oe does not have a switch in for. That seems most likely to me.
The other thing here is both players have absolutely no way of stopping Sleep from that Amoonguss, both with Psychic Terrain. And you're right, we do see the Photon Geyser head its way into Tapu Lele. Origin Pulse does a very little amount, and we see that Spore head into Kyogre on Little Oe's side.
Yeah.
I wonder whether there's a high chance here that we see just see a light that burns the sky come out of...
And it looks like we do.
And it just goes straight into that Kyogre, and Kyogre goes, no thank you, I've had enough. Goes back to its Pokeball. And the Black Hole Eclipse goes into the Incineroar.
I mean, that makes sense because Amoonguss was such a huge threat, but I think that seals up the game.
In AnimusVGC's favour.
Yeah, he's probably going to lose his Ultra Necrozma here, or not, but he's losing Sub. So he just wasted 25% of his Gengar's HP, which could be pretty meaningful, especially when you got a Lele that's locking into Moonblast. Moonblast will do like 40% to Gengar, so if Gengar eats a Snarl from here, it may well find itself in Moonblast range.
Well, absolutely, but we also now have to remember that as Magic Room's gone, the effects of Magic Room have disappeared, the items have come back as well. So that Lele that before was not Scarf has now got its Scarf back and is ready to outspeed both that Gengar and the Yveltal. Interestingly enough, Little Owe doesn't seem to be caring too much about that Necrozma Duskmane and seems to be determined to try and get that Incineroar off the field as soon as possible.
Well, Incineroar is the biggest threat right now, because if Incineroar stays around, bad things happen. The problem is Gengar has to pick one of these two to target, because Yveltal, if you don't KO the Ultra Necrozma, it's KOing your Gengar. And you have to KO it with either Sucker Punch or Shadow Ball. If you say, oh, I'm going to Sucker Punch it, and a Lele comes in, then that's the game. If you Shadow Ball it, then wait a second, the Gengar is getting off another Snarl because a second foul play isn't KOing the Incineroar. So Little Owie is back against the wall right here. He's going to have to really come up with something if he wants to fight his way out of this. We see a Sludge Bomb.
We just see the Sludge Bomb. Oh, it doesn't KO the Incineroar. Photon Geyser into the Gengar. And that. And a Tailwind from Little Oe, which isn't going to make much. Anyway, and Little Oe forfeits, and Animus takes the game in a 2-0 set. So, after, how many hours? After a good
just about 7 hours. Yep.
We're heading into the final.
Indeed we are.
Which will be AnimusVGC against Alec97.
Indeed it will be. So it's going to be an Ultra Necrozma Zern against... Do we know what Alec97 is running? I can't quite recall.
I believe it was Kyogre... Kyogre Yveltal.
Yeah, I think it's another Kyogre Yveltal matchup.
Which again is a really interesting matchup.
It definitely is. Alrighty. So it's all come down to this.
Yeah, absolutely.
It looks like we might have a slight intermission of 5 minutes if Animus gets his break. I would imagine he'll be given it. You know, I'm certainly feeling tired, and I haven't even been playing today. I was considering playing, but I just didn't want to. And given that nobody was streaming, I just figured I'd step in.
Yeah, no, I mean, I did play. I ended up going 2-3. And just thought, do you know what? I thought I'd send you a message to see what happened. And I'm very happy to have been here casting with you.
I have to admit, it's great. Very nice to have a little bit of company. Talking by myself for hours on end gets a little bit challenging and certainly a little bit boring. So, once again, glad to have you.
Oh, thank you very much. So, we've talked about different matchups. We've talked about different archetypes. What do you, if you had to predict after this tournament what's going to win the European IC, what would you predict?
And isn't that the question? So, allow me to tell you, if I had an actual serious answer to that question, I would not answer because it would be my team and I'd be running it and I wouldn't want people to know. The fact that I'm answering should clue you into the fact that I'm not at all confident about this. But I feel like the winning team is going to have a Groudon on it. And I feel like it's not going to be paired with Zern. I feel like we might see, and you know, I spent all day trashing X-Ray, and here I am about to say that it's going to be Radon that wins Berlin, but I don't know, Radon, Ray Yveltal, or no, Radon, Don Yveltal. Groudon has just felt like the single strongest Pokemon in my testing thus far in Ultra Series, and all the other restricteds don't really seem to keep pace with it, both my opponent's restricteds and the restricteds on my own team. The only problem that I've really had with Groudon is you want to be running a physical set, you want to be running a Swords Dance set, and then you realize your opponent has a Salamence and an Incineroar, and they're cycling, and you're at -4, and you're out of Trick Room turns, and everything's terrible. So, whoever figures out how to keep Groudon at a decent stage of attack, or how to have a good team that supports a special Groudon, I think that person is going to be the person who finds themselves coming home from Berlin with the gold.
Well, interestingly enough, there are we have multiple ways to support Groudon. The one that comes to mind would be, especially with Intimidates, would be Hayes Feeny. You know, you could run that Feeny, run a faster Feeny, maybe Misty Seed a couple of points faster than the Groudon, and then bang, Hayes. Grab all the boosts, all the drops drop off from Groudon, and Precipice Blades come out. But interestingly enough, how much do you think I think Groudon is a double-edged sword, because we're in a format that appreciates momentum.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it appreciates getting momentum, getting set up, and then keeping momentum. And if you lose momentum for a turn, that can just completely throw the game in your opponent's favour. And with a move like Precipice Blade being your big damage move, I think from my perspective with Groudon, if I were to use Groudon at the IC, things would inevitably take a turn for the worse.
So, and this is a part of the reason why I really think Trick Room Groudon is the best Groudon, because you're running Trick Room, you're running Swords Dance, you're running Precipice Blades. What happens when you miss Precipice Blades? The answer is you don't, because you set up Gravity. We've already seen Gravity several times in this tournament. The ability to not only hit Flying-type Pokemon that would normally be a gigantic pain, like Yveltal and Salamence, but also just the assurance that you are not going to miss your Precipice Blades is truly gigantic. And that's why I feel like, and you know, this is kind of a mixed bag, not completely set in stone prediction or hot take, I guess if you want to call it that. But I feel like if you have a well-supported Groudon with Trick Room, so like Creston, 2 other Pokemon that function decently with it, I think that alone gives you a very solid matchup against Standard Zerndon and a large chunk of the metagame, quite honestly. It's actually raid teams that start becoming really, really awkward for Creston to deal with, just because you need to be setting up Trick Room and you need to be setting up Gravity, and meanwhile there's a raid Dragon Ascent in your face off, and that's obviously not the greatest thing in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I've seen some fairly inventive ways of stopping Rayquaza. I mean, the one that comes to mind, I won't say who it was because they're still there, but I have played things such as, you know, Dragon Claw, Groudon, because the Rayquaza matchup has been so bad.
Yeah.
And you know, whereas you think, oh, I'm going to be able to live a fire, I can live a fire punch, Precipice Blades can't touch, oh, I'm being Dragon Clawed, and that's the game.
And I mean, back in 2016, right before Worlds, I really did feel like Ray was going to be a really good call for Worlds. Turns out I was right about that. But the thing that scared me with Ray was the Focus Sash. The ability to set up, to deal massive damage, to lose defenses but not really care because, oh yay, Zern Moonblasts me and I live on 1 HP, I got off a Dragon Ascent and now I E-speed it. Or, in the case of Dragon Claw Groudon, okay, you got off a Dragon Claw, but now I'm just going to attack again with either a boosted Dragon Ascent or maybe even a Waterfall if I'm running a more atypical Ray set and you don't mind too much. But it seems as though, rather than talking, now is the time to get into the finals of the Berlin Challenge Zelda Tournament. What do you think of the teams?
Well, on Alex's side, we have Zerndon with Incineroar, Salamence, Bronzong, and Feeny. And on Animus' side, we have a slightly more unique combination of Kangaskhan, Xerneas, Necrozma Dustmane, Incineroar, Tapu Lele, and Amoonguss. So, I mean, immediately here, you've got to think that Alex's whole game plan relies on getting that Trick Room set up, getting that Groudon in, Gravity, and P-Blading his way through. But interestingly enough, Animus has that. He has that Amoonguss. And
he has terrain control as well.
So he has ways to make sure that he can sleep his opponent's team, whether or not Alex Feeny is out on the field.
Mm-hmm. It would appear that Animus agrees. Amoonguss is probably going to be an important Pokemon in this match. It's going to be part of his lead, along with Kangaskhan. Against that duo, we see Incineroar and Salamence, two Pokemon that Amoonguss is not particularly happy to see, and two Pokemon that are both quite, shall we say, intimidating for the Mega Kangaskhan.
To coin a phrase. And the thing is, as well, with that, is that the Kangaskhan now, at 0.5 attack, it's not going to be doing that much damage to the Salamence or to the Incineroar, allowing, the Incineroar to now to switch out, perhaps into a Feeny, or the Salamence, just to say, do you know what? That Amoonguss is doing me a bit of a thing. I think I'm just going to double edge that and get rid of it. But we do see a Protect from the Amoonguss and the double edge from the Mence. And actually the double into the Amoonguss there. So Incineroar on the opposing side not getting to U-turn out.
Well, now, once again, this brings up an interesting question. We've seen Kang, we've seen Incineroar, we've seen Amoonguss. What has Animus left out? Is it the Zern? Is it the Ultra Necrozma? It certainly would appear to, at the very least, be the Lele, unless he left out both of his restricteds. So he appears to have given up terrain control, which is a little bit interesting. We could see a fake out and a Spore into Salamence, because even if a Finny comes in, Salamence will be in the air and not protected. On the other hand, it's very reasonable that Alec might see that coming, just switch Salamence itself out into Finny. Of course, that's even assuming you brought it.
But we see the Groudon switching, fake out into the Don, and the Flare Blitz, the Ockerberry, and the Ockerberry survives, and he does get a Spore off onto that Incineroar. Although I'm not sure that Alec will be too unhappy with the Spore target there, especially since his Groudon now has free reign to just click Precipice Blades against the Incineroar and the Amoonguss, and both of them, likely to go down. But we see the Kangaskhan switch in, Precipice Blades come out, critical hit on the Incineroar, although I'm not sure that mattered too much.
It certainly did not matter.
And the Incineroar goes down.
Yeah, that was a pretty significant loss of momentum there. Animus is going to have to bring it back right now. Can he get an Earth Power KO on the Groudon? He is not even trying. He's going for a Calm Mind. We see a P-Blades and a miss.
And a P-Blades miss, yeah. So now, with that Ultra Necrozma, Animus is faster than the Groudon. He's faster than the Salamence. But at the same time, we don't know what he's got in the back. That...
An Incineroar and something else.
And we do see the Earth Power on the Groudon, but I'm sure that, we just see a double edge from the Mence, straight into that Amoonguss. And now,
Incineroar comes in, fake out
against the world.
Yeah. I feel like... so my question is, how physically defensive... Oh, the Incineroar is asleep. Actually, Animus can win this, believe it or not.
I think if you're Alec, you have to protect that Salamence and try and burn a turn of sleep.
That's exactly why I think you Earth Power the Incineroar. I don't know. No, he goes for a Photon Geyser. He gets it right. Do we see a first turn wake? No, we don't. Okay, this is interesting. Zern comes in. It's a 50-50 for the game. If we see a Light that burns the sky, that Zern drops. Alternatively, if Zern protects and an Earth Power goes into Incin, oh boy. What do you know?
But if we see the Geomancy come out from the Zern and the Earth Power into the Incin, then surely that throws the game right back into Alec's favour. We see the light burns the sky. It goes into the Incineroar. Oh, but the Incineroar
it's a moonlicious moonsault.
Incinium Z, and it gets the KO.
Oh, that was so close to Ultra Necrozma 1v4. That would have been beautiful. Was... Hold up, let me quickly check. I do believe that might have been a first turn wake.
I believe it was a second.
No, it was... Wait. Because what happened was... Incineroar had taken the guaranteed turn of sleep, obviously. Yeah, no, that was a first turn wake.
Amazing.
First turn wake to Z-move KO to win the game.
Taking a leaf out of Kangaskhan's Khan's book, being an early bird, waking up and securing Alec 97 the game.
Yeah. I do imagine that the Kangaskhan in this match is probably not early bird. It's almost certainly Scrappy with a tiny possibility that it's inner focus. But we're moving into game 2. And I really feel like Animus, he had so much success leveraging that Ultra Necrozma at the end of the game. It really makes me wonder, what if he played more aggressively with the Ultra Necrozma from turn 1? What if he led it with Kang? What if he led it with Amoonguss? What if he got that set up earlier in the game, and then he was busy sweeping Alec while he still had other Pokemon left?
Yeah, I think... I'm sorry, I think I've been having a few problems with my headphones, and I think I lost you there for a second. But we do see both players use their moms as they go into the second game.
And this is interesting, right? Because we see the Tapu Lele's Choice Scarf, which means it's threatening Salamence with a Moonblast. But, you know, my gut reaction here, as a terrible person, is to Moonblast Earth Power the Incineroar.
And I would absolutely agree with you here. I think, you know, you're going to get that Moonblast off whatever. You know, the Incineroar can't fake out the Salamence. And actually, Incineroar here is a big threat to your team. You know, you've got that fake out pressure. You've got the Intimidate pressure. You get rid of that Incineroar on turn 1 and Alex Salamence does protect. Then you've really set yourself up to just sweep through the rest of the game.
I think Mence isn't going to protect. It doesn't protect.
Mence
Alec,
doesn't protect.
He's going to Tailwind. And I think Animus is now in a very bad spot. Yeah, I was going to mention that you were, you know, providing your insight on the situation. And here's where I think this makes sense from Alec's side, right? He was probably going for a Z-move, which means he either got the Z-move or he got the Tailwind. And no matter what happened, he was happy with that. I think the only way Animus could have really played around that is if he switched his Ultra Necrozma out into something. What would that something be? I'm not sure, especially if he has Amoonguss and Kang in the back. He didn't have great switch-ins. But now the situation is either Zern or Groudon comes in for Alec. And a Dazzling Gleam or Precipice Blades and a Hyper Voice looks like it's going to be very difficult for Animus to deal with. The other thing is, you know, Zern's on the field. Zern cannot be faked out because of Animus's own Psychic Terrain. So this is going to be a rough uphill battle from this point on.
That's true. And but I suppose the saving grace now is that if I were Alec, I wouldn't even be thinking about Geomancy. I would just be thinking, do you know what? I'm just going to click a Moonblast onto that Ultra Necrozma. I'm going to double edge that Lele and see what happens. Because we know that the Lele is locked into Moonblast. So it's not able to Psy-Shot the Xerneas. And in fact, we do just see that from Alec. A double edge into the Lele, a Moonblast into the Ultra Necrozma. And suddenly, things are looking not so peachy, and Animus just forfeits.
Yeah.
Straight up forfeit. And your Zelda VGC tournament Berlin edition champion is Alec K97.
Indeed it is. And I feel like that final set was really well played. Game 1, he just leveraged an early advantage and kept growing it and growing it. And even though it looked like he might have been in a little bit of trouble at the end, with a little bit of luck in a first turn wake, he was able to take the set back. Game 2, it seems that Alec wasn't super happy with how close and down to the wire game 1 was, and so he was like, nah, I'm winning this in 2 turns. tailwinds. And indeed he did. Tailwind setup and the devastating offense provided by both Salamence and Xerneas, complemented by Psychic Terrain, was enough to seal the game and, thwart Animus's best efforts.
Yeah. And actually, Animus played, he played really well throughout the whole tour, and if he hadn't, he probably wouldn't have been there. But at the same time, I think Alec has just been, in the games that we've seen him on stream, has just been top class all the way through the tournament. And I think, he probably deserves to win that one.
No, definitely. Both in that final set and in all the other sets that I've seen him play, his play has been varying between excellent and outstanding. So never a bad turn for him. I really do feel as though, and it's kind of boring for Zerndon to win the tournament, even if it's unsurprising. But, I feel like he had a good team, and he played it well, and at the end of the day, that's the type of thing that gets rewarded as a Pokemon player.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's telling, I think it is telling as well, that Zerndon takes the championship, even though we've seen so many different archetypes in this top cut. And I really do wonder whether, more players will be taking that Zerndon archetype to Berlin, and I wonder how players are going to react to this and try and counter against that Zerndon archetype that has taken today's tournament.
Well, and here's the other thing I'll say, right? Zerndon taking today's tournament wasn't super surprising. I don't know what the cut of Daytona Regionals is going to look like, or the cut of the one other major, which is a special event in Oceania. I don't know what those cuts are going to look like, but Zerndon's definitely going to be present there, and Zerndon's definitely going to be present at Berlin. At the same time, that's not a surprise to anybody. I could have told you that, 2 years ago if you told me what the rule set was. I think anybody looking at this format knows that Zerndon is going to be a threat. And I think the question isn't so much, is Zerndon going to be a thing that's going to be played against me? The question is, what else am I going to be seeing? And I feel as though this tournament maybe provides an answer to it. The rate at which X-Ray, not XY, the rate at which X-Ray and Yveltal Kyogre were played were incredibly surprising to me. And I will be very interested to see if those carry through into Daytona and then Berlin. If they do carry into Daytona, I wouldn't be surprised at all to see them carry into Berlin. The one other note for X-Ray specifically is that a lot of the players I saw using X-Ray were Europeans, Italians especially. And so, given that there isn't a major in Europe before Berlin, if there's still a trend towards X-Ray, there might be a highly skilled portion of the field at Berlin running X-Ray, and that could definitely be scary.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially since, I would agree with you in that I've seen a lot of X-Ray players come out of Europe. I mean, even back in 16, you look at Baz Anderson, who top cut worlds with X-Ray, with his own version of X-Ray. European players in this type of format have been known to use X-Ray really well. And if they're getting stuck into it, they're testing it, they're playing it against their friends. They're getting really, really good at playing their versions of X-Ray. Coming into a tournament like that with Zerndon or Kyogre or even Octonecrozma coming up against X-Ray, is going to be scary no matter who you're playing, whether they're a top player or whether they're somebody you've never ever seen before.
Yeah, X-Ray definitely has the ability to generate momentum if played correctly. Swords Dance and Geomancy are just very scary moves when you have Pokemon that are able to hit hard and fast. But I think it is time that will wind up giving us the answer. We've got just about 3 weeks left. I know that I will certainly be looking at the results of this tournament, the results of local and major level tournaments around the country, trying to build the best team I can. And to any of you who will be actually attending Berlin, best of luck. To any of you who will be watching, I hope that you have a great time, and I think that'll just about conclude our stream for the night.
Yeah, well, I'd like to say exactly the same thing. Thank you very much as well for having me, and I suppose the only thing I can say is I look forward to seeing you in Berlin.
All right. That's a wrap. Enjoy your night, everyone.